Isang Pilipinas, sama-samang aahon, magkakasamang babangon. Halina't sama-sama nating pagandahin, malinis na paligid ay para rin sa atin. Kagandahan ng mundo ay pauna rin, bunga nito ay para sa inyo at sa akin. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh, oh. Ang malinis na tubig at sariwang hangin, masayang mga hayop at magandang tanawin. Luntiang mga bundok at preskong karagatan, kay ganda ng ating mundo, kaya't ating ingatan. Tila ngayon para tayong nakalimot, sinang kalikasan ay napakalungkot. Basura dito, kalbong kagubatan doon. Hindi ba tayo kumilos? Dapat tayong tumulong. Ay nang ng pagkakataon ng pagkakataon. Sama-samang aahon, magkakasamang babangon. Halina't sama-sama nating pagandahin, malinis na paligid ay para rin sa atin. Kagandahan ng mundo ay pauna rin, bunga nito ay para sa inyo at sa atin. Dumating man ang mundo sa bawat umaga, sa puso ng Pilipino lagi naroon ang pag-asa. Oh, 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 oh. Halina't sama-sama nating pagandahin, malinis na paligid ay para rin sa atin. Kagandahan ng mundo ay pauna rin, bunga nito ay para sa inyo at sa atin.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to start the program at exactly 9 a.m. Thank you.
Wala ka bang napupuna o aking kaibigan sa mga nangyayari sa ating kapaligiran? May polusyon sa hangin, pati na sa mga ilog natin. Basura'y kumakalat, saan ka man tumingin. Sinong sisihin sa mga nangyayaring ito? Tayong mga tao, siyang may kagagawan. Kalikasan ating ingatan, buhay natin dito nakasalalay. Tayo at ang kalikasan ay isa, konektado tayo sa isa't isa. Huwag natin hayaang ito'y masira para sa mga musmos pang darating. Para sa mga musmos pang darating. Bedeng kagubatan ngayon ay nasaan? Naging sementadong gusali at daan. Di naman sama ang pagkamit ng kaunlaran, basta't di nakakasira kay inang kalikasan. Sinong sisihin sa mga nangyayaring ito? Tayong mga tao na siyang may kagagawan. Kalikasan ating ingatan, buhay natin dito nakasalalay. Tayo at ang kalikasan ay isa, konektado tayo sa isa't isa. Huwag natin hayaang ito'y masira para sa mga musmos pang darating. Para sa mga musmos pang darating. Oh, 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 oh. Dahil buhay natin ang kalikasan, ito'y ating mahalin at laging aalagaan. Biyayang kailangan sa kanya nagmumula, wala na tayong makukuha pag siya ay nasira. Kaya nga't habang di pa huli ang lahat, kumilos na tayo at siya'y iligtas. Huwag nang abusuhin at lapas tanganin, dahil pag siya'y gumanti walang makakapigil. Ating ingatan si inang kalikasan. Siya'y ating buhay, karugtong ng ating buhay. Kalikasan ating ingatan, buhay natin dito nakasalalay. Tayo at ang kalikasan ay isa, konektado tayo sa isa't isa. Huwag nating hayaang ito'y masira para sa mga musmos pang darating. Para sa mga musmos pang darating. Para sa mga musmos pang darating.
Good morning, everyone. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. And in Ilocong, imbag nga bigat kada kayong amin. Welcome to the 2021 General Assembly of the Philippine Association of Tertiary Level Educational Institutions in Environmental Protection and Management with the theme, Lead the Change, Building Back Higher Education for a Sustainable Future. I am Celso H. Hucutan from the Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University here in Region 1, and I will be your moderator for today's event. PATLEPAM was conceived during the National Consultative Forum of Training Institutions in Environmental Planning and Management in September 21 to 23, 1995 in Tagaytay City. It is envisioned to have higher educational institutions with educators who are equipped with knowledge and skills for the management of resources for sustaining productivity and ecological integrity. And to formally start our event this morning and to ask the guidance of the Almighty for this event, may I request Ma'am Lesa A. Aporda Cuevas to lead us in prayer to be followed by the singing of the national anthem.
Good morning, everyone. Before we proceed with the opening prayer, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our participants for this morning. So, of course, we have our EMB Director, William Puñado. We have Dr. Maria Antonia Tanchiling, the President of the PATLEPAM. We have Attorney Jonas Arlones, the DNR Undersecretary for Policy Planning and International Affairs. And of course, we have other PATLEPAM officers and members. We also have higher educational institutions, as well as our distinguished technical presenters, representatives from the EMB Central and Regional Offices, as well as other participants from higher educational institutions. So let us pray. Let us commit this meeting to our God. In the Bible, God commands man to be a steward of the environment. In Psalm 24, verse 1, it says that the earth is the Lord's and all that is in it, the world and those who live in it. Genesis 1, verse 26 states that, then God said, let us make man in our image, in our likeness, and let them rule over the fish of the sea and the birds of the air, over the livestock, over all the earth, and over all the creatures that move along the ground. Thus, to take care of the earth and God's dominion is the responsibility of man, and the Lord commands us to be good stewards of His creation for the glory of God. Our dear, loving, and faithful God, we praise you and thank you for this beautiful morning and wonderful day. Thank you for the air we breathe and water to drink for our environment. Thank you, Father God, for continually sustaining us with your grace. Thank you, Lord, for giving us the opportunity to have this Philippine Association of Tertiary Level Educational Institutions on Environmental Protection and Management and the National Educators General Assembly with the theme, Lead the Change, Building Back Higher Education for a Sustainable Future, as well as for providing the venue for this online platform through Zoom and FB Live so that we can have the technical presentations as well as the General Assembly. Thank you, dear God, for the availability of our technical presenters and the presence of participants as well as the technical team of the EMB in this online activity. We pray, O God, that you will continue to use PATLEPAM to empower higher educational institutions to be more determined and equipped in implementing efforts that will establish sustainability in school campuses and improve the quality of the environment. Lord, we commit to you this technical conference and General Assembly. May we have a good internet connectivity and be able to manage our time effectively and efficiently. We pray, O Lord, that you will give wisdom, guidance, and understanding to each one of us, and may we be able to apply in our work our learnings from the technical presentations in the protection and conservation of natural resources and environmental management. Once again, Father God, we commit to you the PATLEPAM and National Educators General Assembly. We pray, O God, that you will bless this activity and allow it to be a fruitful and successful one. This we pray in the mighty name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang magiliw, kaya sa silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagatak tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng pagaw, ay hinatang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nagtitigil, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magtitigil. Lumalang araw ng walhati pagsinta, buhay ng sa piling mo, ang hinigaya ng pagkay mga api, at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
So again, thank you for that. We are very grateful to the Department of Environment and Natural Resources headed by Secretary Simato and the Environmental Management Bureau headed by Engineer William Piconiado for facilitating this event. And of course, with the able leadership of the President of PATLEPAM, Dr. Maria Antonia Tanchuling, for spearheading this event to enhance awareness on environmental management and protection. To formally welcome us to this event, we'd like to invite the National Director of the DNR Environmental Management Bureau, Engineer William P. Cunyado. Sir.
Good morning to everyone. To Undersecretary Jonas R. Yunis, Dr. Maria Antonia N. Tancholing, other Philippines Association of Tertiary Leader Educational Institutions of the Environmental Protections and Management, PATLEPAM, officers, distinguished presenters, partners from academe, colleagues from the Environmental Management Bureau, to all the participants, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to greet everyone with a warm welcome. On behalf of the Environmental Management Bureau, I would like to express my gratitude for these collaborations with academia. First and foremost, with the officers of the PATLEPAM of the Philippines Association of Tertiary Level Educations, Institutions of Environmental Protections and Management. I would like to zero in for a moment of this General Assembly the theme, Lead the Change, Building Back Higher Educations for a Sustainable Future. This is a very tall order to accomplish, but it has been a higher education mission to be the best place of the most useful learning of the environmental education, among others. The tragedy triggers by the COVID-19 pandemic presents not only the Philippines, but the whole world with a vast opportunity to build back better. Education and science play the vital roles as catalysts for action, simply because education and academic institutions provide policymakers and the leaders with the inputs and information that need to address the complex developments, problems, and environmental degradation. This is the very essence of this year's General Assembly. Today, students, faculty members, and researchers will be presenting their technical papers on education for environmental protections and sustainability, environmental monitoring, pandemic health and environment, and carbon footprints. These studies and researches may provide the basis for a new and sustainable approaches, policy guidance, solutions, and technologies to meet the challenges of sustainable development. With this at hand, I am enjoying everyone to listen and participate during discussions. Take note on the inspirations and passions of our educators in sharing their knowledge to help address the climate crisis, pandemic, public health, as well as issues on sustainability, and together translate this into tangible action. Thank you very much and mayong adlaw sa tanan.
Thank you very much, Director Cunyado, for that welcome message. It is indeed, we also recognize the essential engagement of the higher educational institutions in environmental management. Alam po natin na lahat ng participants natin today from the HEIs are very supportive to the programs of the DNR in facilitating a conducive environment for everyone. Again, thank you very much, Director Cunyado, for that message. In behalf of our organization, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our President, Dr. Maria Antonia N. Tancholing, for her opening statement. Ma'am.
Magandang umaga sa lahat. We are pleased to present to you this year's National Educators General Assembly of the PATLEPAM with the theme Lead a Change, Building Back Higher Education for a Sustainable Future. As educators, we have an important role to play in three aspects: in instruction, research, and extension. In our universities, we prepare future professionals and equip them with knowledge and skills necessary for their respective professions. We want our students to be aware and knowledgeable in sustainability issues so that any decisions and actions they take as ordinary citizens and professionals take into account the impacts that it may have on our planet. As academics, we go deep into research so we are able to contribute to the body of scientific knowledge. We have an important role to play in ensuring that policies and programs are backed by solid evidence and data. In these unfortunate times, when there is massive proliferation of fake news, it is important that we are able to contribute in correcting the misinformation using rigorous methods of scientific investigation. Our research outputs are not meant to stay in our libraries alone. Our publications and conference presentations are not meant for the promotion metrics nor for our university accreditation only. This will be more meaningful if we take them to the ground and see the impact it can have on the beneficiaries. This is the importance of extension work. We academics must continuously engage with society so it will benefit from the fruits of our academic endeavors. In today's conference, we are presenting 15 papers as output of our research in different areas of environmental management. This is one way of sharing our research output to a greater audience, but I hope this is not the only means of its dissemination. It will be best if this can be appreciated and utilized by LGUs and communities. I would like to congratulate our paper presenters today for being productive despite the challenges posed by the pandemic. This is not an easy feat. I would like to congratulate all of you here as well for doing our best, for ensuring that our students continue to learn despite the very difficult circumstances. Thank you for participating today. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the hard work of the EMB EIID for its role as Secretariat of our General Assembly. We hope you will learn a lot from today's conference. May this inspire you with new ideas for research and provide you an opportunity to network with peers. Hope to see you all in person soon. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that message. So, kakatuwa po yung sabi po ni ma'am that our researches ay hindi lang po dapat nasa library, no, or nasa drawer lang. It should go into the ground and that would lead to impacts to the communities. No? So tignan po natin what are the what can we do with these researches to facilitate change, to engage more people for environmental management in the communities we serve. Again, thank you very much, Dr. Maria Antonia Tanchuling, the President of PATLEPAM. Can we give her a virtual round of applause? No? Pa-react naman po sa ating Zoom. Again, thank you very much, Ma'am Tanchuling. At this juncture, no, I'd like to hear the message, the keynote message of our DNR Undersecretary for Policy Planning and International Affairs. Please welcome Attorney Jonas R. Leones.
Dr. Maria Antonia Tanchuling, Chair of the PATLEPAM Board of Directors, Director William Cuñado of the EMB, Assistant Director Minda Osorio of the EMB, our esteemed academicians, colleagues, distinguished guests, fellow environmental crusaders, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant good morning to everyone. Let me first begin with a few words about our partnership on environmental education with the Philippine Association of Tertiary Level Educational Institutions on Environmental Protection and Management, or the PATLEPAM. The role of PATLEPAM in empowering higher education is crucial in establishing sustainability in colleges and universities to improve the quality of the environment. By organizing universities into a national network, we are assured of a good mechanism in ensuring higher education for a strengthened environmental education and management among local universities and colleges. The DENR recognizes the institution's effort over the past 25 years in integrating curriculum development on environmental concerns, information exchange, technology transfer, inventory of regional institutional capabilities, human resources development, and curriculum reform. We hope to engage this kind of partnership with other higher educational institutions to pursue environmental education for students and even faculty members to increase knowledge and develop skills to address and solve complex environmental issues. Challenging times such as this COVID-19 pandemic require the commitment of higher education institutions nationwide to help the government address environmental problems and public health with strong efforts, motivation, and innovative ideas. Motivations in content and methods in environmental protection can occur. You will agree with me that the convergence of whole curriculum reform and individual specialized courses are beneficial for embedding sustainable development in universities and colleges. To be part of these significant discussions is insightful enough. It needs our equal attention in terms of proper application and integration of sustainability into our strategies. Through this gathering, we hope to promote more scientific collaborations, facilitate current and future research endeavors that will help us recover, emerge stronger, and be more sustainable in times of pandemic. The scope of multidisciplinary environmental researches and studies that will be presented at this conference is expected to guide us in improved policy formulation that will result in enormous improvements in environmental quality and public health. May these researches and studies you will present today serve as extensive reference to the policy and regulatory reforms devised and conceived by the DENR to bolster and substantiate its commitment to preserve and protect the environment. We don't know what the future holds or how much longer we're going to deal with this pandemic and the effects of climate change. It is with this challenge that we must incorporate economic, environmental, and social viewpoints all together when making ethical and effective management decisions on sustainable growth and development. We at the DENR take this collaboration as an initiative on your part to help us address environmental issues, to promote strategic thinking for sustainable development, and see the economic benefits of a well-managed and sustained environment and natural resources. Thank you very much at mabuhay.
Thank you very much for that message, sir. Indeed, thank you also for recognizing the contributions of the institution for attaining sustainability and in pursuing environmental education. So thank you again, sir, for that message. Bigyan naman po natin, pareak naman po ng good job kay Attorney Riones, the Undersecretary for Policy, Planning, and International Affairs. So this month also, we are celebrating the National Environmental Awareness Month, the Clean Air Month, as well as the National Climate Change Consciousness Week. So tamang-tama po yung ating celebration, yung ating technical conference for today kasi we are aligned with the with these various environmental education. So kakatuwa din that the DNR really engaged the educational institutions in their various projects, particularly in environmental education. So congratulations to DNR, congratulations po to PATLEPAM and to all member institutions. At this juncture, I would like to invite everyone to please open their camera for the photo documentation. Smile naman po, yung pinakamatamis po na smile natin, no? Kahit po may COVID, so smile pa din po tayong lahat. May I request the Secretariat to take the photo.
Okay,
So
tayo. Smile po. Next po. Smile po.
keep smiling po.
Opo, hindi po natin alam kung nasaan po tayong slide. Next slide.
Pero say, sana nasa baba ka, hindi ka nakikita. Yan.
Itaas mo yung camera mo, ma'am.
Kasi yung face mask.
Smile.
Asan ka?
Okay. Next po. Please open po your camera. Okay, smile. Open yung camera. Last po. Thank you po.
And thank you very much, ma'am. No? So, napakarami po nating participants for today. Here in Zoom, we are 127 and madami din pong nag-join sa Facebook Live. So, for the information of everyone, we are also streaming in Facebook Live. Before we proceed to the technical conference, no, may I request everyone to please fill up the attendance. The link for the attendance is type na po doon sa ating chat box. No? Please fill up po for your certificate afterwards. No? Okay. So we will now proceed to the technical conference. No? So we are 30 minutes ahead of schedule. So mas madami pa po tayong ma-cover na discussions today. No? A few reminders po, no, for our participants. Do not forget to sign up in the attendance sheet. Link is in the chat box na po. Second, kindly mute your microphone when you are not speaking. And if possible, keep your video on. No? Later, if you have questions, you may type them at the chat box at any time during the presentation. The Secretariat will collect them and then we will provide this to the presenters after their presentations. Fifth, you may also raise your hand during the Q&A. Wait for the moderator to acknowledge you before addressing the question to the presenter. And a link to the communication evaluation form will be sent to you, and make sure to accomplish them to receive a certificate of participation. And feel free, no, to take information during our technical conference. So madami po tayong matututunan today. Sabi nga po ng ating president a while ago, there are 15 papers to be presented from the various sectors. So madami pong research ideas na makukuha po tayo. Okay? So for the technical conference, no, each presenter meron po siyang maximum of 12 minutes to discuss his or her presentation. Afterwards, 3 minutes po na Q&A. We encourage the participants to ask questions during the technical conference. The first presentation under Education for Environmental Protection and Sustainability is entitled Accounting of Greenhouse Gas Emission at the Sectoral Level, a case study in the University of the Philippines, Cebu, to be presented by Dr. Isa Cortez of the University of the Philippines, Cebu.
Today I'll be sharing my study on the accounting of greenhouse gas emissions at the sectoral level using University of the Philippines as a case study. The United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change has said that we should limit our global warming below 2 degrees Celsius. And to respond to this call, the Philippines submitted the nationally determined contributions in 2015, which promised that the Philippines will reduce 70% of its greenhouse gas emissions in 2030. But based on the principle that we cannot manage what we cannot measure, the Philippines must firstly perform a national inventory of greenhouse gas emission sources. And in order to do so, there must be a local inventory, sectoral level inventory, and unit level inventory. The Philippine Climate Change Commission oversees the submissions of sectoral level greenhouse gas emissions inventory, which will eventually be needed for the national inventory. In the education sector, there is little to no public information yet regarding a greenhouse gas inventory, even though academic establishments have very different emission profile compared with other industries. That's why in this paper, a greenhouse gas emissions inventory is performed for a university using University of the Philippines Cebu as a case study. UP Cebu is one of the 8 constituent universities of the UP system. It has 2 campuses in Cebu Island, Lahug Campus, and SRP Campus. As a result, emission inventories of this study could be used as a model for other similar establishments, that is, other similar academic institutions, and also in formulating for reduction strategies. The goals of the study are: first, to create a GHG inventory that could serve as a model for other universities and colleges. Second, to generate an emission profile of UP Cebu which could be used as a basis for planning towards carbon neutrality. And third, to evaluate different scenarios that could affect total greenhouse gas emissions. This figure illustrates the different greenhouse gas emission sources in UP Cebu. First, we have Scope 1 emissions, which accounts for emissions from fuel consumption. We have Scope 2 emissions, which accounts for electricity consumption. And Scope 3, which accounts for 4 sources. We have first the official travels, which accounts for the travels of university employees inside and outside Cebu for official business. And then we have student and employee mobility, which accounts for the daily commute of students and employees. And we have emissions from wastewater and emissions from solid waste generation. Emission from fuel consumption was calculated using this formula. But of course, the fuel consumed per vehicle per month was determined first. On the other hand, emissions from electricity consumption was calculated using this formula. And this formula also accounts for the electricity consumed per month, which was obtained from the electricity bill. Emissions from official travel was calculated using this formula, and this formula accounts for the distance traveled per business trip, which is calculated under the following assumptions. Only a single type of vehicle was used, only a single type of fuel was used, and if Google Maps show different routes, the longest route was chosen for the calculation. In order to calculate for the emissions from solid and wastewater, these 2 formulas were used respectively. And in order to do so, there was an interview first in the university offices and personnel which were responsible for the solid waste and wastewater management, because that is where the total generation of wastewater and solid wastewater was determined. The emissions from student and employee mobility was calculated using the same principle as the official travel. However, in order to get the distance traveled to and fro UP, an online survey was conducted among all UP constituents, and the survey was able to elucidate the movement of students at the end and the start of the semester, as well as the daily commute of students and employees to and fro the residence and UP throughout the semester. The total greenhouse gas emissions of UP Cebu in 2018 is estimated to be around 42,500 tons of CO2 equivalent. And if you look at the emission profile according to scope, we can see that a very small fraction come from both scope 1 and scope 2, while the majority of the emissions come from scope 3. Also, if we look at the type of greenhouse gas emitted, majority is in the form of CO2, while about 30% is in the form of methane, and a very small fraction is in the form of nitrous oxide. Now looking into the detailed emission sources, for Scope 1 emissions, majority of the fuel consumption came from the 5 vehicles of UP Cebu, which were used to transport students and employees between Lahug and SRP campus. And majority of these vehicles used diesel fuel, while a very small fraction used gasoline. Diesel fuel consumption accounts for 80.7%, while diesel fuel consumption accounts for 19.3%. Based on the emissions from purchased electricity, 94% was emitted by Lahug campus, while the remaining 5.1% was emitted by the SRP campus. We can also see in this figure that for both campuses, the highest emission occurs during the months of April and May, which also coincides with the hottest months in Cebu. Meanwhile, the lowest emissions occur during semestral break and Christmas break, which is during the months of June, July, and December. Now looking into Scope 3, which accounts for the bulk of the emissions from UP Cebu, 94% of Scope 3 emissions come from solid waste, while the remaining 6% comes from various sources, including student mobility, employee mobility, wastewater, and the lowest emissions under Scope 3 from official travels. In the case of official travels within and outside Philippines, the emissions were further subdivided according to the type of vehicle used and according to the type of travel. We can see here that the bulk of the emissions come from airplane medium-haul flights, which were actually travels by employees to mainland Luzon, including to cities like Manila and Quezon. Meanwhile, the second highest emissions come from long-haul flights, which are mainly from the attendance of faculties to international conferences overseas. However, if we also look at the travel destination, 64% of the total emissions come from international travels, while 35.4% come from local travels. If per capita emission from mobility is considered, an employee emits an average of 0.9 tons of CO2 equivalent for the entire 2018, while a student emits 2.3 tons of CO2 equivalent on average per capita. This means that emissions from student mobility was more than double the emissions from employees. This figure illustrates the type of transportation that the employees and students used in 2018. It was determined that 45.9% of the employees used public transportation, while 50.8% used private vehicle. The remaining 3% go to UP on foot or by bicycle. Meanwhile, for students, 41.8% use public transportation, 17.9% use private vehicle, while a large fraction also go to the university on foot because majority of the students live nearby. However, they have higher per capita emissions because these student mobility emissions account for their movement at the start of the semester and at the end of the semester. In the case of solid waste, it was determined that UP Cebu was able to generate around 211 tons of garbage for the entire 2018, in which 59.4% is non-biodegradable while 40.6% are biodegradable. All of this waste eventually goes to the municipal landfill. Meanwhile, for the wastewater, UP Cebu contributed to around 16,000 kilograms of total organics in wastewater, which is eventually released into the city sewerage. In the last component of the study, I looked into different scenarios and determined how these scenarios will affect the emission profile. So in 2019, it was projected that emissions will rise by 8.7%. In 2020, it is projected that emissions will rise by 4.9%. However, if UP Cebu reduces its electricity consumption by 10%, it could also lower its emissions by 47.2 tons of CO2 equivalent. Meanwhile, if it reduces its official travel by 10%, it will reduce its emissions by 5.2 tons of CO2. On the other hand, if it reduces its garbage, such as by recycling and reuse, by around 10% of its total, it will be able to reduce the CO2 emissions by around 3,800 tons of CO2. Meanwhile, in a very optimistic scenario, where all of these emission reductions are combined, UP Cebu could reduce its emissions by around 4,000 tons of CO2. To summarize and conclude my presentation, in 2018, UP Cebu emitted a total of 42,500 tons of CO2 equivalent, which is also equal to around 30.6 tons of CO2 per capita. Solid waste accounts for around 91.7% of the total emissions, while fuel consumption accounts for around 0.01%. 1.1% come from electricity consumption and 0.1% came from official travels, while 0.5% come from employee mobility, 6.2% from student mobility, and 0.4% from wastewater. As the university progressed through the transition years, it is projected that emissions will also increase in 2019 and 2020. However, if mitigation strategies are introduced, GHG emissions could also be reduced. Thank you very much for your time and for listening to my presentation. Should you have any questions, feel free to send me an email.
Thank you, Dr. Cortez, for that presentation. And may I invite you to the meeting room for the open forum?
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Ayong aga. Hey, so do you have any question to Dr. Cortez? Ma'am? Dr. Cortez?
Yes, sir.
While waiting, ma'am, for the questions from our participants, we'd like to ask a question. What are the interventions conducted by UP Cebu to reduce its emission since the study was conducted?
Yeah. Honestly, sir, I will present the study next week. So, next week will be the start of the planning of UP Cebu for sustainability in the campus. Yeah. So we are quite behind about this one, sir.
Dr. Cortez. We encourage the participants to, yes, ma'am? Nawala po kayo, ma'am?
Sir, ako yung nawala, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, sir. Medyo unstable yung internet today. Lakas ng ulan dito sa Cebu. Yeah, sir. So, yun. Medyo behind po yung UP Cebu in terms of sustainability practice. So, that's why from next week, we will start planning based on the results of this study.
Thank you, ma'am. So, your study also, ma'am, I think it can also help in the planning under the LUDIP, yung sa mga universities, di ba? The CHED requires the formulation of land use development and infrastructure plan. So, I personally, I think your study could help in the formulation of that plan required by CHED.
Oh, thank you, sir. I didn't know about this one. I will look into this. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Ma'am, there's a question from Cebu Normal University. What can you propose to lower the greenhouse gas of UP Cebu?
Yeah, so actually, because our greatest emission comes from solid waste, ma'am. So we strongly suggest for the recycling and reuse of the waste. However, I already told the administration about this one, but it has come to my knowledge that the UP and maybe most of university waste in Cebu is collected by the municipality waste management system. And even though we recycle and reuse on our end, if the municipality will bring this waste to the landfill, that is still considered 100% emission that will go to landfill. So therefore, if UP wants to reduce that, then maybe we could look into other types of solid waste collection that is maybe not related to the municipality, or maybe we could sell reusables into another third-party companies. Yeah, because that's our greatest emission. And in terms of electricity consumption, maybe we could venture into renewable resources, for example, installation of solar panels in some of the buildings.
Thank you, ma'am. There's another question, ma'am, from Sir Hilario Pong. What is the level of error in the observed data that you conduct?
There are a few assumptions, sir. For example, in calculating for the emission from official travel, the assumption was that only the one type of vehicle was used. So, for example, if the faculty goes to Manila, we only accounted for the emission via the air transport. So that's airplane, and then we did not account into detail. Like, for example, if the faculty left from her residence to the airport, so we were not able to account that, sir, because in UP Cebu's data, they only in the human resource office, actually they only record the destination of the employee, and so it's already beyond our control to go into detail about the very specific route of the person during the official travel. And another possible error could be on the mobility survey, sir, because the mobility survey, we actually did this during the pandemic, and so we got about only 10% response rate from the students. So let's say out of the 1,000 students that we have, we only got 120. But actually, if you look at other studies that were conducted in not only in the Philippines but in other countries, 10% is actually quite high, but still 10% high in terms of the response rate for student mobility. But if we look at 10% comparing to the total university population, this is quite small. Yeah, so that's the possible errors there.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Cortez, for that. Hopefully we could integrate your research in environmental planning in UP Cebu. Again, congratulations, Dr. Isaac Cortez. At this juncture, you're welcome. This juncture would like to present to you a certificate of appreciation So the Environmental Management Bureau, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, and the Philippine Association of Tertiary Educational Institutions, Environmental Protection and Management hereby present the Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Isa Cortez for her oral presentation entitled Accounting of Greenhouse Gas Emission at the Sectoral Level, a case study in University of the Philippines, Cebu, through the National Educators Assembly with the theme, Lead the Change, Building Back Higher Education for the Sustainable Future, held on November 24, 2021 at 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. via virtual platform. Given this 24th day of November 2021, signed Engineer William P. Cuñado, Director of EMB, and Dr. Maria Antonia N. Panchuling, President, PATLEPAM. Again, congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you
Thank
very
you po sa
much.
lahat.
Thank you very much. Now proceed to the next presentation entitled The Development and Validation of Green Teacher Education Program by Dr. Denmark Yongson of the Philippine Normal University, Visayas. Sir.
Greetings of the day. I am Denmark L. Jonsson, and I am the Executive Director and Provost of Philippine Normal University, Visayas. And on behalf of my co-authors, I will be presenting to you the journey of our campus towards the development and validation of our green teacher education curriculum. According to the World Population Clock, the population of the Earth as of 2021 is at least 7.7 billion people. And these are people alone. I believe that as of this time, the Earth is still the only known planet that harbors and supports life not only of humans, but of other living things as well. However, due to our continuous pursuit for comfortable quality of life, survival, and advancement, we might be the cause of the demise of our own planet. Deforestation, loss of biodiversity, overpopulation, improper waste disposal, pollution, and climate change are just some of the environmental issues confronting our planet. In fact, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or the IPCC, forecast a temperature rise of 2.5 to 10 degrees Fahrenheit over the next century, and some of the activities contributing to climate change is done by human beings like us. And if not mitigated, it will accelerate significantly and worsen our climate situation. One of the solutions that campus see is education. Education that would create responsible transformative actions towards our planet. Philippine Normal University Visayas is a teacher training institution, and having said that, we are producing teachers who will be teaching our children and our children's children. And so, whatever they will be teaching today will have an impact in the future. Hence, together with the designation of the campus as the hub for environment and green technology education, is the responsibility of raising pre-service teachers who will be environmental champions. This premise leads to the initiative of the campus, and with the assistance of the Commission on Higher Education, Institutional Development and the Innovation Grant, or the CHEDEDIG, to develop a green teacher education curriculum. The objective of the project was to strengthen the role of the campus as the EGTE hub, and it specifically aims to develop and validate a green teacher education curriculum. The question now is how PNU Visayas will do that. The schematic diagram that follows will show to you how PNU Visayas planned to do it. At the center of the diagram is the campus. As the campus gears towards strengthening its curriculum, it is imperative to assess the current state of its instruction, research, extension, and production. Similarly, it needs to evaluate the readiness of its faculty, facilities, laboratories, and other human resources. Equally important are the voices of its internal and external stakeholders, such as experts in the field, government organizations, people organizations, non-government organizations, and the most essential, the students. And considering all these factors, we can now say that, well, we are ready to have a green teacher education curriculum. As a matter of methods, the campus employed a procedural approach in the development and validation of the curriculum. It followed a 5-step approach, which commenced in planning and designing and proceed to the validating and redesigning before it is submitted for approval. Each step involves an array of activities. For instance, the planning stage involves a conduct of series of activities such as SWOT, analysis, which involves all the faculty and staff of the campus, roundtable discussions, which includes local and international stakeholders, benchmarking and research activities were also done by selected campus officials and faculty. And a framework formulation was conducted to provide the faculty and staff prior knowledge on how curriculum development is being done. Submission of all technical reports and researches serves as the corpus of content used in the designing phase. The designing of the curriculum includes write-ups for the hub and curriculum, greening and auditing the existing outcomes-based teacher education curriculum, creating new elective and certificate courses responsive to the hub, and reviewing the outputs of the previous workshops and write-ups. The validation phase was characterized by a series of validation, starting with the internal validation of the faculty and staff, expert validation by the invited consultants who are expert in the field of environmental education, and national validation, which involves the invited participants from the roundtable discussions. A redesigning phase or stage follows, which was characterized by the enhancement of the syllabus and revisiting the EGTI program offerings, considering the suggestions gathered from the validation phase. Finally, when everything is ready, the proposed curriculum was forwarded to the Board of Regents for approval. May I now present to you the salient findings of the activities and procedures conducted. Based on the SWOT analysis, the campus needs to enhance its fourfold function, namely instruction, research, extension, and production. Similarly, it was found out that the faculty and staff need further capacity building and training in terms of integrating and delivering EGTI concepts. Likewise, its facilities and laboratories needs upgrading to respond to the needs and demands of GTEC. As a feedback from the series of roundtable discussions, it was unanimously suggested that the campus should have a niche in the region as an EGTE. It should have a definitive role in terms of EGTE delivery in the region, and that environment and green technology education should be defined well. The benchmarking visits and research studies had provided an abundant amount of information, which had contributed in the development of the hub and curriculum frameworks, as well as the content in the EGTI certificates and diploma courses. It became a source of green practices in curricular and co-curricular activities, as well as institutional culture of an environmentally responsive institution. The series of workshops lead to the development of the hub and curriculum framework, which defines the role of PNU Visayas as an EGTI hub. The said frameworks responded to the suggestions of the stakeholders in defining the role of PNU Visayas as an EGTI hub. And let me show to you the framework. The developed hub framework describes the role of PNU Visayas in terms of instruction, research, extension, and production. It also describes its function in terms of leadership and governance, organizational culture, human resource training and development, and facilities and infrastructure, considering the global, national, regional, and local context. On the other hand, the hub framework showed the enhancement of the outcomes-based curriculum of the university, or the object of the university, which is still at the center of the framework. And this is surrounded by the different goals and laws which supports the production of quality graduates in the field of teacher education. By the way, this is already the curriculum framework. Ultimately, the project led to the development of 6 EGTI courses for the certificate and later diploma programs, and 2 elective courses designed specifically for the hubs. The frameworks and the courses were subjected to the 3-phased validation, which was done by the faculty, the experts, and the stakeholders, as mentioned in the discussion from the previous slides. The suggestions were then visited and evaluated as to its applicability in the direction of the campus as an EGTI hub. Finally, the full technical report was submitted to the Board of Regents and was fortunately approved in April 2019 through BOR Resolution Number U-2947. And I have here a copy of it as a reference. To conclude, well, the development and validation of that curriculum was a tedious process which involves careful planning, designing, validating, and redesigning until it is being approved. It requires a series of workshops and consultations to cover all aspects of the curriculum, as well as to cater to the insights of our internal and external stakeholders. The Green Teacher Education curriculum of the campus is expected to fulfill its designation as an EGTI hub and to address the gaps between expectation and reality in terms of environmental education. It is hoped that the EGTI courses will create a positive change in the behavior of pre-service teachers and other interested professionals. It is intended to produce graduates who are champions of environmental conservation, protection, and rehabilitation. And with that, I will end my presentation saying thank you very much for your attention. Let us continue to educate, advocate, and act for the environment. Thank you and have a nice day, everyone. God bless.
Thank you very much, Dr. Denmark Johnson from the Philippine Normal University, Visayas. For the open forum, we'd like to welcome Dr. Gliceria Garancho, also from the Philippine Normal University, Visayas. So to our dear participants, good morning, ma'am. Do you have any question to the presentation? And they will be answered by Dr. Garancho. May question po ba? Ma'am? Doc, di 2019 po siya na-approve ng BO, ng Board of Regents?
Yes po.
So na-implement na po siya ngayon, ma'am?
We forward after our Board of Regents has approved this. There are some comments as to we would be forwarding this to the CHED National Office. And we already have done that. In fact, our DEGTE and SEGTE, our DEGTE and DTEGTE diploma courses will be offered first term of 2022.
So next year
then,
pa.
Yes, sir. And then we also have presented this to our provincial and local government units. And There are already cohorts for this. And
Yes,
at the
ma'am.
same time, this would be offered next school year.
Opo.
In terms of our electives, special electives, we already offered this in our undergrad.
Ma'am, there's a question. What are the major issues or challenges encountered by the researchers in conducting the study? And also, di pa naman na, pan naman siya, no? It is incongruent with 95 RA 9512, the environmental education. But the question is, ano po ba yung mga challenges nyo during the conduct of this research?
This has gone through a lot of phases. In terms of the planning, we had done benchmarking activities. We have done also have done SWOT analysis, and then we also have done a consultation with the stakeholders. In terms of the challenges, how we have organized and we have likewise made some changes on the themes as well as on the issues and concerns, likewise also on the legal basis of implementing the themes and the issues which we have incorporated in our curriculum. At the same time, when we have these roundtable discussions, there are also some issues and concerns in which the invited industries and then agencies like the CHED as well as the NEDA have also done some items, and then we need to incorporate them. We also have invited the DepEd, since our stakeholders in terms of our pre-service as well as the teachers would be the DepEd. So this curriculum would also integrate how we're going to teach environmental education issues in the basic ed as indicated in RA 9512.
Thank you, ma'am. There's another question from Visayas. What innovations will be introduced by PNU Visayas being an EdTech hub?
In terms of apart from the curriculum, that's one, the GTEC, or what we call as the Green Teacher Education Curriculum. We are the only university which is true to our mandate of teacher or training teachers, and we are not that comprehensive na university, so we focus on training students to be future educators. And what we have done in terms of the GTEC or the Green Teacher Education Curriculum is to integrate in our the lessons as well as in on how our teachers would integrate issues and concerns as well as protection and conservation of our environment, incorporating them across the disciplines. So parang naka-ano na siya kung saan i-integrate yung environmental education even in Filipino or English or even in PE. And we train our students for that.
Okay, ma'am, thank you very much, ma'am. Congratulations to this initiative and good luck to your efforts to enhance environmental education, not only in Visayas and in other parts of our country. Again, congratulations, ma'am. At this time, I'd like to present with you ma'am, the secretariat will send to you the third question, and please find time to answer.
Yes, sir.
Yung may pahabol pa po na question.
Yes,
at this time, we'd like to appreciation from the DNR. The certificate is awarded to Dr. Denmark Johnson as the presenter during the National Educators Assembly with the theme lead the change, building back higher education for a sustainable future. Again, congratulations, ma'am, and to your team.
Thank you po. Thank you for the
Thank you,
opportunity.
ma'am. Thank you. Now we proceed to the next presentation for today, entitled Refined Concrete Jungle, Improving Waste Management Through Urban Gardening in Quezon City, to be presented to us by Ms. Kyle Dana Siebergam of the University of Santo Tomas.
Good day, everyone. I am Sarah Agatha May Ocampo.
And I am Kyle Dana Vergara
from the University of Santo Tomas, and we are here to present our paper entitled Refined Concrete Jungle, Improving Waste Management Through Urban Gardening in Quezon City.
Poor urban and public planning creates a web of problems that endanger the quality of life in the city. Excessive waste production is among the many issues that urban areas face, particularly in the Philippines. While eco-friendly initiatives are promoted in the country, solid waste management ordinances implemented in urban areas are still not enough to lessen and manage waste production. Even with this in place, local government units still have a hard time managing solid waste disposal due to the lack of budget, space, and sanitation. Solid waste management schemes can still be improved with proper urban planning through well-structured public planning and policy, and exploring other practices that will aid its improvement. With that, this qualitative research focuses on assessing the viability of Quezon City's urban gardens to enhance the city's solid waste management scheme. It suggests that the effectiveness and efficiency of waste management practices can still be improved with the help of urban gardening, but only possible with proper planning, implementation, and execution. Therefore, participation of the public is vital in the realization of its success through working together as a community to establish and maintain urban gardens as a way to help with solid waste management schemes. Urban gardening does not only address the problem in solid waste management, but also provides communal gains in aspects of livelihood, social interaction, and food security, among many things. This means that it can improve the quality of life of residents and ensure cleanliness in neighborhoods at the same time.
For the methods, we used a qualitative approach and exploratory method to bridge the gap between the lack of studies about urban gardening in the country, problems caused by poor urban planning, and the waste management scheme of QC. The researchers used phenomenology and collected details of experiences, perceptions, and thoughts of the participants about urban gardening, solid waste management, urban planning, and the performance of the LGU in addressing the mentioned variables. Due to restrictions caused by the global pandemic, the data was extracted through a semi-structured online interview. The study also included reports, studies, and public documents to validate the data from the participants. As part of the success of the research, the researchers followed ethical considerations all throughout the data gathering procedure. This study used the criterion and snowball sampling technique to have a selection suited for this study. Thematic analysis and triangulation of data was also used to keep track of the credibility applied in the analytic process. Finally, the researchers selected the locality of Quezon City to be the center of research, since it is the first city in Metro Manila that has its own long-term sustainable waste management plan.
Our first variable is urban agriculture and urban gardening. The practice of urban gardening was a response to the problem of food insecurity during the occurrence of wars in the 20th century, especially during World War II, as stated by Kodair, Fraser, and Landman in 2015, and it is defined as the practice of growing and cultivating plants in an urban setting. The lack of local research concerning this practice may have contributed to why it has not gained prominence in the country, even though there are a lot of zero waste and eco-friendly initiatives that became popular in the past. In relation to the advantages that it offers, there are countries that are able to apply the practice of urban gardening in improving the quality of life in their respective cities and communities. In the United States of America, urban gardens, specifically community gardens, are established to address the decline in green spaces and as a source of fresh organic food. On the other hand, Malaysia aims to transform the country into a garden nation, which focuses on increasing awareness on environmental protection and striking a balance between urban development and the natural environment through their national landscape policy. In the Philippines, Mayor Joy Belmonte's Joy of Urban Farming is one of the most notable urban gardening initiatives.
Most of the urban gardens established under this project are situated in public schools and health centers, wherein students, teachers, parents, and staff are the primary actors who oversee established urban gardens and benefit from them as well. Moreover, updated programs are still being incorporated up to this day to strengthen the advocacy of promoting urban gardening and encouraging households to participate in it. Moving on to urban planning and public planning, according to Panagopoulos, Duque, and Dan, urban planning aims to maximize land use for the people and it must be sustainable and economically viable. An effective urban plan considers the well-being of its residents, which makes it socially justifiable, sustainable, and well-managed. It is a process dedicated to developing and maximizing land use for the purposes it may serve. Traditional urban planning favors economic growth or the market economy more than ecological sustainability. Quezon City resembles the quality of a traditional urban plan, which makes it a concrete jungle or an urbanized area with a hostile environment and characterized by lack of green spaces. The significance of public engagement in the planning process gathers support for policy changes they wish to advocate or push forward. Their inclusion in the planning process can support the idea of providing a better livable city that fits with the needs of the people. The local government of Quezon City aims to achieve a greener and cleaner city, which they tend to do by prioritizing and promoting projects and programs that focus on sustainable practices. With its aim to encourage public participation by focusing on neighborhood associations and organizations, factors that may lead to a conflict may be settled through the policymaking and public planning process.
Next, urban food security and waste management. Food security is defined as having physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, clean, and healthy food that suits a person's food preferences and dietary needs at all times. On the other hand, the issue in the Philippines that is being experienced in the urban and rural areas is food insecurity, which is the unavailability and lack of access to safe and nutritious food. Easy access to safe and healthy food should be experienced by anyone and everyone. Another issue that needs to be addressed is waste management. Ways on how to address these problems vary depending on the country. These two issues can be addressed hand in hand. Solid waste management is the collecting, treating, and disposing of solid material once it has already served its purpose. The waste being collected from the houses and establishments usually go to landfills. The issue with food security and waste management can be mitigated with urban gardening practices. Urban gardening can help with both food security and waste management because it not only makes use of segregated waste products as fertilizers and compost, but it also produces food that is both safe and nutritious. Next, communal gains. Urban gardens affect community well-being by contributing to the health and social environment. Urban planning and sustainable urban development are linked, and both aim to provide a well-suited livable city for the people. The development of an urbanized area into a more ecological and more sustainable direction benefits the people living in and around it. Better urban planning of a city boosts the social, health, and economic aspects of the individuals and their families. With the appropriate urban plan dedicated to the needs of a community, it will both foster the culture and preserve the history of the place. Furthermore, urban planning helps with the correct treatment of the place and the people. Different cities have different needs, therefore each urban plan is unique. In line with this, sustainable urban development does not only meet the demand of the current generation, but it also aims for intergenerational equity. The need for upright policy and its implementation, residents' participation, and overall management and maintenance of the place is vital in achieving sustainable urban development. These benefits should be considered in public planning and policy making in order to direct the process towards achieving such social and economic benefits. Next, for the results and discussion, this study shows that the local government and different national agencies' initiatives and assistance facilitates the growth and success of urban gardens. The different perceptions, thoughts, and opinions of the residents towards urban gardens, solid waste management, and the role of the government and agencies in these projects contribute to the improvement of the project. There were challenges in the said projects that only the residents or the benefactors could experience. Thus, this helps with the effectiveness of government and different agencies' assistance on the urban gardening and solid waste management projects. The local government of Quezon City, with the help of different national agencies and divisions, established urban gardens in different areas of the city for a common purpose of improving the quality of life in the vicinity. The urban gardens in Quezon City differed in types and characteristics, but it all yielded positive results. Although there were challenges in establishing these urban gardens, the participation and the assistance of the concerned national agencies and the local government helped maintain and improve the initiative. The residents are encouraged to participate in urban gardening practices by DA, BPI, and the LGU through lectures, seminars, training, and distribution of free starter kits that contain seeds and other gardening materials that help them build and maintain their own urban gardens at the comfort of their homes and institutions. Aside from the Joy of Urban Farming program, this initiative gained a foothold in public schools in Quezon City, and it was called Gulayan sa Paaralan. It later expanded to the homes of the residents, which is then called Gulayan sa Tahanan. Although it came in later, Gulayan sa Tahanan accumulated more participants and further interest from the residents, especially during the pandemic. The level of participation in creating and maintaining urban gardens increased with the help of the various departments to expand their programs and ensure that the residents are knowledgeable about the initiative that they are promoting.
This study also suggests that the level of public participation in urban gardening and solid waste management was relatively average pre-pandemic, even with incentives, but increased during the pandemic. As vital stakeholders in the city's future, public participation greatly affects the direction of urban gardening and solid waste management ventures organized by the local government unit and partner departments. The expansion of urban areas and the rise in population have led to a scarcity of lands and caused the establishment of new landfills to become difficult. The condition before the pandemic hit the country allowed for more mobility among people to go about their daily activities and ensure food on the table. Unexpected hindrances to routines are less likely to occur, which means that families are somehow able to cope with the daily challenges in life. However, the occurrence of the pandemic brought many uncertainties, which forced families to maximize any opportunity to provide for their needs. Due to the restrictions that it caused to the mobility of the people and its drastic implication in the economy, residents develop an interest in urban gardening and have been innovative in their methods as well. Moreover, lack of interest and participation during pre-pandemic years can also be traced from the availability of resources and relatively stable income of households. Thus, it can be argued that economic instability is a major factor that contributed to the rise in the level of participation in urban gardening initiatives in Quezon City. This also led to a shift in perception on urban gardening among residents.
This study also showed that residents share the same knowledge concerning communal gains with members of the LGU and agencies involved. All the involved in the urban gardening projects and solid waste management projects and practices in Quezon City agree on the various benefits that can be acquired from the said initiative. The residents participate not only through cultivating the urban gardens in their community, but they also participate when they formulate recommendations through their knowledge on communal gains and challenges on urban gardening. Their first-hand experiences on growing gardens and farms in the city contribute to the planning and efforts for improvement of the projects. Some of the benefits mentioned by the participants are economic, social, environmental, and health benefits. Economic benefits usually come in the form of profit from harvested goods and from employment, while social benefits are observed in the increased camaraderie among residents. And lastly, expansion of green spaces and reduction of wastes are to be categorized under environmental ones. As mentioned earlier, the Gulayan sa Tahanan project expanded during the pandemic, and this encouraged households to participate more in greening activities and initiatives in their respective barangays. Lastly, environmental benefits reflect in the form of an increase in the number of green spaces in the city and a decrease in pollution. Additionally, this also helps the city to become self-sustaining as it decreases the need to source produce from the provinces outside the city. Furthermore, they also mentioned the significance of urban gardening in the overall well-being of the residents. Aside from ensuring food security and improving the health of the residents by eating freshly picked fruits and vegetables, it also provides benefits for the mental health of individuals. Moreover, urban gardening and solid waste management are linked since both practices aid in developing and planning a sustainable city. Waste that are supposed to go in dump sites and landfills are now redirected to urban gardens. In turn, this lessens the costs of the government that go directly to waste collection, treatment, and disposal.
Lastly, this study states that urban gardening aids the solid waste management of Quezon City in the household and barangay level. One of the biggest challenges that hinder the strengthening of urban gardening initiatives in the country, uncovered in this study, is the lack of harmony among implementing government agencies when it comes to urban gardening programs. As mentioned by most of the respondents, a change in the administration entails changes in the plans and projects in place. This meant that there is little to no continuity on what was started by the previous administration. As a result, the lack of synchronization among these offices increases the cost to promote and execute urban gardening programs. The above-mentioned concerns reflect how urban gardening initiatives are implemented in Quezon City. Mayor Joy Belmonte's Joy of Urban Farming program operates differently from the Gulayan sa Paaralan and Gulayan sa Tahanan being promoted by the DA and DPI, even though both offices aim for the same goal, which is to strengthen urban agriculture in the city. As a result, the intended outcome and benefits are not maximized to their full potential, especially on other aspects of urban planning, such as solid waste management. It can be observed that urban gardening aids solid waste management in the barangay level more, since its practices is focused on households and schools. Consequently, its benefits are more observable in this scale compared to the city level. Moreover, this study finds that political will plays an important role in pushing forward the promotion and practice of urban gardening in Quezon City. While the local government includes the expansion of urban gardening in their plans to achieve a greener and cleaner city, very little is done to strengthen its implementation at both city and barangay levels. There is more success in the barangay level compared to the city level, since institutions are supported by national agencies and this yield results that are more observable in households and communities. In conclusion, this study and the researchers suggest further improvement in the planning and implementation process at the barangay and city levels to strengthen efforts in mitigating excessive waste production in Quezon City, and a review of RA 9003 that encompasses solid waste management schemes implemented across the country.
Thank you for listening. Once again, this has been Mr. Louis Benedict or Ignacio, PhD, Ms. Kyle Dana C. Vergara, and yours truly, Sarah Agatha Q. Ocampo from the University of Santo Tomas.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kyle Dana C. Vergara and Ms. Sarah Agata Ocampo for that presentation. And may I invite both of you to the room for our open forum. Ma'am. Hi, Ms. Sarah and Ms. Kyle.
Hello,
Now going to entertain questions from our participants. So, yan, interesting lang, no, concrete jungle. I remember the statement of the late Odette Alcantara. Sabi niya, mga taga-cities daw ay utak semento. So, I just remember that. No? But, Secretariat, can you please unmute our presenters?
May I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you so much for your presentation. I'd like to have a follow-up question regarding your conclusion, a recommendation to. I agree that barangays should have more participation, or if we really want to solve these problems, it should be at the barangay level. Would you have suggestions on how to do this?
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you for that question. Well, this is still an ongoing research po. In our conclusions and recommendation, we have suggested that a more holistic approach or a whole society approach can be utilized to improve coordination between the local government and in the barangay levels.
Okay, thank you.
Sir Ivan Cabanyal of EMB 11 is also raising his hand. Thank you, Ma'am Tonette, for that question. Sir Ivan?
Hello, good morning. I would just like to ask po if have you included in your study the relativity of household space uh, to the type of urban gardening na gagamitin?
Yes, we actually incorporated the spatial problems for the household and institutions, and actually the residents and the involved people in managing urban gardens have made uh, a solution for this problem, for this spatial problem, since there's lack of spaces in urban areas. So they tried doing it for small spaces like wall gardening uh and hanging gardens. So I actually this was mentioned. This was a challenge for the people involved in urban gardening and solid waste management practices. But as they have gathered the benefits of this urban garden, they have uh, made a way to make it work for their small spaces. I hope that answered your question.
Okay, sir. I thank you very much, ma'am, for that presentation. So hopefully we could improve the implementation of RA 9003 for in support to the SDG on sustainable production. Thank you thank you very much to all of you. At this juncture, we'd like to present the certificate of appreciation from the DNR and PATLEPAM. So please accept this appreciation from the DNR and PATLEPAM. Again, congratulations to Ms. Kyle Dana C. Vergara and Ms. Sara Agata Ocampo. Before we proceed to the next presentation, I would like to remind the participants to please fill up the attendance form. So yung link po ay nasa ating chat box. May cut-off po, you should fill up the form until 11 o'clock this morning. Thank you very much. We now proceed to the next presentation entitled Teaching Laudato Si and Ecological Education to College Students by Dr. Roel Rito Enceno of the De La Salle College of San Benil. Sir.
Good day, everyone. The title of my paper is Teaching Laudato Si and Ecological Education to College Students. This presentation is composed of the following parts: Introduction, Laudato Si, Methodology or Framework, Ecological Education, Themes of Laudato Si that can be integrated in college courses, and conclusion. The present state of the world is very dismal. There is a so-called environmental violence, which does not only refer to pollution and destruction of the environs we human beings and other creatures dwell in, but it also refers to the socio-economic and socio-political collapse of countries and nations, affecting hundreds of millions. Of recent, this violence also refers to the virulent contagion COVID-19 that has stricken more than 233 million and has taken the lives of almost 5 million people. Not mentioning the humongous losses to economies and businesses all over the world. According to Marc Antonio, 2021, no doubt pollution production is a fact of the human situation, such that literally millions of people are directly harmed and many more indirectly, causing more than 8 million deaths annually. The direct and indirect harm experienced by humans due to toxic and non-toxic pollutants put into a local and concurrently the global ecosystem through human activities and processes is indeed unimaginable and nightmarish in all aspects. According to Lava 2020, the rising cry of the earth and the cry of the poor makes this a critical moment of concern in the history of the planet. The prevailing profit-driven models of mass production, consumption, and development disproportionately affect the poor and vulnerable, making them the first to bear the brunt of environmental problems. The poor are always at the receiving end of the effects of the choices and actions of the rich, famous, and powerful. According to Robinson 2020, environmental violence is responsible for alternative roots of the so-called eco-social crisis, a crisis that manifests in broken relationships among human beings, between human and more than human beings, and between human beings and the divine. All the things gone bad in the world continuously violate what is good and right in creation, our common home. Laudato Si, on care for our common home, is the second encyclical of Pope Francis, published last May 24, 2015, which touches upon key principles of Catholic social thought, primarily stewardship or care for the environment. When one reads the encyclical, one can sense and feel the urgency in the words of the Pope. The Pope is addressing this encyclical to all races, creeds, and backgrounds, because the act or work for the care of creation cannot be delayed nor sidetracked any longer. It cannot be done by only a few. All of us are responsible. There's a need to act, and not just act, but to act fast before it is too late. According to Hernandez 2020, Laudato Si clearly demonstrates the Church's appropriation of liberation theology, philosophical framework. And since liberation theology is radical and progressive, this approach is seen as a new direction of the Church concerning climate change and advocacy for creation and the environment. The framework that was used for this research was along the lines of doing theology, the See Discern Act process of social analysis according to the guidelines of the Catholic social teachings. When we say seeing, it is about grounding oneself in the lived experience of others, as well as taking a hard look at oneself or where one stands and communes. It can also include resources that is available to oneself, whether it be print, electronic, or even through social media. It asks the question, what is happening? The word discerning is about taking the time to interrogate and scrutinize our values, belief systems, behavior, and the resources or materials we have received, as well as striving to understand how the various systems and structures of our society affects others. It seeks to ask the question, why is it happening? But since this is a theological and religious discourse, we have to use the lenses of faith for our purposes. What does it mean through the lenses of faith? Finally, when we say acting, we ask the question, how should we respond? We must act not just individually, but also collectively. Indeed, we must think things differently and do things differently compared to what we are so used to in the past. Then we go back to seeing. This is a continuous cycle, seeing, discerning, acting. What is ecological education? Ecological education is basically an education that promotes the environment. Ecological education speaks of the following. Life is a gift from God, which is to be protected and nurtured. Good education plants seeds when we are young, and these continue to bear fruit throughout life. The importance of the family. There is a stress on the crucial role of the human family, which is a place where life is begotten and where life is seen as a gift from God, the Creator. The family has to be welcomed and protected against the many attacks to which it is exposed today, so that it can develop and flourish in accordance with what constitutes authentic human development. According to Pope Francis, ecological education should be instilled in both young and old, for it leads to a profound reality, the relationship between human life and the moral law, which is inscribed in our nature and is necessary for the creation of a more dignified environment. I propose these three themes from Laudato Si that can be integrated in college courses: a need for paradigm shift, integrated and holistic ecology, and ecological conversion towards ecological spirituality. According to Barber, 2020, to minimize the belief that humans are separate from nature, a new model of ecological citizenship is needed that views and appreciates familiar and mundane spaces as worthy of environmental protection. This new paradigm recognizes the interdependence of humans, the earth, and other species. That there is a need to overcome the current technocratic paradigm and the throwaway culture by adhering to new values and ways of doing things. Take, for example, the promotion of the three R's: reduce, reuse, and recycle. Integral and holistic ecology. The encyclical draws or dares to speak that there is both a need to act individually and collectively, which is a holistic way of seeing this advocacy and stewardship of creation. Indeed, there's a loving awareness that we are not disconnected from the rest of creatures, but are joined in a splendid universal communion. Everything is important, and everything has to be given due concern and attention. From the environment around us, our God-given natural resources, to the poor begging on the streets, the precious unborn in the womb, or even the incorrigible drug addict. All of them are part of creation. If we destroy creation, creation will destroy us, according to Pope Francis. Thus, the advocacy for the environment, and which definitely includes all of life, and that which has life is not something that can be taken lightly, not even a second priority in policy making, but it has to be given much weight and importance, as equally important as justice, peace, and order. All ingredients for individual and collective flourishing and development. According to Hostetter, 2017, the education of young and old alike will hopefully lead toward a type of ecological conversion, which is a conversion tied to ecological spirituality. Ecological conversion involves seeing the environment anew as a living of creation, a gift of God, not as a mere resource that can be misused and abused. For the conclusion, ecological education should indeed be part of not just tertiary education, but even of education in general, that is, across all levels. It should not just be confined to formal schooling, but even to what we call lifelong learning. It should definitely start in the confines of the family home, where everything good starts from and develops. Other than learning what can be done to preserve the environment, like sustainability projects and initiatives, there's equally a need to unlearn things that are destructive to the environment, cultural and human relations. We also have to reconsider our thoughts about the church and even religion, her influence and impetus in a better light, because whether we like it or not, we are all in this together. The fight against climate change and destruction of the environment and natural resources should not be a lonely fight. Through our individual and collective efforts, we can succeed. We should all vie for an integral and holistic ecology that promotes ecological conversion and the spirituality of taking care of the environment and that of creation as a whole. It is high time to take the higher road of not just focusing on what we should do and how we should do it, but to very much consider the why of things and to go beyond the here and the now. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Seno, for that presentation, and may we invite you to the floor for the open forum. Good morning, sir.
Good morning po. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Good morning, everyone.
You have any questions to Dr. Seno? No, it's good to note, sir, that we need to incorporate the teachings of Laudato Si to the curriculum, and of course to enhance and gather more people to care for our common home. No? So our participants, do you have any other question to Dr. Seno? So what is the progress, sir, of that integration of your research to education to college students now?
Yes, sir. At least prior to the pandemic, we were able to integrate certain activities. For example, in our courses, like I was teaching a theology class on creation and the Bible. There were times that we had tree planting activity, but this was prior to the pandemic. And there were coastal cleanups we had outside Metro Manila where we took our students for a day, for example. So, and I think it's not just collective, but it can also be somewhat individual activities that are, or behavior of students that can be addressed. So it can be, for example, for example, finishing your food and taking care of how you throw your waste, for example. So, but we need to recalibrate, of course, during the pandemic, how we can further further help or assist, or at least to insert these themes, for example, in our many courses. So it's not just for our subjects in college, but I think I hope all the participants can also decide to read Laudato Si and maybe be inspired. Apparently, it's like a philosophy of the environment that also may very much help us in our advocacies and how we lobby for the environment.
Yeah, that's correct, sir. So the teachings of Laudato Si should not only be incorporated in the in school, but also in our life itself. So dapat na innate na sa atin yung teachings diyan, because we are caring for our common home. Again, thank you very much, Dr. Seno. I think wala pong question na iba. Okay, thank you, sir, for that. And at this time, we'd like to award this certificate appreciation to Dr. Ruel Rito and Seno, a faculty member of the De La Salle College of St. Benil, for as presenter during the PATLEPAM General Assembly. His presentation is Teaching Laudato Si in Ecological Education to College Students. Again, congratulations to you, sir, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
We now proceed to the next presentation entitled Hazardous Chemical Waste Management in STEM Academic Laboratories of Baguio City, Challenges and Intervention Scheme, to be presented to us by Mr. Francisco L. Soriano of the Philippine Science High School, CAR Campus. Sir.
Good day, everyone. I am Francisco Soriano Jr., a science research specialist from the Philippine Science High School CAR Campus. Today, I will share to you our paper with the title, Hazardous Chemical Waste Management in STEM Academic Laboratories of Baguio City, Challenges and Intervention Scheme. Hazardous chemical wastes are a normal part of academic laboratories. But when hazardous chemicals are unsafely disposed, they pose significant risks for both the environment and the human health. As of 2018, the Department of Education listed 35 high schools offering STEM programs in the Cordillera Administrative Region. Also, the 2021 Hazardous Wastes Registry from the DENR EMB CAR shows that educational institutions mostly generate toxic, corrosive, ignitable, reactive wastes, and even pathological wastes. Due to the increasing hazardous waste generation in the country, the need to set up a comprehensive program for the proper management of hazardous chemical wastes in each academic laboratory is encouraged. Hazardous wastes are managed safely from the generation to disposal using the cradle-to-grave approach. With the concerns and problems discussed, this research primarily identified the significant challenges affecting the establishment of sound hazardous chemical waste management in high school STEM academic laboratories arising from the following aspects. First is the accessibility of an information, education, and communication material on hazardous chemical waste management. Second is the establishment of protocols in managing hazardous chemical wastes. Third is funding, and fourth is capacity building. The methodology includes the utilization of a descriptive quantitative approach, where a researcher-made questionnaire was administered to all science professionals of the 6 participating STEM high schools in Baguio City. Moving forward, the research revealed the following significant challenges in the implementation of a sound hazardous chemical waste management. And the first on the list is the significant challenge in the accessibility of information, education, and communication materials on hazardous chemical waste management. Second, the significant challenges in protocols establishment in managing hazardous chemical waste are: first, the establishment of an approved internal laboratory chemical waste management plan. Second is the availability of containers and storage facilities for hazardous chemical wastes. Third is the designation of a pollution control officer. Fourth is the generation, disposal, and reporting of chemical wastes monitoring. And lastly, the availment of the limited number of DANR accredited collectors and transporters. There are also significant challenges in funding, and they are: number one, the allocation of budget for the registration of hazardous waste generator identification, or DANR ID. Second is the allocation of budget for the disposal, reporting, and monitoring of hazardous chemical wastes. And third is the allocation of budget for the training of employees involved in chemical waste management. The significant challenges in the capacity building are as follows. Number one is the training on basic occupational safety and health, or BOSH. Number two is the basic training course for pollution control officer, or PCO. And number three is the training on chemical safety, environmental monitoring, and management. Finally, to address the challenge in the accessibility to IEC materials, we have developed, validated, and copyrighted an IEC material with a title, Hazardous Chemical Wastes Management, a resource guide for academic laboratories. The trifold IEC material displays the 10 recommendations for the management of hazardous chemical wastes, 3 for the funding and capacity building, and 8 for the chemical wastes minimization and pollution prevention. The 10 recommendations for the management of hazardous chemical wastes are: Number 1, establish a written and approved laboratory hazardous waste management plan. Number 2, use appropriate personal protective equipment or PPE when handling and disposing hazardous wastes. Number 3, appoint a pollution control officer. Number 4, provide appropriate and properly labeled bottles and containers for specific chemical wastes disposal. Number 5, designate an appropriate storage facility for the collected hazardous chemical wastes. Number 6, properly facilitate the removal of unused and expired laboratory reagents from the school through collecting agencies. Number 7, prepare a semi-annually inventory report of the hazardous wastes stored in the laboratory. Number 8, label all hazardous wastes containers. Number 9, hire licensed hazardous waste collectors and transporters for accumulated chemicals. And number 10, schedule the transportation of stored chemical wastes as needed based on urgency or concerns. The proposed funding and capacity building recommendations are as follows. Number 1, allot a budget for chemical handling and disposal. Number 2, allocate procurement budget of personal protective equipment or PPE to be used in handling and disposing hazardous wastes. And number 3, provide an annual budget for staff training related to chemical safety, environmental management, and monitoring. Finally, for the chemical wastes minimization and pollution prevention, the 8 recommendations are: number 1, purchase chemicals in the smallest possible quantity needed. Number 2, use safer chemical replacements or alternatives such as chemicals that have been reported as less hazardous or toxic. Number 3, use microscale experiments by performing chemical experiments using smaller quantities of chemicals. Number 4, consider detoxification or waste neutralization steps. Number 5, use interactive instructional tools and demonstration videos instead of experiments that generate large amount of chemical wastes. Number 6, perform demonstration in classroom. Number 7, use pre-weighed or pre-measured chemical boxes to reduce the bulk of chemical disposal problems without excess chemical remains. And lastly, recycle or reuse chemical substances such as solvents used in phytochemical extraction. Let us all continue promoting a greener and safer environment by safely managing our hazardous chemical wastes. Dahil sabi nga po ng DENR, tayo ang kalikasan, tayo rin ang solusyon. These are some of the most important references for this presentation. Please feel free to send me an email if you want to receive a copy of the copyrighted IEC material. On behalf of my co-author, Dr. Luisita Eli, and the Philippine Science High School, Car Campus, thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Sir Soriano, for that presentation. So, my comment po, sir, may we invite you to the meeting room for the open forum.
Good morning,
there's
sir.
a comment. Yes, sir. There's a comment, sir. Sabi ko, the appointed PCO should seek accreditation from the concerned EMB office. No? So, tama po yun, sir, according to DAO 2014. No? So, kailangan pong ma-credit. No? So, in your school, sir, may accredited na po na PCO.
Okay, sir.
Good morning po sa lahat. Actually po
Morning,
yung
sir.
comment, yes po, yung comment po ni Ma'am kanina, ang amin pong pollution control officer ay already accredited po ng EMB dito sa CAR. So we don't have any problem with the accreditation po. And yun po, mayroon din po siyang assistant PCO. So our PCO is really accredited po sa Philippine Science High School, CAR campus.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, I observed lang on your presentation in item 9, higher license transporters and higher waste collectors and then transporters, sabi niya. Do you also accredit mga treaters? Have you accredited waste treater niyo po?
Sa school po ba namin, sir? Yung
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
For now po kasi, we actually hire accredited transporters, collectors, accredited by the DENR. Kasi po wala pa po kaming infrastructure for the treatment po, especially the wastewater treatment. So we follow the guideline po from the DENR and then yun po kailangan bayaran. So yun po basically po ngayon since we don't have yet the infrastructure for that, nag-hire po talaga kami.
As a recommendation lang, no, kasi doon sa item 9, you only hire waste collectors and waste transporters or haulers, but provided in RA 6969 kasi is dapat may accredited ka din na treater, no? So doon sa TSD provision ng law, no. Siguro in your material, the hiring the services of an accredited treater should be included, no, in the material, sir.
Yes, sir. Noted po.
I think wala mo question doon sa ating chat box. Wala nang ibang question. Again, thank you very much, Sir Francisco Soriano Jr. for that presentation and good luck po sa inyong project. And would like to present this certificate of recognition to Sir Francisco L. Soriano for presenting hazardous chemical waste management in STEM academic laboratories of Baguio City challenges and intervention scheme. Again, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you po.
Okay, we now proceed to the next presentation entitled yun po yung end ng ating first part, education for environmental protection and sustainability. And at this time, we'd like to proceed to the environmental monitoring presentations. And the first presentation is entitled Monitoring the Impact of Urbanization and Industrialization on Agricultural Land in Sorala, South Cotabato, to be presented to us by Mr. Erdi R. Kihanse of the Notre Dame of Marble University, sir.
Hello everyone, I would like to present to you my study entitled Monitoring the Impacts of Urbanization and Industrialization on Agricultural Land in Sorala, South Cotabato. My name is Erdi R. Kihanse from Notre Dame of Marble University. Humans have been using land and its resources for centuries in a pursuit of better lives. The way humans have used land and exploited its resources over time is a serious problem as it has altered land cover and impacted the functioning of the ecosystem. With this, the study was conducted to assess the impacts of urbanization and industrialization on agricultural land in Sorala, South Cotabato. Specifically, the study sought to prepare strategic agricultural and fishery development zone map, vegetative map, and satellite photos of the municipality. Assess the changes of land use from year 1997 to 2007 and 2007 to 2017, and determine the changes of the production of crops from year 1997, 2007, and 2017 caused by urbanization and agri-industrialization in the municipality. This study is significant to the following. First is the local government unit because it provides new information regarding the impacts of urbanization and industrialization on agricultural land in their municipality. The digitized SAFDC map made in the study can provide the local government unit of Surala with better perspective to create better improvement plans for the municipality. The community, because it can bring awareness of the impacts of urbanization and industrialization on agricultural land. And lastly, researchers, because it will serve as a good basis for further study. The study was conducted in the municipality of Sorala, South Cotabato. Research instrument of the study are the Quantum Geographic Information System 2.16 software and then the Google Earth Pro. These were used to generate, digitize, and create maps. The data gathering, all data came from the Municipal Planning Development Office, Comprehensive Land Use Plan, Provincial Planning and Development Office, and Office of Provincial Agriculture. The data analysis, the study used these maps to analyze the impacts of urbanization and industrialization on agricultural land. Now, let's proceed to the data and results of the study. The first map shows the strategic agricultural and fishery development zone map of the municipality. So the color yellow shows the built-up area, the color light green shows the strategic subcrop development, and the color green shows the remaining network protected area for agriculture and agri-industrial development. So this is the data of the SAFDZ map. So the built-up area covers 1,288.54 hectares or 4.14%. The subcrop development covers 17,964.46 hectares or 57.74%. And the remaining NPAAD covers 11,857 hectares or 38.12%. The data revealed that most of the area of the municipality is used for crop self-development, which means it is used for cropping of corn, rice, sugarcane, pineapple, and among others. The next map shows the vegetative maps of the municipality. This map shows the different plantations of the municipality, like the African oil, the asparagus, assorted tree cover, brushland, degraded forest, coconut corn, grasslands, sugarcane, upland, etc. Now let's proceed to the satellite photos of the municipality. So the study generated 3 historical satellite photos in different years in 1997, 2007 to 2017 to see the changes of the land covers. Now these satellite photos shows how the land cover altered or changed through time. Now let's proceed to the land use. So since one of the objectives of the study is to determine the changes of the land use from year 1997 to 2007, so here is the result. The area of built up in 1997 has 595 hectares, and in 2007, it has 1,057.15 hectares. So it increased 464.15 hectares. And in the area of agriculture in 1997 has 16,910.44 hectares, and in 2007 it has 14,948.58 hectares, and it decreased by 1,961.86 hectares. So another is the 2007 and 2017 data. In 2007, the area of built-out covers 1,057.15 hectares, and in 2017, it has 1,288.54 hectares, and it increased by 213.92 hectares. And in the area of agriculture in 2007 has 14,948.58 hectares, and in 2007 it has 13,077.93 hectares. So it decreased 1,871.18 hectares. This line graph shows how agricultural land depleted from year 1997 to 2017. So from 54.36%, it was reduced to 48.04%. and further it has 42.04% in year 2017. Now let's proceed to the major crops production. There are 8 major crops in the municipality, namely rice, corn, pineapple, papaya, mango, banana, cassava, and sugarcane. So as you can see, the different productions, as you can see the productions in different years, and also the area planted and the area harvested. Now, the conclusion of the study, based on the findings and the conclusion were made, the strategic agricultural and fishery development zone map were identified, the area of built up which contains commercial, residential, and institutional area. The subcrop development area contains production area for rice, corn, pineapple, sugarcane, mango, cassava, papaya, and banana. The network protected area for agriculture and agri-industrialization development identifies the parts of Sorala which are not allowed to be converted into other uses. The vegetative map identifies and specifies the area where the following crops are situated, like corn, rice, pineapple, sugarcane, mango, cassava, papaya, and banana. The satellite photos identify the total land cover of the municipality in the year 2000, in 1997, 2007, and 2017. The following changes in agriculture, forest built up, and in agri-industrial land uses and water use was observed from year 1997 to 2007. And also the following changes was observed in agricultural land, forest, and agri-industrial and built up. So the agricultural land were reduced from 48.04% in 2007 and 42.04% in 2017, while an increase was observed among built up, forest, and agri-industrial land as well as water use. A decrease was observed in the production of the following crops: the rice, corn, mango, cassava, and papaya. Decrease in the past 20 years as seen in the 1997, 2007, and 2017 records. The increase in production was observed in the following crops: the pineapple, sugarcane, and banana, as well as since 1997 to 2007. The recommendation of the study: utilize the result of the study for the improvement development plans for the municipality of Sorala South Cotabato. Assess the changes and impacts of land use brought by urbanization and industrialization, covering other span of years in Sorala South Cotabato, and conduct similar study in other highly urbanized municipality and cities. So that ends my presentation. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Sir Herdy, for that presentation, and may we invite you to the meeting room for the open forum. Sir?
Good morning, sir. Can you hear me?
Good morning, sir. Good morning po. Any question po to Sir Herdy? While waiting, sir, sa question nila, sir, no? So I saw your slide. There's a reduction of 1,800 hectares of agricultural lands from 2007 to compared to 2017. There's an expansion of a reduction, no, of the agricultural lands in Sorala, no, South Cotabato. No. They were converted, sir, for commercial or residential,
yes,
ba yung one?
Based from the results of the study, or based from the data presented earlier, that as you can see there, that the area of built up were increased and the area of agricultural land were decreased. So that meaning to say that the conversion of land from agricultural area to commercial or built up area. But I base my analysis because I based my analysis in one of the laws about land conversion, that agricultural land the area of they are only allowed to convert agricultural land at least 10% in every 10 years based from the law, sir. So the Surala, I think hindi po sila nakaabot sa 10 here. Sa 10%.
So 10%. Okay. So
Yes po.
they are
So meaning,
within the limit pa.
yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir. I think there's walang question from the chat box at wala din yata dun sa ating Facebook Live. Again, thank you very much, sir, for that presentation. And we'd like to present the certificate of appreciation to you for presenting your study entitled Monitoring the Impact of Urbanization and Industrialization on Agricultural Land in Sorala, South Cotabato. Again, congratulations to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this opportunity.
Sir, the question in the chat box, can we you're welcome, sir, and thank you also for sharing us your idea. Sir, there's a question in the chat box, and maybe you can answer through direct message po sa ating participant. Thank you. We now proceed to the next presentation. The next presentation is entitled Utilization of Electronic Waste Management Model, the Intervention in the Case of Higher Education Institutions of North Cotabato, to be presented to us by Engineer Fredilino A. Galieto Jr. from the University of Southern Mindanao. Sir.
To the Committee of this Philippine Association of Tertiary Level Educational Institutions in Environmental Protection and Management, good day. Thank you for having me in this Lead the Change Building Back Higher Education for a Sustainable Future Research Forum. I am Engineer Fidelino A. Galieto Jr., and on behalf of my co-author, Engineer Dayaday, I will be presenting our research about utilization of electronic waste management model, the intervention in the case of higher education institutions of North Cotabato, Philippines. As defined by the United States Environmental Protection Agency, electronic waste, or simply e-waste, are electrical and electronic equipment that have almost reached or at the end of their productive life. It encompasses consumer electronic goods and information technology hardware, such as computers, laptops, monitors, mobile phones, printers, and scanners, as well as household appliances like refrigerator, air conditioner, stereo systems, washing machines, television discarded by their users. In the society generally, electronic waste is treated the same way as household waste, as people are unaware of its relative toxicity. It is most often disposed of at open dumps or primitively recycled, which lack adequate pollution control measures. The hazards associated with improper management of electronic waste includes contamination of topsoil, which is used for agricultural production, contamination of surface and groundwater, which have attendant health implications. Disposal of electronic waste is an emerging global environmental issue, as these wastes have become one of the fastest growing waste types in the world. The higher education institutions increasingly purchase electronic equipment and appliances, which include computers, laptops, printers, photocopiers, air conditioning units, and ceiling or electric fans. The HEIs are intensifying the use of information communication and technology for effective delivery of teaching and learning. The rapid increase in usage of electronic equipment and appliances also signifies increase of land areas or room or building for disposal. The purpose of this study is to assess and evaluate the current practices among HEIs in North Cotabato in the implementation of e-waste management. For this reason, this research aims to provide the following objectives. Component 1, to evaluate the e-waste management implementation of HEIs in North Cotabato, specifically to identify the rules and regulations imposed by HEIs regarding e-waste and to determine the current practices of HEIs in dealing with generated e-waste. For component 2, to develop a framework of intervention applicable to e-waste generated by HEIs in North Cotabato, specifically to identify ways to utilize and reuse discarded electronic items from HEIs as a viable e-waste management option, and secondly, to assess the intervention's effectiveness in reducing e-waste management problems based on outlooks of secondary school teachers and students. The study assessed and evaluated the different HEIs in North Cotabato. Respondents are ICT laboratory aide, property custodian, and electronic or electrical laboratory in charge. The study used mixed methodologies, both qualitative and quantitative methods. The primary data and information is generated using a combination of techniques such as key informant interviews and survey questionnaires. Questionnaires are developed, checked, and validated by experts, and the data that were collected and were analyzed and interpreted. Framework or model is developed for the university policies on e-waste disposal and evaluated to know its effectiveness. A framework was developed after the conduct of the study. Electronic waste is managed from the distribution or acquiring of this power-operated office or school equipment, consumption or purchases, material recovery, and disposal. The distribution of e-waste differs from the newly purchased from the different suppliers or from the second-hand manufacturing industries where the cost of equipment is much cheaper. Most of the HEIs acquire this equipment brand new. The number of consumption were summarized based on their yearly purchases. 30.8% answered they purchase 0 to 9 electronic equipments per year. Also, HEIs allotted budget in the yearly acquisition of equipment. The material recovery of e-waste starts with the expectation on how equipment or how every equipment will last. Mostly, this electronic equipment will last for more than 5 years based on this usage. Management of these electrical products are categorized into working but they no longer use and damaged or unusable equipment. For the working but they no longer use electronic equipment, most of them answered that they only put it into storage. Secondly, they strip this for spare parts. And third, they donate to certain agencies or offices or school. For their damaged and unusable equipment, most of them put it into storage. Secondly, they strip for spare parts. And as a result, it showed that 92.3% of HEIs have 1 to 39 average equipment they repair in a year. The factors they consider whether they repair an electronic device or not includes the price of repairing compared with replacing. Also, the warranty of the product, availability of spare parts, and the knowledge of skills needed to repair. For the disposal of electronic waste, separation of this equipment was the top answer. Computer wires were disposed to trash, while mobile phones are recycled, disposed, and separated. As what their solid waste disposal procedure is, the top answer is through landfills by local garbage collector. Second answer has no e-waste disposal procedure. And the third is through informal e-waste sectors like junk shops. The proponents developed 3 categories of products made from discarded electronic device, like art pieces, planting pads, and the instructional materials. An assessment of the developed e-waste intervention was subsequently done, encompassing the outlooks of secondary school teachers and students. The researchers designed a survey questionnaire through Google Form consisting of items relating to the effectiveness of the developed products in serving its new purpose, the general efficiency of the e-waste intervention in reducing e-waste problem, and the respondents' level of knowledge about e-waste management. A total of 112 respondents comprised of teachers, junior and senior high school students from various education institutes in North Cotabato took part in the survey. Due to the limitations in face-to-face interactions brought about by COVID-19 pandemic, the assessment was administered through using online platforms such as Google and YouTube. Links to the Google form and YouTube video showing the products created from discarded electronics were sent to each participant through email. Before distribution, the questionnaires were examined and verified by experts to test its adeptness in securing the necessary data and to elicit proper recommendation. The respondents were advised to watch the video and photos showing the items made from e-waste before answering the survey. A 5-point Likert scale was used in capturing the participants' outlook on each item in the questionnaire. The table is the perception of the respondents on the intervention developed for e-waste management. In general, the participants were well disposed that the products developed from e-waste are good recycling options that can substantially curtail the e-waste disposal problems of HEIs. They were also keen to learn more about e-waste. Knowledge about e-waste management among the respondents were fairly evident, particularly their awareness on the appropriate treatment before discarding and the harmful environmental impacts of improper e-waste disposal. So this high level of cognizance is further supported by their strong agreement that government programs centered on e-waste management must be laid in place. In an attempt to contribute information about e-waste management in the Philippines, the present study documented the current e-waste disposal practices and methods of 13 HEIs in North Cotabato. It was found out that in all surveyed institutions, formal rules and regulations regarding e-waste management are non-existent. In light of the problem identified, a distinct process flow to recycle e-waste material was developed by the researchers and subsequently evaluated by 112 respondents. Since the ICT sector goes through considerable advancement at the present time, new products are constantly introduced to the market and the older devices rapidly become obsolete. The outmoded e-products are being added to the world's growing e-waste stream. In view of the observations, this study suggests that there is a need to strengthen the policy for reuse and recycling, and the policymakers should formulate strategies and guidelines for establishing a proper management system. It is highly recommended to generate and implement regulations among HEIs, LGUs, and other concerned agencies in managing e-waste. So these are the references used in the conduct of the study. Also this one and this one. The authors are grateful to the University of Southern Mindanao for funding the study and for the College of Engineering and Information Technology for the help and support. Above all, to the Lord Jesus Christ, the source of all provisions and wisdom. Thank you for listening. God bless us all.
Thank you, Sir Galieto, for that presentation, and may we invite you to the floor for the open forum.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir. Good morning. May we request our participants to type their questions. There's a question, sir. Have you considered the recovery of high-value heavy metals such as gold, silver from the e-waste materials before disposal?
Thank you for the question. Regarding for the high value metals, we have not considered it, sir, for the recovery of that metals. As of now, we still have this extension. In our school, we are doing this extension project so that we can also look on the recovery of these high value metals. And we will really look on this recommendation because we believe that in these electronic ways, we can also produce these high value metals. But in the conduct of the study, we have not implemented that one, or we have not considered. And then mainly our study have just the more on the awareness of electronic waste management of these different HEI. So especially that we are in the pandemic, mostly of these schools on the 13 HEIs, they have this parang nag-surge yung paggamit nila ng electronic materials. So since then, and they have those, we found out on this study na wala po talaga silang policy na sinusunod. Most of them are junk, and even on the sa mga in state universities, they have just kept it because naglabas din dun sa aming result na the COA is looking for even na hindi na siya working. The COA is still looking for it. So that's why mostly sa e-waste, they were stored on junks. I hope na answer ko po yung first question. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Sir, there's another question. So how did you select daw po yung 13 na HEIs as your respondent? And my analysis and characterization of e-waste na po ba from these HEIs?
Yes, thank you for that question again. 13 HEIs in North Cotabato, we have just selected it by random. We reached out all the HEIs in this province in North Cotabato, and they are the ones who are responsive. So binigyan namin sila we have really go into their schools and talk to the heads, if hopefully hoping that they would participate in the conduct of the study. Then after that, so yun yung policy namin na produce, or the result of the framework, they have really little knowledge. That's why we need on the we live on the recommendation that there is really need to strengthen the policy and to formulate strategies and guidelines in establishing proper e-waste management system po, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. I think that's the only question. Dalawa lang po yung nakalagay. So thank you very much, sir, for that. And we would like to present the certificate of appreciation to Engineer Fredelino A. Galleto Jr. for presenting the paper entitled Utilization of Electronics Waste Management Model, the Intervention in the Case of Higher Education Institutions of North Cotabato. Thank you very much again, sir. Before we proceed to the next presenter, we would like to remind the participants to fill up the attendance form. Yung link po ay nasa chat box na. So in the next 5 minutes po, i-open pa po yung ating attendance. Until 5 minutes na lang po. No? So we remind everyone to please fill up the attendance sheet if hindi pa kayo sign up. So thank you. So we now go to proceed to the next presenter. The title of the presentation is entitled Extraction and Characterization of Chitosan from Discarded Carapace of Philippine Blue Swimming Crab by Ms. Lovely Pearl Joy B. Gonzalez of the Carlos Hilado Memorial State College. Ma'am.
Extraction and characterization of chitosan from discarded carapace of Philippine blue swimming crab, scientifically named as Portunus pelagicus. So shell waste is among the many other environmental problems contributing to health hazards. So this is according to Devia et al. Of 2014. So in this picture, you can see a volume of discarded carapace that are mostly being dumped to landfills or even to waterways. So though these waste are biodegradable, dumping of large quantities slows the degradation process, resulting to accumulation of waste over time, which is a major environmental concern. So we have here actually Region 6, that is one of the regions in the Philippines that contributes to almost 32.23% of crop production, and that includes the province of Negros Occidental that exports crab meats to parts of US and Asia. So actually, the most common crab here in the province is the blue swimming crab, or scientifically named as Portunus pelagicus. So this marine crustacean waste, like carapace of Portunus pelagicus, can be formed a useful product of what we call as chitosan. So chitosan is actually a modified natural carbohydrate polymer derived from chitin, which has been found in a wide range of natural sources such as crustaceans. You have also fungi, insects, and some algae. So we have here an example of a video. This is a chitosan bioplastic-based soil, and use this to a California black-eyed pea, which grows in a matter of days. And we have on the right side, this is a picture of the chitosan bioplastics, which is formed in different shapes and different uses, such as thin wrappers. We have also covers of the cups, plastic cups. So there, that's the many uses of our chitosan. Utilized waste materials of this discarded carapace that are being dumped in landfills or waterways. The researchers came up with a study that aimed to extract chitosan from this discarded carapace of Portunus pelagicus, which is collected from the municipality of Manapla, which is in the province of Negros Occidental. And it is to be characterized based on moisture content, solubility, and molecular components through the use of infrared spectroscopic analysis. So the objectives of the research, specifically the study aimed to, first, determine the extraction yield of chitosan from this discarded carapace of Portunus pelagicus using chemical method. So 2 is to determine if the moisture content of extracted chitosan was within the standard of commercial chitosan. 3, we have to determine if the solubility of extracted chitosan achieved the standard of the commercial chitosan. 4th one is to determine if the infrared spectroscopic analysis of the extracted chitosan was similar to the molecular component of chitosan. And lastly, we're going to determine if the extracted chitosan can be a potential alternative to commercial chitosan based on these 3 characteristics.
So let's proceed to the next part of our research, which is about the methodology. Now, for the research design, in accordance with the nature of the specific objectives of the study, the experimental type of research was used. This type of research design is a fact-finding method that is primarily concerned with experimental data and information about the chitosan from the discarded carapace of P. pelagicus being extracted and characterized. So for the research methodology, the following are conducted. First is the collected carapace, which underwent a pre-treatment, then extraction process, which will yield a product we call chitosan, and then this chitosan will undergo the process of characterization. So talking about the pre-treatment, carapaces were washed to remove unnecessary substances. Then it underwent smashing for easy grinding. The smashed carapace were then pulverized, and 40 grams of powdered carapaces were weighed for sampling. So the procedure used in extracting the chitosan was a chemical method based on Gaikwad et al. On 2015 with a few modifications. In our research study, the first step of extracting the chitosan was the proteinization, wherein the sample was treated in sodium hydroxide solution to remove all proteins of the sample. So 40 grams of powdered sample was soaked in 400 ml of 3.5% weight per weight sodium hydroxide solution for 2 hours at 65 degrees Celsius with constant stirring to remove all proteins from the sample. The sample was filtered using a linen cloth, then washed several times with hot distilled water until the neutral pH of 7 was obtained using a phenolphthalein as indicator. The second step of extraction was demineralization, which is the process of removing mineral matter or salt. So the sample was soaked in 600 ml of 1 normal hydrochloric acid for 30 minutes at room temperature. So the sample was filtered using a linen cloth. It was washed several times with hot distilled water until the neutral pH of 7 was obtained using the phenolphthalein as indicator. The third step of extraction was decolorization, in which sample was soaked with 100 ml acetone for 10 minutes. It was then filtered using a linen cloth, washed several times with hot distilled water until neutral pH of 7 was obtained using, again, phenolphthalein as indicator. It was then dried completely, followed by bleaching with 400 ml of 0.32% volume per volume solution of sodium hypochlorite containing 5.25% of available chlorine. The sample was then filtered using a linen cloth. It was washed several times with hot distilled water until, again, the neutral pH of 7 was obtained using phenolphthalein as indicator. So the extracted product is now what we called as the chitin. Next is the deacetylation process, which is a process of removing the acetyl group. It was done by soaking extracted chitin with 400 ml of 50% concentrated sodium hydroxide, weight per volume, at 15 psi per 121 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes inside the autoclave to remove the acetyl groups of the chitin. After deacetylation, the sample was filtered using linen cloth and washed several times with hot distilled water until neutral pH of 7 was obtained using phenolphthalein as the indicator. Now, the obtained chitosan was then dried in an oven at 60 degrees Celsius and weighed in grams.
So we are now on part 3, which is all about the results of the study. So this study actually successfully produced 13.7 grams of chitosan from 40 grams of Portunus pelagicus, which actually gives a percentage yield of 34.25%. It is by using the chemical method. So the product is actually higher compared to the study done by Jaine of 2003, which showed that the percentage yield of chitosan from the crab shell waste, which is actually coming from the seafood restaurants, achieved 9.15% only. So for the study performed by Sarbon et al. Of 2015, this is actually in Terengganu, Malaysia. So it yielded a chitosan of 44.53% coming from the mud crab, or scientifically named as Scylla serrata. So this table actually reveals the different species of crab resulting into different chitosan yield. So in addition, these 3 studies mentioned had different extraction processes that could also affect the result. Therefore, the high yield obtained in the study justifies the potential of Portunus pelagicus to be an economic source for the production of chitosan due to its availability, which actually serves as waste product from the crab meat processing plant at no cost. Next, we have the moisture content. So stated in the study of Partheban et al. Of 2017, the commercial chitosan must have a less than of 10% moisture content. So the average moisture content of the extracted chitosan is 3.10%. So the result proves that the moisture content of chitosan is within the standard. Because according to Oklo et al. Of 2011, a lower moisture content of chitosan indicates better shelf stability and enhances the quality. So on the contrary, if you have higher moisture content, which means a higher water content in the chitosan structure, this will make the polymer faster and damaging via hydrolysis reaction. So that's according to the study of Deljoen et al. Of 2014. So next, we have the solubility. So the average solubility obtained was actually 50.24%. So that is lower compared to the commercial chitosan, which is around 73.85%. This is on the study of Sorbonne et al. Of 2015. So the result shows that the extracted chitosan was below the standard of the commercial chitosan. The low solubility of chitosan produced in the study might be due to the incomplete removal of protein. So since the chemical basis was based on the amino group, the presence of protein contaminants remaining in the sample during the analysis process could adversely interfere with the results. So that's according to the study of Fernandez in 2000. Furthermore, extracted chitosan was made from Portunus pelagicus, while the commercial chitosan was actually made from the shrimp shell. So here we're going to discuss about the FTIR analysis, or the Fourier transform infrared absorption frequencies of our extracted sample. So this is being compared to the standard absorption of the functional groups of chitosan coming from the source of Pavia et al. Of 2009. So the extracted product in this study possessed similar functional groups with chitosan. So in this extracted product, we have our OH stretch band, which is not actually seen in the spectrum because it happened to actually overlap the NH stretch band in regions we have there 3,300 per centimeter. So according to Pavia et al. Of 2009, our OH stretch band identified as alcohol group in chitosan is actually between 3,650 to 3,300 per centimeter, while the NH stretch band identified as amide group, it is actually depicted between 3,500 to 3,300 per centimeter. So in addition, Our stretching CH group of extracted chitosan was at 2,877.32. So this is actually within the range of the standard absorption according to Pavia. So that is in between 3,000 to 2,814 per centimeter. Furthermore, we have our bending NH group. It is actually shown in the obtained product at 1,550.02 per centimeter. And the band identified as the amine group NH bending bands absorb infrared between 1,640 and or up to 1,560 per centimeter. So we can say that the obtained product made from Portunus pelagicus had similar functional groups with that of chitosan. The absorption of bands were within the range based on the spectral analysis, again of Pavia et al. Of 2009. And the results from the infrared spectroscopic analysis indicated the presence of chitosan in the discarded carapace of Portunus pelagicus. So we are now at the conclusion of the study. So the following conclusions were drawn based on the results of the study. First one is the percentage chitosan yield of Portunus pelagicus is or was 34.25%, which made Portunus pelagicus as potential economic source of chitosan due to its availability at no cost. So the average moisture content of the extracted chitosan, which was 3.10%, which is actually within the standard of commercial chitosan. For the average solubility of the extracted chitosan, we have 50.24%, which is below the standard of the commercial chitosan. The spectroscopic analysis of extracted chitosan achieved the standard of commercial chitosan due to their similarities. And the extracted chitosan for Portunus pelagicus can be a potential alternative to commercial chitosan since 2 out of 3 parameters were achieved.
So the last part of the presentation is the recommendation. In the light of the findings and conclusion, the following recommendations were advised. So first, in the deproteinization process, higher concentration of sodium hydroxide and longer treatment period should be done to completely remove the protein contaminants and to extract a chitosan with higher solubility. Second, in the deacetylation process, higher concentration of sodium hydroxide and longer treatment period should be done to completely remove the acetyl group and to extract a chitosan with apparent evident peaks of functional groups seen in infrared spectroscopic analysis. Third, other characterizations such as content of extracted chitosan must be explored to indicate the effectiveness of the demineralized step for the removal of calcium carbonate so that a better result will be obtained. Fourth, the researchers would recommend other characterizations, such as viscosity, must also be explored to determine other physiochemical properties of extracted chitosan because it greatly affects the process of extraction. Fifth, the findings of the study may contribute on the ongoing efforts for using crab chitosan as an alternative to commercial chitosan available in the market. And lastly, the findings of the study may also be a reference in the continuing research about chitosan-based plastics. So that ends our presentation. Dear panelists, we are now ready to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lovely Perjoy B. Gonzalez, and your partner for your presentation. And we invite you to the meeting room for the open forum. Are there participants? Do you have any question to the presenters? Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Morning. Do you have any question po? Yung mga participants? Yes, Sir Francisco Soriano. You're acknowledged.
Okay.
Sir Soriano.
Yes, po. Good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, thank you for that presentation. I'm just wondering, kasama ba yung for example, no, naka-characterize na kayo, naka-isolate na kayo, no? So, do you have any plans to commercialize the product of your research? Ay, naka-mute siya.
Sorry, so thank you for that question, Sir Francisco. So as of the moment, sir, we still don't have a concrete plan on commercializing the said product because we focus entirely on the process of extraction and characterization. And then that would be a better recommendation for some other researchers and perhaps if we have the amount or the budget needed to commercialize the chitosan that we have produced, probably, sir, we will do our best to achieve that.
Okay, Sir Soriano. Okay po. Okay, wala namang question. Okay, so thank you very much, Ma'am Pearl and your partner for that research. Congratulations, and would like to present to you the certificate of appreciation for presenting your study entitled Extraction and Characterization of Chitosan, Discarded Carapace of Philippine Blue Swimming Crab during the PATLEPAM General Assembly. Again, thank you and congratulations. If for this morning, we still have one presentation before we go for lunch. The next presentation is entitled Determination of Cavite River Water Quality Using Diatoms as Indicator, to be presented to us by Ms. Maria Luisa Quaresma, faculty member of La De La Salle University, Dasmariñas. Ma'am.
A pleasant day to everyone. Let me start my presentation by giving you a background of our research. The province of Cavite, located in Luzon Island, has an abundant surface water supply coming from its major rivers with numerous tributaries, though primary sources of the province water supplies are groundwater. Major pollutants of these rivers are domestic waste and non-point pollutants, which are brought about by rapid land conversion and lack of proper water and solid waste management. The presence of compounds or elements in water supply pose a serious risk to human health. Now, what are the common issues in Cavite River basins? The first one is urbanization. In urbanization, there is uncontrolled urban development, especially construction on the coastal area. Urbanization affects water quality because more pollutants are produced in urban settings, and the watersheds lose the ability to hold and retain water because of the increase in impervious surface, meaning to say it doesn't allow water to seep into the ground. The second one is sewerage. Untreated sewerage discharge, like toxic and pathogenic discharges from industry, residential, and commercial areas. The third one is solid waste. So non-recycling of waste results to untreated disposal of waste into environment or dump sites, and uncontrolled disposal and discharge of plastics into the river. The conduct of monitoring environmental pollutants is now becoming imperative due to its relation to public health and safety, together with the demanding needs to have new sources of fresh water for the province of Cavite. And this prompted us to conduct the research entitled Determination of Cavite River Water Quality Using Diatoms as Indicators. And I would like to acknowledge the presence of my co-researchers, headed by Mr. Marlon Pareja, Ms. Ruth America, and Ms. Jocelyn Luyon, and yours truly, Maria Luisa V. Quaresma, will be your presenter. The overall objectives of this research is to establish the relation of the physical, chemical, and biological water quality, such as dissolved oxygen, biological oxygen demand, coliform concentration, and organophosphorus pollutants of the river, and the establishment of presence of diatom species as potential indicators. I will be presenting only one part of our paper, that is related with the use of diatoms as indicator. Now, let me walk you through the world of diatoms. So what are diatoms? Diatoms are single-celled microscopic algae classified under the division Bacillariophyta. Diatoms are delicate unicellular organisms that have a yellow-brown chloroplast that enable them to photosynthesize. Their cell walls are made of silica, almost like a glass house. The construction of the cell wall, called the frustule, consists of two valves that fit into each other like a little pillbox. Diatoms are microscopic single-celled algae housed in beautiful glass shells. A house of glass with a touch of glass. Why is this so? The diatomists of the Victorian period during the 1800s were in competition with each other in arranging diatoms as a form of art. Diatom arrangements are a stunning example of that particularly Victorian desire to bring order to the world, to display nature in a rational way. Diatoms are a significant part of phytoplankton. Diatoms may be extremely abundant in both freshwater and marine ecosystems. And it is estimated that 20% to 25% of all organic carbon fixation on the planet, or the transformation of carbon dioxide and water into sugars using light energy, is carried out by diatoms. Diatoms have much to offer as bioindicator of aquatic health system. Diatoms fulfill many of their recommended traits, and they are sensitive to water quality changes, and more importantly, this sensitivity is measurable by well-developed pollution indices, especially for community structure. So let me introduce the research sites. The Ilang-Ilang and Imus rivers were chosen as the site of water collection for physico-chemical quality determination and diatom species survey, since these rivers traverse the city of Dasmariñas. Dasmariñas city is surrounded by the cities of Imus in the north, Bacoor in the east, General Trias on the west, and the municipalities of Carmona in the east, General Mariano Alvarez on the east, and Silang in the south. It is the city with the highest population in the province and thus one with booming economic activities. A total of 3 sites along the 2 rivers were chosen to be the collection site, and all are found within or at the periphery of the city of Dasmariñas. So what about the methods that we use in the study? For the collection of diatoms, the methods used by Round in 1993, Kelly et al. In 1998, Pyrigel et al. In 2002, and Taylor 2004 were utilized in the study. The riverine cobbles and small boulders were considered since these are the preferred substratum for monitoring diatoms in the riverine environment for routine water quality monitoring. The samples were collected from 5 or more cobbles or small boulders in the river. The substrata were then placed in a tray along with approximately 50 ml of river water. Diatoms were removed by vigorously scrubbing the upper surface or the side exposed to the flowing water of the substratum with a clean toothbrush to dislodge the diatom community. Only the upper side of boulders were scrubbed to avoid contamination with sediments that might be present on the lower portion of the boulders. Extra care was taken to avoid instrument contamination between sites by washing the toothbrush, knife, and the plastic tray in clean river water, and by rubbing the toothbrush on a clean surface both before and after taking the diatom sample to minimize the contamination. The contents of the tray were transferred to the small bottle of approximately 125 ml, and then the brown and turbid sample indicating the presence of diatoms in the bottle was labeled with detail relevant to the sample. How about the laboratory works? For the processing, identification of counting diatoms, the procedure modified by Dr. Milagros Martinez Cos was adopted in cleaning and mounting the diatoms. Preserved samples of diatoms were washed with 3% formalin solution and then washed several times in distilled water by centrifugation and alternately decanting the supernatant until no noticeable odor was produced. The sediments of the sample were washed in a small test tube. Concentrated sulfuric acid was added slowly drop by drop using a 1 ml pipette until frothing stops. The samples were heated in a water bath for 10 to 20 minutes until the sediments turned brown to black. A pinch of potassium dichromate was added using a bamboo spatula to prevent chemical reaction. The samples were heated in water bath again for another 10 to 20 minutes until the color turned brown or black and the potassium dichromate has melted. The cleaned samples were washed with several changes of distilled water. The supernatant was decanted slowly. The process was repeated until the sediments at the bottom became sandy white. The diatom samples were washed with 70% to 95% ethanol for preservation. The clean diatoms were mounted on the slide. The collected diatoms were identified up to genus level only using the keys and illustration published by Smith, Prescott, Fantastico, Umali, and Cubin, and Buni. The researchers also referred to the official website for diatom identification for confirmation of the characters of the diatoms collected from the sites. The identification was based on certain cell characteristics. The hemocytometer was used to count for the frequency of each diatom species. Now, for the data analysis of diatom, the generic diatom indices were used to assess the water quality of the water resources in Cavite. The data were collated and inputted as percent relative abundance of different genera. Relative abundance is the percent composition of an organism of a particular kind relative to the total number of organisms in the area. So this is represented by the formula relative abundance is equal to the number or the total number of species divided by the total number of individuals of all species multiplied by 100. So how do we count? How do we calculate? So we have a table here with a list of genera for the pollution-sensitive diatoms. So we have the Acanthates, Aulacosira, Coconeis, Cimbella, Eunotia, Nijum, Pinularia, Stauroneis, and Surirella. Now, for the pollution-tolerant organisms, we have Amphora, Cyclotella, Diatoma, Melosyra, and Nitschia. So for each sample, the percent relative abundance of the genera used in the saprobity index was recorded. The sum of the percent relative abundance of the sensitive genera was divided into the sum of the percent relative abundance of the tolerant genera. So using the formula, index is equal to the sum of the sensitive organism divided by the sum of a tolerant organism. So let's proceed with the results and discussion. Shown here are the diatoms diversity from the Cavite's freshwater sources. A total of 18 genera of diatoms belonging to phylum Bacillariophyta were identified from the collected samples from research sites. Table 2 and Plate 1 show the representative diatom genera collected from the rivers of General Mariano Alvarez, Silang, and Dasmariñas. The following genera were noted. We have Surirella, Cimbella, Gomphoneema, Pinularia, Stauroneis, Navicula, Gyrosigma, Amphora, Achnanthes, Coconeis, Rhopalodia, Nitschia, Aulacosira, Terpsino, Cyclothera, Tabellaria, Cynedra, and Fragillaria. Plate 1 shows the micrographs of the representative species of diatoms present from river samples from GMA, Silang, and Dasmariñas. Achnanthes, Cimbella, Gomphonia, Pinularia, and Stauronae species are among the diatoms that are considered pollution sensitive, while Nitschia, Surirella, Melosyra, Navicula, and Thalassiosira species were among the diatoms classified as pollution tolerant. Terpsino musica is widely distributed and can be found in freshwater to marine habitat. Terpsino species can produce fishy odor in drinking water and can block treatment filters when present in large number. Their presence in the bodies of water imparts some indicatory factors that can answer other conditions of water in the rivers of Cavite. Other genera that were identified and collected are part of pollution-sensitive organisms like Pinularia and Cimbella species. Pinularia species is predominantly freshwater alga, usually found in ponds and most soils. It can also be found in springs, estuaries, sediments, and oceans. Pinularia freshwater species are often abundant in nutrient-poor waters. It may indicate different responses to environment and is therefore useful in ecological analysis. An increased stock production by Cimbella and Gomphonia species could result in massive disturbance of freshwater flowing water ecosystems worldwide, proving that it can be considered a nuisance organism. Gomphonia species is a large form of algae that can produce an undesirable slime in water. It is also used as an indicator of industrial waste and sewage in water. Its presence in freshwater stream or river can indicate industrial or sewage pollution. Gyrosigma is widely distributed in fresh waters, with some species found in brackish waters. Nitschia, Surirella, and Navicula were among the diatoms classified as pollution tolerant. Nitschia species have been used as indicators of deteriorated water quality. Surirella species are common in the benthic, especially epiphytic habitats across a wide range of water chemistry. Navicula species is common in rivers and creeks and prefers alkaline and somewhat brackish water with elevated concentrations of sodium and sulfate. The species are also indicators of organic pollution. For the conclusion of our study, diatoms belonging to 18 genera under phylum Bacillariophyta were identified from 3 sites. There were diatoms collected in the course of the study that were not included in the generic diatom index by Van Dam, Mertens, and Sinkeldam. Diatoms encountered during the conduct of the study are most powerful ecological indicators of degradation level and also the ecological conditions of selected water bodies. Their presence in the bodies of water imparts some indicatory factors that can answer other conditions of water in the rivers of Cavite. Much more investigations are needed in this area. Diatoms are particular about the quality of water in which they live. Diatoms also have ranges and tolerances for other environmental variables, including nutrient concentration, suspended sediment, and for different types of human disturbance. Diatoms are vital for assessment and monitoring biota of water. And diatoms tells us about the health of aquatic systems. Monitoring of water quality with regards to physical and chemical parameters reflect immediate measurements, while biotic parameters serves as an excellent tool in the area of water pollution studies and provides better evaluation of environmental changes. Diatoms are good indicators of water quality due to their sensitivity and strong response to physical, chemical, and biological changes. With that, we would like to acknowledge with thanks the financial support provided by the DLSUD University Research Office, and the laboratory technicians of the Biological Sciences Department for their assistance in providing the needed materials and equipment during the conduct of this research. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Maria Luisa Quaresma, for that presentation. And we invite you to the floor for the open forum. Hi, Ma'am Quaresma.
Good afternoon po,
Good
sir.
afternoon, ma'am. Okay.
Good afternoon.
We have a question from were there parallel water quality monitoring events conducted using the parameters in Dow 2016-08 in the areas where diatoms were collected?
So far, sir, we have not yet encountered any research involving the use of diatom as a biological indicator. Actually, that's the reason why we want to establish the usefulness of diatom as an indicator of pollution. This is the gap that we need to answer, since in our research, we only encountered and we only use, honestly speaking, we rely on the use of the diatom indices from Europe, North America, and Africa, in which at times, during the identification of the diatom genera that we encountered in our study, there were diatoms identified which were not included in the indices, but their presence in water it may indicate different responses to environment.
Thank you, ma'am. We have another question, ma'am, from Ma'am Charina Narudo. Out of your results, what can you say about the health of the Cavite River?
When it comes to the result, if we are talking of upland Cavite, there are some areas in which we can say that they are moderately polluted, not that poor enough to be considered polluted. Using diatoms alone, correlating it with the result of the physicochemical parameters.
Okay, I think that would answer the question of Ma'am Lesa. Sabi po ni Ma'am Lesa, how did you know that the areas are polluted if water quality monitoring was not conducted?
Ma'am, water quality was actually conducted, but we use diatoms as indicator, following the generic indices for diatoms based on the genera of the diatoms that we have collected. So if you are going to collect diatoms, if you are going to use this for monitoring, we advise that you use only the genus or the genera of those diatom species, because the problem would arise if you will not use the genera and you will be specific until the species epithet. You need to spend a lot. You need to allot a budget for identifying your diatoms using scanning electron microscope.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Another question po from Maylene Cayetano. Are there plans to collect diatom indices for the Philippines?
Yes, ma'am. This is actually part of my proposal for dissertation. This is my dream, to propose a study which would be considered, which can be considered as a novel study, because as of now we do not have our own Philippine-made diatom species or diatom genera or diatom index that can be used by some researchers in water quality monitoring.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much, ma'am. So very insightful po yung inyong research. No? Again, congratulations and thank you very much. to Ma'am Quaresma and to her fellow researchers. So at this time, we'd like to present to you our certificate of appreciation to Miss Maria Luisa Quaresma for presenting their paper entitled Determination of Cavite River Water Quality Using Diatoms as Indicator. Again, congratulations, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much po for those who have raised their questions. Marami pong salamat. Thank you.
Thank you po. So, ladies and gentlemen, yes, ma'am. That ends our morning session. We will break for lunch and we will see you at 1 p.m. Today. At exactly 1 p.m. we will proceed with the afternoon session. So see you po mamaya. So enjoy your lunch.
Hindi mo ba napapansin sa paligid mo'y nagaganap? Samot-saring perwisyo't kung ano-anong kalamidad. Hindi ka ba nababahala? Ito ba'y iyo lamang binabalewala? Unti-unting nakakalbo ang gubat natin at bundok, habang ang mga lawa at ilog natin ay natutuyot. Hindi ka ba naaalarma? Hanggat hindi ikaw mabibiktima. Kung magkakaisa lamang tayo sa pagpapanatili ng ating mundo, ay di lamang ginhawang matatamo kung pagtutulungan natin to. Kung ikaw at ako'y kikilos na pareho, liliwanag din ang ating mundo. Ang hangin na ating nilalanghap-langhap pa sa ngayon, baka bukas makalaway maging ganap na ring lason. Hindi ka ba nababahala? Ito ba'y iyo lamang binabalewala? At ang nagkalat na basurang tayo rin ang may gawa. Kung di sakit ang dulot sa atin ay labis na pagbaha. Hindi ka ba naaalarma? Hanggat hindi ikaw ang nabibiktima. Kung magkakaisa lamang tayo sa
product we use and introduce should have a life cycle analysis, wherein our country's laws and waste management companies can take in. If we solve one thing and not secure the other end, is it even considered a solution? Or rather, another waste added to the mix? Biodegradability does not give us the timeline, so this bag may in fact biodegrade in 100 to 400 years. Hence, these companies can label it as such. So the question is, can we really reach net zero by 2050? For me, climate change is a collective problem that can be solved with collaboration, but it starts with education. We need to be educated on materials that we are using today and can be used in the future. Investing in waste management and promoting laws from the government can all be part of that solution. Honestly, not one person can solve the problems we face today, so we need a plan on how we can move forward for future generations, and we need it now more than ever. The Rare technology set out with a vision to utilize the country's most abundant natural resources to introduce and innovate products that dramatically reduce waste and pollution in our region. It is our mission to educate consumers with available alternatives to plastic and paper materials, and it became our mission to help protect and mitigate the effects of climate change, as mentioned a while ago. So we at Rare Technology believe that if we shift our focus to natural fiber as alternatives, for food packaging at least, our solid waste will drastically be reduced. We have sugarcane, corn, wheat, avocado, and areca palm leaf, to name a few. So after extensive research and development and also working with these different materials, we have concluded that avocado and areca palm tree are the two most sustainable materials available in our country. Not only is avocado the most abundant in the Philippines, but it also helps us achieve our main goal of promoting a circular economy that promotes and protects the source of the product to the end of its life. And for me, if we start telling everybody that that we would be the most affected at the end of the day. The earth will be fine, the animals will be fine, they will evolve, but us, lives will end if we don't stop. So if we focus that the people will be the ones most affected, then I think we'll have
change the
focus.
I guess in a way, change the marketing of climate change from being an environmental problem to being a human health problem. And if we can get people to think or to actually understand that climate change has real effects on human health, then I think people will naturally care a bit more.
Hello, everyone! Hindi ka nagpasundo. Ang bilis neto mga dala mo. Grabe, ang usok dito, ha? Perwisyong usok?
Gloria, ka na? Sana nahiram ko yung kotse ni Parenteo.
Akala namin hindi ka pa ngayon uwi.
Ay, kung nagpasundo pa ako sa inyo, di ang tagal ko naghihintay sa airport.
Nag-UV Express na lang ako para makauwi ako dito agad. Halika na! Gusto na kayong lahat. Asan ang nanay? Sa loob, inaantay ka na ng nanay. Ay, talaga? Dala ka na ang nanay. Miss ko na rin kayong lahat. Naku, ate! Napili mo pa yung shoes na buong
Oo naman. Ako talaga.
Namiss ka na rin ngayon. Ano po? O, Nay, kamusta na po kayo?
Eto, marami akong iniinom na gamot. Hindi ka na sana umuwi dito. Naistorbo tuloy ang trabaho mo.
Nako, Nay. Alangan naman pabayaan ko kayo. Doktor ako. Kaya nga po, ipinakiusap ko na muna kayo sa best friend kong doktor para matignan kayo agad. At nang malaman kong may problema po kayo sa baga, nagpaalam po muna ako sa mga boss ko para makapag-leave. Mababait naman po sila.
Ayun na naman, Lori.
Alam mo, Nay, sa tingin ko gagaling ka kaagad kung lilipat ka muna sa Tanay. Eto, mag-nebulize ka muna.
Katatapos lang po, ate.
Ay, ganun ba? O siya, sige. Mabuti naman.
Ay, naku, paano naman gagaling? Eh, minsan kaya matigas ang ulo. Ayaw uminom ng gamot.
Nay.
Binibigyan mo sa akin eh. Kailangan mo yun, Nay. Di ba, Lori?
Ay, naku, Lori. Chronic asthma sa Philippine. Malamang nakuha niya nung nagtitinda siya ng damit doon sa EDSA. Matagal na natin siyang pinipigilan, di ba? Pero nalilibang daw siya pag nagtitinda ng damit.
Yan nga ang sinabi ng kaibigan kong doktor. Acquired asthma. Wala naman sa lahi natin yan. Wala sa kila nanay at tatay, di ba? Alam ko namang nalilibang si nanay sa pagbebenta doon sa EDSA kasama si Ate Beng. Kaya lang, alam niyo ba kanina, pagdaan ko doon, napakakapal ng usok ng mga sasakyan. Ay, grabe. Kaya kayo nagkakasakit na eh. Nasa bungad pa naman ang pwesto ni nanay.
Wala pa nga lang sa airport, ate. Traffic na. Mausok pa.
To, buong Metro Manila, grabe ang usok. Pati katabing probinsya natin, polusyon, grabe. Kaya nagkakaganto si nanay eh.
Pero bisyong usok na, lason pa sa baga. Kakagaling nga lang namin sa delivery sa mga probinsya. Mismo nakita ko, bukod sa usok, polusyon na binubugan ng mga sasakyan, napakakapal din ng usok, polusyon na binubugan ng mga pabrika at planta. Grabe na talaga.
Oo nga. Kaya nga kung nasa labas kayo, huwag kayong mahihiyang magtakip ng mga ilong nyo para hindi pumasok ang usok sa baga. Dahil itong chemical na usok na ito, papasok sa ilong, diretso yan sa baga. Toxic ang tawag dyan. Yung mga nanggagaling sa usok na sasakyan na yan, ako makakasama sa inyo yan.
Dapat pala, ate, habang naglalakad tayo, nakagasmas na tayo.
Tama ka dyan. Nako, kaya nga sa tingin ko, kailangan na nating ilipat si nanay sa mas mainam na lugar, sa ibang lugar, para mas mabilis na gumaling ang kanyang asthma.
Kayo bahala, mga anak.
Saan naman yun, Lord? Alam nyo kasi merong kaibigan na taga-abroad. Meron daw siyang bahay dyan sa Tanay. Caretaker lang nakatira doon. Kaya nung nalaman niya yung kondisyon ni nanay, pinahiram niya muna yung lugar niya sa atin. Dali na natin siya doon sa Makalawa.
Salamat, Lori.
Alam mo namang, wala na yatang kalutasan ng kapaligiran natin dito. Nakita ko lang dyan sa labas kanina eh. Napakagrabe ng usok na nilalabas sa mga sasakyan. Kawawa ang mga residente. Tayo, pati na ang mga driver. Teka lang, matanong ko, ano bang ginagawa ng mayor natin? Pati na si chairman.
Sorry po. Salamat po, Doktora. Kahit na nasa abroad na po kayo, ay nagmamalasakit pa rin kayo sa ating komunidad.
Dito na po ako ipinanganak at lumaki, Chairman Dong. Nagsilbi na rin po ako sa barangay natin at sa iba-ibang lugar dito sa ating bansa. Natural pong narito pa rin ang puso ko. Ang nakasasama lang po ng loob ko ay makitang napupuno na po ang ating barangay ng usok-lason na nahihinga pa po nating lahat. Ang gusto ko lang po sanang mangyari ay magkaroon tayo ng ordinansa na ipagbawal ang iba't ibang klase ng sasakyan na mausok. Lahat tayo ay nakakalanghap ng usok-lasong ito. Marami tayong nagkakasakit dahil dito. Pati nga kayo, inuubo na eh.
Chairman Dong, ayaw naman pong patanggal kasi ng mga taong pasaway dyan malapit sa palengke natin. Yung basurang tambak, ang dami pong ipis, daga, langaw, at kung ano-ano pa. Kadiri yun, ha? Ew!
Tama po si May, Chairman Dong.
Nako, abot sa kabilang barangay yung baho ng tambak, Chairman. Nakakahiya tayo, nakakahiya.
Chairman, kami pong mga kabataan apektado din po dyan sa tambak ng basura. Lalong-lalo na po yung usok, lason, polusyon. Paano naman po kami? Paano pong susunod na henerasyon yan? Tama.
Galing naman.
Hayaan niyo po, Doktora. Imumungkahi ko po sa konseho ng barangay ang sinabing ordinansa sa lalong madaling panahon. Makakaasa po kayo. Sa nabanggit pong tambakan ng basura, imumungkahi ko po ito sa konseho ng barangay. Tatalakayin po namin ito sa aming konseho.
Sa totoo lang, Chairman, meron po tayong National Environmental Law which is pertaining to air pollution. Ito po ang tinatawag nating Clean Air Act. Maganda po ipatupad natin ito kasabay ng isang barangay ordinance. Maaari din po tayong humingi ng tulong kay Mayor para maging city ordinance ito. Magtulungan po tayo.
Pagtutulungan. Ito ang akmang salita. Pagtutulungan ng lahat ng mga Pilipinong dapat lamang ay may malasakit sa bayang Pilipinas. Iisa lang ang Pilipinas. Iisa lang ang ating bansa. Sinong magmamalasakit sa bayan natin kundi tayo rin? Kailangan wag tayong mapagod sa pagpapaliwanag sa bawat isang Pilipino. Hindi dapat sumuko dahil kung walang kikibo, sinong kikibo? Kung walang kikilos, sinong kikilos?
Kaya alisin na ang perkwisyong puso. Ate, tulungan niyo po kaming ipaliwanag sa ating mga kaibigan, kapamilya at kamag-anak. Nalagaan natin ang ating kapaligiran. Lalong-lalo na po yung lumalalang polusyon.
Kung ating malaking tulong ang maibibigay mo sa amin, lalong-lalo na meron kang anak.
Tama naman po yun eh. Kasi para sa atin yun, iwas sakit, lalo't may mga bata, may mga sanggol, silang araw-araw. Siyempre, kailangan natin magtulungan, maging malinis sa kapaligiran.
Kailangang itaas ang kamalayan at kamulatan ng mga Pilipino tungkol sa malinis na kapaligiran at pangangalaga sa inang kalikasan. Isang tuloy-tuloy na kampanya ng pagpapalaganap ng kaalaman ng dapat isagawa. Mahalagang pangaragaan ang kalusugan at buhay ng bawat isang Pilipino.
Andito po kami, Kuya, para hikayatin po kayo na makipagtulungan sa amin na ipaalam sa mga tao na dapat tayo magtulungan na panatilihing malinis ang ating hangin, ang ating kapaligiran.
Alagang-alaga ko po to. Dito galing yung pinagbubuhay ko para sa pamilya ko.
Alam niyo naman po na malaganap na po sa atin ngayon ang polusyon, lalong-lalo na po ang air pollution, di ba, Do?
Opo, Nay. Pag ito po ay nalanghap natin, papasok sa ilong natin, diretso po yan sa baga. At yun po ang makakasira ng ating baga, mahihirapan po tayong huminga noon.
Ang COPD ay isang sakit sa baga na sa English, ang tawag doon ay chronic obstructive pulmonary disease o chronic obstructive lung disease. Ngayon, under that general term, meron tatlong klaseng sakit na bumabagsak doon. Ang hika o asthma, bronchial asthma, ang emphysema, chronic bronchitis, at ang sakit na bronchiectasis. Lahat ng mga sakit na yon bumabagsak dun sa kategoryang chronic obstructive pulmonary disease o COPD. Ang isang karakteristik ng mga tatlong sakit na yan sumisikip ang daanan ng hangin at nagre-resulta ng pangangapos ng hininga at nahihirapang naapektuhan ang buhay. Ang dami ng pasyente na pangkaraniwan na nakikita natin, 80 hanggang 90% ng mga pasyente dito sa lung center na naapektuhan ng ganitong klaseng pollution. Marami sa kanila mga may sakit na ng asthma, gumagrabe ang hika nila because of the pollution. One good example is New Year. Pagka dahil sa putukan at usok na resulta ng firecrackers, marami sa mga pasyente ko na-admit ng New Year. December 31 hanggang January 1, na-admit sila dahil gumagrabe ang kanilang sakit sa baga. Di lang nagpapalala ng ang pollution ng sakit, kung hindi nagbibigay ng sakit din ang pollution. Ibig sabihin, mga pasyenteng walang hika, nagkakaroon ng hika. Mga pasyenteng walang TB, tumataas ang insidente na nagkakaroon ng TB. Yung mga pasyenteng walang allergy sa hangin, walang allergic rhinitis, nagkakaroon ng allergic rhinitis.
Minsan mahirap huminga. Mahirap huminga.
Nararamdaman namin yung mga uso kasi sa dami ng mga bus at mga sasakyan. Nararamdaman namin yung mga uso. May bagubo, tapos sisipunin ka, mababahin ka.
Inuubo, hindi na iiwasan, gawa na expose tayo dito sa kalsada, sa init, sa usok. Sa araw-araw na katulad niya, maraming bus dito, tapos malapit kami sa bus. So, madalas kami makalanghap.
Ang polluted, yung mga usok na sasakyan, masakit sa dibdib.
Matagal na ako nagtitinda dito sa Cubao. Mga 30 years na ako dito eh. Masyadong mausok dito. Masakit ng dibdib ko sa grabing usok at alikabok.
Makakatulong yung pagsuot ng mask sa mga ordinaryong tao na sumasakay sa jeep, naglalakad sa kalye, pati yung mga nag-exercise, nagja-jogging, lalo na dito sa may Quezon Memorial Circle na maraming umiikot na mga sasakyan. Pero depende rin yon sa level ng concentration ng particulate matter at yung efficiency ng mask mismo. Kasi katulad ng mga simpleng mask tulad ng mga panyo o yung mga papel na mask, hindi efficient yon. Tagus-tagusan din, pumapasok din yung pollution. Hindi, walang kwenta yung mga ganon. Ang kailangan bilhin yung mga high efficiency masks katulad ng N90 na kahit na tuberculosis na pre-prevent yon. Dapat gawin lahat ang magagawa upang mapababa ang concentration ng pollution. Sang-ayon ako na kailangan makahanap tayo ng ibang source ng energy na malinis, na hindi bumubuga at hindi nakakadagdag ng ating pollution. Tulad ng wind power na nagpapatakbo ng mga windmills, tulad ng solar energy. Yes, these are very effective ways of reducing the levels of particulate matter that is suspended in the air. Pati yung mga levels ng nitrous oxide at saka sulfur dioxide, mga matataas na source ng air pollution, yung mga katulad ng coal na sinusunog para for electricity. Malaki ang porsyento na naidadagdag nila sa pollution natin.
Sa lungsod man o lalawigan, polusyon ay nararamdaman. Usok lason pumapasok sa mga tahanan, dadaan sa buhok ng ilong niwan. Tuloy-tuloy sa baga niyang hingahan, kahirap huminga, kahirap huminga. Ubo, sipon, trangkaso, sakit ng ulo, sakit ng lalamunan, sakit ng katawan. Si neneng hinihika, si lola hinahapo, kawawang Pinoy sa maruming hangin nahihilo. Usok, 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 usok dito, usok doon, usok kahit saan, usok lason polusyon. Maruming hangin, maruming hangin, maruming hangin, polusyon.
Ang pinakamahusay na proteksyon para sa mga Pilipino laban sa epekto ng pollution sa kanilang kalusugan ay simple. Alisin ang pollution.
Usok, 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 usok dito, usok doon, usok kahit saan, usok lason polusyon. Maruming hangin, Maruming hangin, maruming hangin. Polusyon! Sama-sama natin lutasin, usok, lason, polusyon.
7 years na ako nagmumotorsiklo, papasok ng opisina, pauwi ng bahay, halos 1 oras. Sa Commonwealth, halos nalanggap ko na lahat ng usok ng mga bus, jeep, kotseman. Pagdating ko dito sa bahay, halos hindi na ako makahinga dahil sa ubo, tsaka masakit ang dibdib ko, hindi makatulog. Hindi ako talaga naninigari, wala akong bisyo.
Yung pollution po sa Metro Manila, ibase natin sa mga air monitoring station na naka-install sa lahat ng mga local government units. But depende po yun sa kung saan siya nakalagay. Kasi meron kaming tinatawag na General Ambient Station or Roadside Ambient Station. So anong pinagkaiba nun? Pag sinabi mong Roadside Ambient Station kasi, nilagay namin yung monitoring station para malaman natin yung worst case scenario na pinagmumulan ng mga pollution ay galing sa motor vehicle. Pagdating naman sa general ambient, ibig sabihin nun, yung monitoring station namin, hindi mo siya mababase na galing siya sa motor vehicle or stationary sources. Anong kabuluhan nun? Pag naglagay po kami ng station sa roadside, ibig sabihin nun, kailangan malaman natin yung mga measurement kung nag-exceed na siya sa ating tinatawag na National Ambient Guideline Values. Kasi yun yung magiging basihan natin para malaman kung yung mga measurement or mga data ay nakaka-apekto na sa health. So anong ginagawa dun sa mga measurement na yon? Kung mataas na po yung air measurement natin ng mga dust particulates, i-reroute yung mga ibang sasakyan para bumaba yung mga particulates doon. So ano ba yung mga total suspended particulates? Yung mga particulates po yun ay mga alikabok, ibig sabihin nun, na pwedeng masala sa pamamagitan ng buhok ng ating ilong. Yung mas maka-apekto sa health ay yung tinatawag na particulate matter 10 na dumadaan sa ating dito sa ating esophagus, hindi na pwedeng masala. Yung PM2.5, yung nagsisettle sa respiratory system natin. So yung PM2.5 kumpara sa PM10, mas pino. Yung PM10 versus TSP, mas pino pa rin yung PM10 kaysa total suspended particulate. Sa Metro Manila, maraming mga programa ang ini-implemento dito kasi nga kung pagbabasihan natin yung total suspended particulates, bumababa siya o dili kaya tumataas pero above the guideline values pa rin. So sabihin natin mayroon tayong 90 na annual guideline values, nasa taas pa tayo ng 90. DNR ay nag-establish ng mga stricter standards pagdating sa motor vehicle at saka sa stationary sources. Yung standards halimbawa ng ating emission ng motor vehicle, di ba? From Euro 2, hinigpitan natin at ginawa natin Euro 4. Kasi dito, makikita natin ang contribution ng pollution sa Metro Manila, major contribution galing po sa motor vehicles. Sa pagpapalabas natin ng isang administrative order na meron nga tayong Euro 4 na vehicle emission standard, nag-mandatory na rin po ang Department of Energy ng pag-implement ng Euro 4 fuel. Minandato na po ng Department of Energy from 500 ppm na sulfur, naging 50 ppm sulfur. So, yung mas malinis na fuel ay gagamitin na ngayon ng mga motor vehicle. Yung mga monitoring stations na in-install ng departamento ay nilagay namin sa dalawang kategorya. Doon sa kapaligiran at saka tabing daan. Yun sa tabing daan, alam natin na ang magiging contribution lang ng pollution ay galing sa motor vehicles o yung mga sasakyan. Yung tinatawag naman natin kapaligiran or ambient, hindi mo siya ma-identify kung galing siya sa motor vehicle or industriya or area, halo-halo na po yan. Yun ang matatawag natin na air quality. Ginagawa or ini-implement ng Land Transportation Office o DOTC Department of Transportation Communication, sila po yung nag-implement nating mga emission standards ng motor vehicle. Ang mandatory requirement ay emission testing bago ma-erehistro. Nagkakaroon ng mga tinatawag na anti-smoke belching operations. Nagko-conduct ang DNR ng free garage testing. So, ini-encourage po namin, iniinganyo namin yung mga operators, motorists, para mag-garage testing po kami doon sa kanilang mga terminal. Isa pa ho, kung alam nila kung paano mag-maintain sa mga sasakyan, malaking tulong po yun para mababa ang ating polusyon. Isang programa ang pinagtulungan ng DNR, DOTC at saka MMDA ay yung pag-apprehend ng mga smoke belching vehicles using yung tinatawag na non-contact apprehension. Yung non-contact apprehension, yun yung gagamitin natin yung operations ng mga CCTV, mga closed circuit TV ng mga MMDA along EDSA para mahuli natin yung mga smoke belchers na walang human intervention. Kung bumagsak po sila sa actual testing, doon po sila mape-penalize.
Kailangang matapat na isulong ng malawakan sa buong bansa ang paggamit ng renewable source of energy o malinis na enerhiyang galing sa kalikasan na hindi nauubos, tulad ng hangin, tubig at araw. Naririyan ang hangin para sa windmill power. Kailangang aktibong isulong at itaguyod ito. Isulong at itaguyod ang solar power. Dumadami na ang gumagamit ng enerhiya mula sa araw na isiring yaman ng Pilipinas at ibang bansa. Isulong at itaguyod ang hydropower source of energy gamit ang enerhiya mula sa tubig. Halimbawa ay tubig mula sa mga waterfalls ng kabundukan at malilinis na katubigan mula sa ating kalikasan. Ang paggamit ng malinis, hindi nauubos, o renewable source of energy ang higit na makatutulong sa paglilinis ng hinihinga nating hangin. Tuloy-tuloy nating isulong at paularin ang Renewable Energy Act of 2008.
Mabuti ng kalagayan ni Nanay.
Sana mawala na yung polusyon sa Metro Manila.
At sana rin mawala na ang usok-lasong polusyon.
Maruming hangin,
Nasa kamay nating lahat ang pagliligtas ng ating malaking tahanan, ang mundo. Patuloy na umiinit ang temperatura ng mundo dahil sa patuloy na paggamit ng mga enerhiyang nagbubuga ng karbon sa atmosfera. Tinatawag ngayon itong global warming na nagdudulot ng climate change o pabago-bagong klima sa buong mundo kasama ang Pilipinas. Nakararanas na tayo ng extreme weather conditions o masasamang pabago-bagong klima. Nilapastangan ang inang kalikasan. Sinananta ngayon ang mundong nilikha ng dakilang Panginoon. Ngunit may pag-asa pa kung tayong lahat ay magkakaisang kumilos upang ibangon at ipagtanggol ang kalikasan. Iisa lang ang Pilipinas. Iisa lang ang mundo. Kailangang kumilos na tayo. Ngayon din.
hangin, polusyon. Kahit mga puno at dahon, nilulunod na ng polusyon. Natutuyo, nangunguluntoy. Yaman naman natin sa tubig, araw at hangin. Iilawan mga tahanan, aandar mga sasakyan. Sama-sama natin lutasin, usok, lason, polusyon. Maruming hangin kailangang linisin. Ngayon din, nakataya ang kalusugan ng mamamayan. Iyon-ting natitigog mga buhay natin. Iligtas ang tahanan, ang inang kalikasan. Usok, 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 usok. Usok dito, usok doon. Usok kahit saan, usok, lason, polusyon. Maruming hangin, maruming hangin, maruming hangin. Usok, 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 usok. Usok dito, usok doon. Usok kahit saan, usok, lason, polusyon. Maruming hangin, maruming hangin, maruming hangin, polusyon. Sama-sama natin lutasin, usok, lason, polusyon. Maruming hangin kailangang linisin ngayon din. Sama-sama natin lutasin, usok, lason, polusyon. Maruming hangin kailangang linisin ngayon din. Sama-sama natin lutasin, usok, lason, polusyon. Maruming hangin kailangang linisin.
Sa hangin, pati na sa mga ilog natin, basura'y kumakalat. Saan ka man tumingin, sinisisihin, sinisisihin sa mga nangyayaring ito. Tayong mga tao, na siyang may kagagawa. Kalikasan ating ingatan, buhay natin dito nakasalalay. Tayo at ang kalikasan na isa, konektado tayo sa isa't isa. Huwag natin hayaan ito'y masira para sa mga musmus pang darating. Para sa mga musmus pang darating. Berdeng kagubatan, ngayon ay nasaan? Naging sementado, usali at daan. Di naman masama ang pagkamit ng kaunlaran, basta di makakasira kaya ng kalikasan. Sinisisihin sa mga nangyayaring ito. Tayong mga tao, kung siyang may kagagawa. Kalikasan ating ingatan, buhay natin dito nakasalalay. Tayo at ang kalikasan na isa, konektado tayo sa isa't isa. Huwag natin hayaan ito'y masira para sa mga musmus pang darating. Para sa mga musmus pang darating. Buhay natin ang kalikasan, ito'y ating mahalin at laging alagaan. Biyayang kailangan sa kanya nagmumula, wala tayong makukuha pag siya ay nasira. Kaya nga't habang di pa huli ang lahat, kumilos na tayo at siya'y iligtas. Huwag nang abusuhin at lapas tanganin, dahil pag siya'y gumanti walang makakapigil. Ating ingatan, sinang kalikasan. Siya'y ating buhay, karugtong ng ating buhay. Kalikasan ating ingatan, buhay natin dito nakasalalay. Tayo at ang kalikasan na isa, konektado tayo sa isa't isa. Huwag natin hayaan ito'y masira para sa mga musmus pang darating. Para sa mga musmus pang darating.
dumating.
The establishment and strengthening of sustainable and eco-friendly schools in the country has been included as a priority in the ASEAN Environmental Education Action Plan for 2014 up to 2018 and Republic Act No. 9512, also known as the National Environmental Awareness and Education Act of 2008. We want to encourage schools and academic institutions to become more involved in environmental issues at a practical and local level. We want to develop skills and understanding among students, faculty, and school administrators in community awareness and participations on environmental concerns.
So we've been participating in the DNR search for most sustainable and eco-friendly schools for the past 3 years that you've had it, and we've been very happy to be recognized as one of the most eco-friendly schools in Metro Manila. This has a very big impact on our community, particularly on our students, because they see that we are practicing what we teach in the classroom. So having all of these different environmental management and sustainability facilities on campus helps us a lot in making sure that the formation of environmental values in our students is fulfilled. Not the end of our work because we still have a long way to go. We are not the most sustainable school, and there are so many other things that we can look at. But the main goal really is to mainstream sustainability, not just for the campus, but for all the communities here in Metro Manila and even in the Philippines. So if you are able to help just a little bit in that part, we will be very, very happy.
Nasisira na ang mundo. Iligtas natin ito.
Baguhin na natin ang ugaling pagwawalang bahala. Tayo.
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 Ang pag-asa ng bayan nito.
Po, tayo ang kalikasan. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Welcome po sa afternoon session ng ating pong General Assembly ng Philippine Association of Tertiary Level Educational Institutions in Environmental Protection and Management. So, kamusta po ang ating lunch? Sana po ay nabusog po kayo. At this afternoon, we are going to proceed with the presentation of the technical papers, and later we will have the General Assembly. Okay. The next presentation is entitled still under the category Environmental Monitoring. A development of trekking carrying capacity framework for the Mount Apo Natural Park, to be presented to us by Dr. Franklin R. Bueñaflor of the University of Southeastern Philippines, Mintal Campus. Sir.
Good day. This is Franklin R. Buenaflor, ENP, MPA, PhD, and I'll be sharing, of course, my paper on the development of a trekking carrying capacity model for the Mount Apo Natural Park. To begin with, let's look at the overall abstract. The study was conducted to develop a trekking carrying capacity model for the Mount Apo Natural Park. It's a natural park by virtue of RA 9237, an ASEAN heritage site, and the highest peak in the Philippines. Trekking is one of its main attractions, and it's managed by a protected area management board as the highest policy-making body. In this case, of course, the trekking CARCAP was envisioned to incorporate physical, environmental, and social demographic aspects, and that these does not significantly affect the development of a framework for the Mount Apo Natural Park, or MANP. A profile of GIS maps and a policy history was generated to describe and identify the myriad of MANP policies, stakeholder conflicts, and a need for a protected area management board to lead in the harmonization process. A linear programming model was developed to analyze and describe the tracking carrying capacity using optimization and maximization concepts. Findings reveal that there's a need for harmonization with the three major stakeholders of the MANP, the DNR, the local government's units, and the indigenous cultural communities. The total area of the campsites was determined at 206,966.67 square meters, and this allows for a camping carrying capacity of 20,110 campers for Kidapawan, Magpet, and Davao trails, 12,814 campers for the Makilala Trail, 908 campers for the Bansalan Trail, 268 campers for the Digos Trail, and 395 campers for the Santa Cruz Trail. The total car cap, of course, based on maximization is 611 for LGU Magpet, Kidapawan City is 1,310, Makilala is 2,165, and Bansalan is 338, Digos City has 302, while Santa Cruz is 306, and based on the policy of the Davao City Trail, zero trackers were allocated in this model. Overall, the total trekking carrying capacity based on the model with the removal of shared trails is 5,033 trekkers per climb. Protected areas, as we know, is a critical aspect of biodiversity conservation. They provide critical services, of course. Mount Apo had an open access policy before the coming of the camping and trekking policies, and this is disastrously culminated in the 2016 fire incident. This study, of course, aims to determine and establish a trekking carrying capacity model for the Mount Apo Natural Park in order to provide scientific information and providing a model that will describe and explain the factors that will affect the carrying capacity and threshold of the park, leading, of course, to improved management and sustainability. This study will be relevant, of course, to the Protected Area Management Board, International Development Organization, and other future researchers. The statement of the problem aligns, of course, with the objectives of the study, where GIS maps were generated a MANPI profile, of course, leading to these GIS maps. Next is, of course, focusing on the description of the trackings of the MANPI in terms of spatial maps, and to develop a mathematical model for analyzing the tracking carrying capacity of the Mount Apo National Park. Okay, this is the conceptual framework of the study, where the trekking carrying capacity is, of course, affected by several factors: physical, that's factor 1, environmental for factor 2, and factor 3, the social demographic factors, including all of the other aspects of each factor, such as basic, potential, and real carrying capacity for the physical factors, floral and faunal monitoring status, and BMS monitoring status for environmental and biological, including survey and registration of protected area occupants, numbers of trackers and guides and porters for the social demographic factors. The study will test the research hypothesis that the physical, environmental, and social demographic factors do not significantly affect the tracking carrying capacity of the Mount Apo National Park. And this study will undergo 3 phases: phase 1, inputs; phase 2, process; and phase 3, outputs. Secondary data, GIS maps generation, systematic review, including focus group discussion with guides, porters, and tourism officers were conducted in phase 1. The process, of course, was spatial mapping for phase 2, determination of carrying capacity, optimization modeling using linear programming developed in Microsoft Excel Solver for the tracking carrying capacity, which resulted in phase 3 outputs, where the spatial maps were analyzed, spatial analysis for tracking in MANPI was developed, and of course, the linear programming model for the tracking carrying capacity in MANPI was presented. Presentation of data showed, of course, the GIS maps presented in the study showed that there was a myriad of MANPI policies. Some of them were conflicting. 2, there were several stakeholder conflicts focusing on the 3 major stakeholders of MANPI: LGUs, ICCs, and of course the DNR, and that there's a need for the Protected Area Management Board to harmonize all of these policies. We can see the management zoning map, including the total area of Mount Apo National Park, including its 7 LGUs, incorporating the buffer zone, multiple use zone, and strict protection zone. We can see that there are several CAD-Ts or CAD-Cs within the Mount Apo National Park, with the largest CAD-C, CAD-T belonging to the Unified Bagobo-Tagabawa CAD-T or CAD-C. These are, of course, the boundaries between strict protection zone and multiple use zone, including 2 AFP and PNP training camps located within the MUZ of the MANPI. These are the trails and campsites, of course, or all the 7 trails leading to the peak of MANPI. These are the dimensions of the campsites and the trails for all LGU managed trails, including shared trails. This is the peak of Mount Apo National Park at approximately 3 hectares and damaged area during the 2016 fire incident, which was also relatively very close to the peak. And the development of the linear programming model for the MANPI incorporated, of course, the maximization of X Magpet Trail down to Davao Trail, incorporating all trails, where, of course, these dimensions that you can see allocated for the development of a model. The first main model had this inequality, where all of the inputs and data from the shared and unshared trails, dimensions of the summit, maximum standard of 6 meters per tracker was incorporated, including all of the other factors, incorporating upper and lower limits. The final model and the final inequality showed, of course, that these were the dimensions for exclusive trails for Kidapawan, Magpet, Makilala, and all of the 7 trails in the LGUs. And this has resulted, of course, in a total of 1,820 maximum of trackers per client per day to a maximum of 5,033 trackers for minimum for all Magpet, Kidapawan, Makilala, Bansalan, Digos, and Santa Cruz trails. No trackers were allocated in the Davao City Trail owing to its strict no camping policy in the Mount Apo trails. We can see, of course, that after the removal of shale trails, there are 611 trackers that can be allowed for Magpet, 1,310 for Kidapawan, 2,165 for Makilala. Bansalan has 339, Digo City 302, and Santa Cruz 306, owing to a maximum of 5,032 trackers for all of the entire trails based on the developed model. This is, of course, the total land area of the summit of around 30,200 square meters. And of course, these are given if we allow 4 square meters to 6 square meters occupancy per tracker. These are the following constraints for 7,550 to 5,033 square meters per climber per peak. In summary, since the total area of Mount Apo is 64,053 hectares and it's governed by a multi-sectoral protected area management board, there is a need for the harmonization, of course, of all of the major stakeholders such as LGUs, ICCs, and the DNR. Several projects have also been made in MANPI, particularly, of course, CADCs and CADCs, and all of these require harmonization. In summary, as was stated earlier, this is the maximum number of trekkers per trail per day at 5,033 for MANPI and minimum at around 1,820 given the physical, biological, and social demographic dimensions. Okay. In conclusion, of course, these are the given study, and the research hypothesis of the study has been disproved since the physical, environmental, and social demographic factors do affect the trekking carrying capacity of the Mount Apo Natural Park, and this affects a unique opportunity for further harmonization of MANPI stakeholders with science-based results. Thus, it is recommended that this study be presented to the Protected Area Management Board. There should be an increase in the cooperation and collaboration of MANPI stakeholders, an updating of the General Management Plan. There should be an increase in involvement of CSOs, and of course, there should be continuous communication, education, and public awareness activities, and to improve the monitoring and patrolling of the Mount Apo Natural Park, including implications for future research and replications using this study as a baseline. Thank you very much for your time. God bless everybody and keep safe.
Thank you very much, Dr. Franklin R. Buenaflor, for that presentation. So we now invite Dr. Buenaflor to the floor for the open forum, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon,
Thank
sir.
you for this
How are you,
opportunity
sir?
po. Actually, I am part-time lecturer po for for the University of Southeastern Philippines MPA program. I'm actually full-time po with the DNR also as the Deputy PASO for the Mount Apo Natural Park po.
Oh, thank you, sir. Sir, there's a clarification from
Yes, sir.
Dr. Tanchuling. Can you please expound, sir, on how the carrying capacity was determined?
Okay. Well, it was determined using hello, sir. Is it clear? Okay.
Yes, sir.
We use Microsoft Excel solver, sir, to determine the minimum or rather the maximum number of trekkers per trail. Initially, we computed using yung modified Booleans formula for CARCAP, yung sa DNR natin na carrying capacity manual. And it is one of the factors that was placed in the model that was developed later. But basically, we did not use linear progression. We used, of course, the maximization of values. Medyo mahaba lang sa sir, hindi ko napakita ang formulas. But this is my dissertation po.
Okay.
Optimization modeling po. Sorry ha. We used optimization modeling po to determine the maximum number of trekkers per trail.
Optimization modeling. Sir, correct? Okay. Thank you, sir. Do you have any other question to Dr. Buenaflor? So the data you collected also, sir, is good for ecotourism project in for Mount Apo, no? So
yes, sir. It is in anticipation po of the increase. I'm sorry, Doc. In anticipation of the increase of the number of trekkers. If you actually look at the table po, grabe masyadong marami talaga, right? But based on our third quarter statistical report, the total number of visitors sa Mount Apo exceeded 100,000. for all the trails and for all the resorts. Bear in mind that the total area of Mount Apo is 64,053 hectares. Tapos 7 LGUs po, 44 barangays, and 2 provinces ang scope niya. Imagine, it covers both Region 11 and 12. So medyo malaki talaga po na PA. One of the largest po in the Philippines.
Okay, so other measures, sir, to control the influx of trekkers in the Mount Apo?
Okay. Well, it's not necessarily control, sir, but rather to regulate, right? Given that we have IATF restrictions, the PAMBI approved number of trekkers per trail is only 50 per trail per day. Usually, you can scale Mount Apo in 3 to 4 days. Mahaba na yan ng 4 days. Except if you follow the Davao City Trail kasi medyo malayo siya. So, 3 to 4 days. So, the PAMBI approved carrying capacity based on the precautionary principle and based on the inputs of the PAMBI members. 50 per trail per day lang yan siya. But because of IATF guidelines, 50% lang yan po ang allowed. So 25 per trail per day. That's one initiative. The current pandemic is also decreasing the impact of people on the natural environment by, well, not allowing large group gatherings po.
So with the pandemic, so there's some sort of recovery in the trails, no? And then we expect, no, again with the easing of the protocols, no, of the alert level, more trekkers will be in Mount Apo. We expect that.
Yes, definitely, sir. But it will be still a maximum of 50. As per PAMBI resolution. The trekking carrying capacity we determined through optimization modeling is the maximum number.
So maximum 50 is the maximum per trail per day.
That's per PAMBI resolution. But the large numbers that we have in the optimization model, yan punong-puno na talaga yan. Concert at the park na yan po na level.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I think there are no other questions from our participants.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for the information you provided to us, sir. I would like to present the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Franklin R. Buenaflor of the University of Southern Eastern Philippines for presenting the paper entitled Development of a Trekking Carrying Capacity Framework for the Mount Apo National Park. Again, thank you very much and congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Hey, the next presentation will be given to us by our colleague from the Project Integrated Water Analysis Survey and Technological Options, or IWASTO. The paper is entitled Community and Technology Selection Tool, a comprehensive guide in evaluating communities in the Manila Bay watershed for adoption of waste utilization technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. John Anthony B. Cruz. Sir.
Good day, everyone. I am here to share with you one of the outputs of Project IWASTO. This paper is entitled Community and Technology Selection Tool, a comprehensive guide in evaluating communities in the Manila Bay watershed for the adoption of waste utilization technologies. This is written and prepared by Camille Castillejos, Angela Aquino, Lisa Victoria Rosel, Maria Brida Lea Jola, and Maria Antonia Tanchuling, and yours truly, John Anthony Cruz, one of the community development officers of the project. For the outline of my presentation will be divided into 4 discussion points. First, I will give you an introduction to the research by introducing Project IWASTO, the objectives of the research or the paper, and the research design adopted throughout the duration of the study. Second, I will discuss the methodology undertaken for this research. A discussion on the results will also be done. Included is the community and technology selection tool we used for the project. And lastly, for the conclusion and recommendations that transpired during the study. So to begin with, Project IWASTO, or the Integrated Waste Analysis Survey and Technological Options, is one of the component projects of the I'm4 Manila Bay program that is funded by DOST PSURD and is currently being implemented by the UP Institute of Civil Engineering. It started in January 2020 and will end in January 2022. In a general sense, the project aims to describe and assess the SWM activities in communities which form part of the Manila Bay watershed. Secondly, it aims to set up appropriate waste utilization technologies to process biodegradable and plastic waste in selected communities. This objective is where this research banks on. And third is to provide the systematized SWM information through an online platform. Looking at the conceptual framework of the project, which has been the guide in the implementation, from the established general condition of the communities, included in this are looking at the waste characteristics, waste management practices, and environmental, social, economic, and technical considerations. We are to introduce waste utilization technologies as technological interventions in achieving sustainable waste management. This process could be achieved through enabling policy support and community involvement. Now, what are the different waste utilization technologies that the project chose at the start to be deployed to the communities? From the available waste utilization technologies designed by DOST-ITDI, the project team has identified 3 technologies, 2 for the processing of biodegradable waste and 1 for the plastic waste. For the biodegradable waste, we have a dual drum composter that processes biodegradable waste like kitchen waste and garden or dry waste to produce a compost product. Another for the biodegradable waste is the ITDI IBC biogas digester. This technology also processes biodegradable waste, mostly on kitchen waste, to produce a biogas that can produce flame. And the third technology is the electroplastic densifier. This technology processes shredded waste plastic films and are converted and densified into plastic strings, which can be used as raw materials for plastic manufacturing. Now that I have introduced you to the project, let me go into details with the paper. Having said all those, from improving waste management conditions to identifying technologies, the question is, how do we select our communities? Or at the very least, how did we select our communities in the implementation of the project? To answer, this paper will basically provide a comprehensive guide on the specific processes undergone by the project in identifying its partner local communities that may effectively adopt waste utilization technologies. Specifically, this will discuss the developed community selection tool that will positively evaluate solid waste management systems and conditions of the nominated barangays. And after evaluation, the paper will discuss the selection process undertaken by the project in identifying communities that will adopt the said technologies. And lastly, this paper will discuss the technology selection tool used by the project in appropriating waste utilization technologies per identified partner barangay. The research design of the paper adopted the technology deployment process flow conceptualized for the project. The technology deployment as a process constitutes 5 major phases where each phase has specific objectives and activities. For the first phase, we identified as a preliminary phase includes the identification of the waste utilization technologies and the network building with the environmental offices of the priority cities in the Manila Bay watershed, namely Manila, Malabon, Marikina, Navotas, Pasay, and Pasig. The second phase includes the nomination of local barangays by the city environmental offices and the community selection process. The third phase includes the assignment of the waste utilization technologies to the identified partner barangays, the actual deployment of technologies, the capacity building and training of the local barangay as to how to sustainably operate the technologies, and the initial monitoring and evaluation of the technology usage. The fourth phase will include a more specific documentation and assessment of the current solid waste management system of the partner barangay, like its collection system and waste diversion strategies. Upon establishing and assessing the present solid waste management system, we are to explore on how the introduction of waste utilization technologies may affect the existing system. So as an output, we are also to establish a redesigned plan of operations for the barangay solid waste management system and a more detailed plan of the operation of the technologies. Included in this phase also is the continuous monitoring and evaluation of the tech and the redesigned system. The final phase will be at the end of the project implementation, it is the official turnover of the text to the barangays. As for this paper, we are only to focus on phases 1, 2, and 3, the preliminary phase, community selection, and the technology deployment. So for these phases, and also in this paper, the following are the specific methods the project undergone. First is the development of the community and technology selection tool, which included the must and wish criteria, which I will discuss more later, the online consultation with the city environmental offices to nominate potential partner barangays of the project, review of the barangay profiles and solid waste management related barangay documents as secondary data, and lastly, the application of community and technology selection tool through consultations with the nominated barangays in the form of series of online focus group discussions and key informant interviews. Now, we proceed to the results and discussion of the paper. First, I am to talk about the design selection tool. The criteria used for the community and technology selection consists of must and a wish criteria. It is essential that the relevant must and wish criteria are identified and agreed before candidate communities are identified to eliminate bias. Must criteria are used for the initial screening phase of the community and technology selection. All the criteria under this part must be fully satisfied for a candidate to be considered further. The must criteria for the community selection are as follows. First is the availability of an operational MRF in the community. Second, the barangay must be considered as or has an ISF or estero community. And lastly, it must be a waste contributor to Manila Bay. Once the screening of candidate sites has been completed using the must criteria, a short list can be drawn up of communities for further evaluation. Specific information of the communities would be required for evaluating the communities against the wish criteria. Wish criteria are arranged into 3 categories. Under each category is a set of wish criteria for a meaningful decision analysis. The categories and criteria are as follows. The community efforts, where we will look into the barangay LGU SWM programs and project. Their solid waste management ordinances, solid waste management systems and good practices, and the willingness of the community. The second category is for the leadership, where we will look into the availability of an SWM core group, involve people's organizations, and the prioritization of the barangay on SWM. For the last category, we will look into the availability of operational technology, broad base of volunteers, and the presence of external partner organizations in the community. To be able to make an unbiased community selection, a decision analysis matrix is used where community criteria are scored for each of the candidate communities. After identifying the community selection elements, the next step is to assign weighing factors to each criterion. The decision analysis matrix for site selection is shown in the screen. It is suggested to use weights of 1 to 3, equivalent to the number of categories, as well as ranking scores of 1 to 4. Scores for each of the criteria are recorded in the matrix for each of the candidate communities. Once completed with the scoring, the scores are multiplied with the weights and the answers recorded in the column marked as S times W. The S times W results are totaled for each of the sites, and the preferred community should be one with the highest total score. Shown in the screen are the scoring systems per specific criterion. All criterion will have a range of 1 to 4 so as to quantify all qualitative data we gathered from the review of secondary data and our primary data gathering through FGDs and KIIs. Shown in this slide are the results of the community selection. First, the 6 priority cities only had 3 nominated barangays. From the 6 priority cities, only 3 had nominated barangay local government units: Navotas City, Malabon City, and the City of Manila. From the 9 nominated barangays, 3 were eliminated and 6 barangays continued to the second round of evaluation. With our coordination and data requests from the 6 finalist barangays, only 4 established and maintained communication with us. So from the 4 barangays we reviewed, where we reviewed our secondary data and the results of our consultations through FGDs. The table shown on the screen is the breakdown of scores garnered by each barangay. After careful evaluation and deliberation, Barangay 412 of Manila, Barangay San Agustin of Malabon, and Barangay Tanza 1 were chosen as the partner barangays of the project. For the technology selection or assignment, a very quick disclaimer, we initially intended to conduct WACs, or the waste analysis and characterization study that will help us determine the appropriate technology to the barangay, determined by its waste generation data. However, due to strict implementation and limitations brought upon by the pandemic, the team had to postpone the conduct of PACs and just thought of also adopting the selection system of communities to the technologies. So same with the community selection, we have also identified a set of wish and must criteria. For the must criteria, we have identified points like the waste requirement, with the question, will the community be able to provide the waste requirement of a specific technology based on their latest WACS data? Spatial capacity of the barangay, with the question, can the community comply with the spatial requirement of the technology? And lastly, will the community be able to provide the resources needed for the operation of the technology? The design decision analysis matrix tool for the technology selection has also 3 categories, which will also be ranked to 3 for the identification of weights per category. The main categories are the technology requirements, which include waste generation data, budgetary requirements, and spatial requirement. The second, which is for sustainability, includes the presence of a technology operator, waste utilization practices of the barangay, and the income generating projects of the barangay for SWM. The last category, which only has 1 element, is the community selection score of the barangay. Shown in the screen are the specific scoring systems per specific criterion. All criterion will also have a range of 1 to 4. So how did the technology selection go about? To be able to see if the barangays all have the criterion with our must criteria, we sent a sensing form we call as the technology selection form. In the form, we asked them to rank their preferred technology from their first choice to the least, also providing justification of their chosen technology. After ranking, data on their latest WACs were also asked to check if they can comply with the waste requirement as one of our must criteria. Review and cross-checking of data used in the community selection were done to be able to identify if the barangay has the spatial capability and can provide the resources needed. After undergoing the technology selection, must criteria, all technologies have been evenly distributed to the barangays since they all have different preferred technologies. Note also that Barangay Tanza 1 has expressed their desire to adopt another technology, which is the biogas digester. We also reviewed their necessary information and has established that they can sustain its operation. With this, the decision analysis matrix was not used. The overall result of the community and technology selection tool is shown at the screen. Barangay 412 of City of Manila had the dual drum composter, Barangay San Agustin of Malabon City for the biogas digester, and Barangay Tanza 1 of Navota City for the electroplastic densifier and the biogas digester. So what is the next steps after this process? Looking back at the technology deployment process flow, we are now in phases 4 and 5. We are to establish the existing SWM systems and will conduct participatory workshops in reviewing and redesigning the said system if necessary because of the presence of these technologies. And an official turnover will be at the end of the project for the ownership of the techs. In the duration and implementation of the community and technology selection tool, we have noted and concluded that the design selection process highlighted the vital role and the capabilities of local communities in improving their solid waste management systems through technological interventions. The design selection tool also helped in ensuring effective, expanded, sustainable options for waste diversion strategies through positive reception and contextual appropriateness of the waste utilization technologies to the local communities. And as our recommendations to the projects, the communities, and to other stakeholders, the barangays must revisit their current solid waste management systems to acknowledge technological interventions in waste management as identified in phase 4 of the deployment process. The waste utilization technologies must also be continuously monitored and evaluated to ensure sustainability and to conduct a cost-benefit analysis study of the identified waste utilization technologies. So that will be the end of our paper. Thank you all for listening. You may follow us on Facebook, facebook.com/projectiwasto. And for questions or queries, you may send us an email to info.iwasto@gmail.com. Again, thank you so much and have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Sir John Anthony B. Cruz, for that presentation. And for the open forum, may I invite Dr. Tonette Tanchuling to please answer the questions of our participants. Ma'am, there's a question here from Sir John Ray. Sabi niyo po niya, in describing the operation of materials recovery facility, did the researchers consider the operation of each of the components of the MRF, including sorting area, composting area, and storage area? And also, how would you describe the MRF of the barangay residents? Ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. First, I'd like to share that unfortunately, Anthony Cruz is sick right now. So I have to take over the difficult task of answering your questions. Anthony is our community development specialist. So they were the ones who coordinated with the communities. Anyway, I'll try my best to answer your question. Regarding the MRF, maybe you saw that the presence of the MRF is one of the criteria, and the I would say maybe quality or because we know that not all MRFs are designed equal. If you have seen, many MRFs are like kulungan ng manok or ginagawang basurahan lang, no? So these are also considered. It may not be the ideal, like having a sorting area, composting area, but having enough space and having minimal operations. At least it's in operation, so we believe that it can be improved. So that's why that's already a good, that qualifies them already. So maybe to answer the second question, what can we say? In general, maybe not only for this project, we always say that if we want to improve our recyclability, improve our recycling rates, we need to improve first our MRFs. Aside from having none, no, if we have MRFs, they're really poorly designed, unfortunately, no. So we need to do a lot of work regarding MRFs. Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Tonette, totoo yung sinabi mo that there is barangays design their materials recovery facility depende sa area nila, depende rin sa resources ng barangay, no? So yung iba kasi sobrang laki naman, which are not functional, no? Yung iba naman is napaka liit na sobrang-sobra naman yung materials na nandoon, no? So I think the question pa rin is on how functional yung mga materials recovery facility na ito, no? So are they really functioning as materials recovery, or are some kasi are utilized as disposal area na or a residual containment area?
Okay, iba't ibang, maybe that's a good question, no, Dr. Celso, that we should come up with some statistics regarding yung status talaga ng MRF in terms of quality. But we saw, in the first place, the numbers, no, only 33% of our barangays, this is on a national level, no, this is this is beyond iwasto, pero just a background on solid waste management. Only 33% of our barangays have MRFs. So wala pa dyan yung anong klaseng MRF. Tama ka, there are MRFs which are really big. They have good size and they have a lot of these technologies given out, I think just passed on to them. And unfortunately, marami sa kanila hindi ginagamit. And that's our rationale for ensuring that communities, that barangays will accept the technology. Kasi we need to emphasize that this is a partnership and this is something that they will accept and that they can operate on their own. No, hindi lang yung ibibigay natin and tapos na. So it's not a simple matter of just utilizing the technology. We have to ensure its sustainability. So maganda talagang pag-aaral yun, yung among our MRFs, ilan ba talaga yung maganda, yung nagfa-function at yung unfortunately yung tawag namin dyan makakomply lang, no? The iwasto is a huge project. This is just one aspect. I'd like to invite you. We'll also present tomorrow at the Pasig River, the colloquium of the Pasig River, no, organized by PRCMO, where I'll present the entire iwasto project. And one of the aspects, one of the outputs of iwasto that we want to do is also improve the LGU assessment criteria. Na it should be more than the existence. No, yung pag-check ngayon, it's not a mere checklist, may MRF ka ba or wala. Kung meron, di okay, no? There should be some quality evaluation of yung functions nga ng MRF. Yun lang.
Yeah, totoo po yun. No? So, in the SGLG, ma'am, they are including MRF as one of the criteria. No? And they should really look into the functionality of these facilities para we could really attain the objectives of RA 9003. No? So, it's a challenge to the DNR and the National Solid Waste Management Commission to look into this MRF na talagang functional yung mga facilities na po na ito. Again, thank you very much, Dr. Tanchuling, and to your partners in that research. And at this time, we'd like to present the certificate of appreciation to Sir John Anthony B. Cruz for presenting the paper entitled Community and Technology Selection Tool, a Comprehensive Guide in Evaluating Communities in the Manila Bay Watershed for Adoption of Waste Utilization Technologies. Again, thank you very much, Doc.
Thank you.
And to the rest of the team, thank you. Now proceed to the next presentation entitled Evaluation of Household Tap Water Quality in a Residential Area in Santa Rosa, Laguna, to be given to us by Mr. John Daniel P. Bonita from the Institute of Environmental Science and Meteorology, College of Science of the University of the Philippines, Diliman. Sir.
Hi everyone, I'm Daniel Bonita and I'll be sharing with you our study conducted in Santa Rosa, Laguna. So for those of you who might not have heard of Santa Rosa or hindi pa kayo familiar dun sa lugar, meron ako map dito. So it is just south of Manila. Makikita nyo siya na parang extension na siya ng National Capital Region. So nandito siya sa may bandang Laguna Lake. Also, another feature ng city namin is yung manufacturing industries. So pagka-pass through nyo ng Santa Rosa exit southbound, makikita nyo itong naglalakihang models ng Coca-Cola products. So yan yung bago kayo lumiko ng Patagaytay. On the way to the Tagaytay, makikita nyo din yung Nuvali Soledad, yung Ayala Mall Soledad. Para siyang BGC ng South Luzon. So madami siyang alfresco dining. And of course, hindi mawawala yung Enchanted Kingdom. So in my experience, every time people would know na I am from Santa Rosa, ang next question usually dyan ay kung malapit daw ba yung bahay namin sa Enchanted Kingdom. And then meron din namang iba na yung next question ay medyo weird. So ang tanong nila is, everyday ka bang nasa Enchanted Kingdom? So, so weird yun para sa amin kasi parang nagiging descriptor na ng Santa Rosa ang Enchanted Kingdom. Pero dun sa mga nagtatanong, yes po, malapit yung bahay namin sa Enchanted Kingdom. Pero obviously, hindi naman kami everyday pumupunta doon. Yun. So, just a trivia lang sa city namin. Yung cityhood namin was around 2004. And I think elementary pa lang ako noon. And ever since, nakita ko kung paano yung pagbabago ng landscape ng city. So kung dati dominated by agricultural land, ngayon madami ng housing developments and malls. Yun. Madami na ding pagbabago dun sa... So makikita niyo dyan sa screen niyo is yung time-lapse from 1984 to 2020. So makikita niyo paano nagbago yung green tapos naging urban area na siya. Yan. So habang nag-i-industrialize yung city, hindi makakaila yung pagbabago sa physical environment. On the other hand, meron din naman yung benefits. So for example, habang nagpo-pour in yung investment, nagkakaroon ng madaming job opportunities yung mga tao. And that leads to better demand for higher standards of living. So magkakaroon ng demand for better access to resources. Halimbawa, better access to energy in the form of electricity. So nagtatayuan na ng mga poste ng kuryente, mga kable ng kuryente, nagkakabit na. And then the same principle applies to water access. And for my discussion, dun ako magpo-focus sa water access. Okay? In the Philippines, 94% of the population have at least basic access to water. So ano ba ibig sabihin ng basic, safely managed, limited, unimproved surface water? Meron akong infographic dito. Ayan. So kapag sinabing safely managed ang water source mo, it is readily available, located within the premises, and available when needed. And it is free from contamination. So example niyan is yung tap water. Di ba? Pag binuksan mo, may lalabas na tubig. For basic, it misses a safely managed criteria and it takes under 30 minutes to collect. Round trip na yon, yung under 30 minutes. So for limited naman, over 30 minutes. Itong tatlong ito, they are considered improved water sources. So they have the potential to deliver safe water. Sa other end of the spectrum, meron namang unimproved and surface water, which means na direct mong ino-obtain yung water mo from surface water. Halimbawa, river, dams, lakes, ponds, and streams. So balik tayo sa Philippines. So makikita nyo 94% ang merong at least basic access to clean water, at least basic access to water, and then 47% ang safely managed. And so looking closely into the data, makikita natin na merong discrepancy between, disparity between rural and urban areas. So halimbawa sa urban, 98% na ang at least basic. Sa rural, 91%. And I'm sure na-observe nyo din to, lalo na yung mga nasa probinsya. Pati yung mga nagbabakasyon sa rural areas to unwind. Makikita nyo, na-experience nyo na mahirap mag-obtain ng, mahirap yung access to water sa rural areas. So makikita nyo sa urban, 62%, tapos sa rural, 34.5% lang. Sa Philippines, kapag pinag-usapan natin yung access to water, dapat pag-usapan din natin yung water quality. So meron tayong mga legislation in place para facilitate yung water quality. So example niyan is yung Republic Act 9275, also known as the Clean Water Act of 2004. So basically, generally in-state lang nun na as we pursue economic growth, dapat hindi nasa-sacrifice yung water bodies, natural resources natin. It is pursuant to this legislation that the DNR Administrative Order 2016-08 was established. So ito yung Water Quality Guidelines and General Effluent Standards of 2016. Yung Water Quality Guidelines ay para sa surface water and groundwater. And yung effluents ay para sa iba't ibang uri ng industries. Meron din tayo for drinking water. Ito naman ay sa DOH. Ito yung Philippine National Standards for Drinking Water of 2017. And for my discussion, ang gagamitin kong reference ay yung PNSDW of 2017. So, balik tayo dun sa situation sa Santa Rosa. So, habang nagbabago yung landscape, habang nag-industrialize, I was curious about paano kaya magko-compare yung household tap water quality on the consumer end dun sa Philippine National Standards for Drinking Water. And so, my objective was to evaluate the compliance of household tap water quality. So this study investigated the physical parameters, take note, general acceptability, yan yung taste and odor, pH, temperature, electrical conductivity, salinity, and TDS. So really the questions that I am asking are, is the household tap water quality compliant to the PNSDW of 2017? And is the household tap water quality consistent throughout the day and week? So for my study side, I mentioned Santa Rosa, Laguna. Ang water concessionaire ay Laguna Water, subsidiary of Manila Water. For my materials, I used a handheld multimeter, plastic beaker, wash bottle with distilled water, calibrating solutions, and Kim wipes. So the procedure is fairly direct and straightforward. Very simple lang siya. Actually, pwede nyo gawin to sa sarili nyo mga bahay. So initially, I just made sure na malinis yung sampling area and the faucet was turned on to let water flash for 10 seconds. And then I washed the plastic beaker with tap water. I collected the water and I measured the relevant parameters. It is important to note that the calibration of the multimeter was performed every day at 9 a.m. Gumamit din ako ng blanks using distilled water and I used duplicates for sampling. So again, simple lang siya. I just made sure na I would minimize as much sources of error as possible. So for my sampling frequency, I conducted measurements 3 times a day, 9 a.m., 1 p.m., and 8 p.m. for 7 days. So this study was conducted last April 2021. Okay, for the results, sa temperature, it is what you would expect. Cooler water during the morning, warmer during noon and in the evening. And then it is influenced by the external temperature. So yun nasa top right, makikita nyo yung image, ayan yung variation within the day. And then yung nasa baba ay yung throughout the week. So makikita nyo cooler water during the morning and warmer at noon and in the evening. So sa weekly naman, makikita nyo meron dyang peak sa Thursday. And I think, and naalala ko pa kung na mainit talaga yung araw na yon. April to, so medyo mainit. Mainit talaga yung Thursday compared dun sa ibang araw during the sampling period. For pH naman, it is within the standard set by the PNSDW, yung 6.5 to 8.5. So ang range of values na nakuha ko ay 7 to 7.5. And makikita nyo dyan yung fluctuations, which I attributed to instrument calibration. Kasi kung makikita nyo sa blanks, same lang sila ng pattern ng fluctuations. So yeah, pasok na pasok siya dun sa 6.5 to 8.5. For the TDS naman, total dissolved solids, it is well below the maximum allowable limit set by the PNSDW of 2017, which is 600 milligrams per liter. So ito ay nasa around 270 to 296 yung values ng total dissolved solids. Also, it uses the same probe for salinity and electrical conductivity. So actually, sa lahat ng measurements ko, same lang yung values ng TDS pati ng salinity. For easy naman, magkaiba sila ng value pero yung trend is the same. So halimbawa, consistent yung sa TDS, consistent din yung sa electrical conductivity. So yun, very consistent yung values ng TDS within the day and throughout the week. So for the summary of my results, yung experimental value ko yung nasa gitna, salinity, TDS, pH, odor, EC, taste, and temperature. For the maximum allowable limit, ito yung provided ng PNSDW of 2017. And makikita nyo ang meron lang dyan na reference values ay yung TDS, pH, odor, and taste. So yan, pasok naman lahat yung values ko sa standards ng PNSDW. So to conclude, results of monitored physical parameters showed consistency throughout the duration of the study. Doon naman sa mga merong reference values, yung TDS, pH, and general acceptability, they showed compliance to the PNSDW of 2017. I hope I'm not leading you to believe na it is a holistic, comprehensive assessment ng tap water quality because it is not. May limitations yung device na ginamit namin. So it is recommended to assess additional sampling parameters to obtain a more comprehensive assessment ng household tap water quality. So before I end, I would like to acknowledge yung help ni Dr. Maylene Cayetano and EPSL of IESM. Sila yung nag-prepare ng calibration solutions. Sila yung nag-facilitate ng distribution and shipping ng water quality testing kits. So these are my resources. And yeah, that is all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Sir John Bonita, for that presentation. And we will invite you to the meeting room for the Q&A. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon po.
Okay, sir, may question po tayo from Ma'am Lesa of EMB. Did you not take the samples for total coliform, which is an important parameter for drinking water?
Thank you po for the question. Sa study po namin, hindi po kami nakapag sample for coliform kasi po again, limited lang po yung device namin. Yung device na gamit ko ay isang handheld multimeter lang po. And wala din po akong equipment to do yung coliform testing po.
Okay, thank you, sir. You have another question to Sir John? As recommended by Sir John naman po, the inclusion of other parameters in testing the quality of the water is recommended. So I think there's a need also to conduct the same study and include other parameters to determine really the total quality of the tap water in Santa Rosa, Laguna, sir. Okay. Thank you very much for that presentation, sir. Sir, there's another question from Sir John Ray. In case the parameters exceed the minimum guidelines, what interventions can be recommended?
Okay. I think kapag meron hindi pumasok dun sa standards na set ng PNSDW, I think ang tamang approach is to i-submit yung information na yun sa authorities para sila yung makapag-address ng problem. Kasi sa consumer end, wala namang magagawa yung mga consumers kundi mag-submit ng complaint dun sa water service provider.
Okay, so yun. So thank you, sir.
Salamat po.
Okay, thank you. So again, thank you very much and congratulations for the presentation. We'd like to present you, sir, the certificate of appreciation from PATLEPAM for presenting your paper entitled Evaluation of Household Tap Water Quality in a Residential Area in Santa Rosa, Laguna. Again, thank you very much, Sir John Bonita. We'll now proceed to the next presentation entitled Sustainable Model for Selecting the Best Available Technology for Treating Infectious Healthcare Waste as applied in Philippine Heart Center, Quezon City, Philippines, to be given to us by Ms. Lawrence Roca of Mapua University. Ma'am.
Good day. We are from Mapua University and we would like to present our study with the title of A Sustainable Model for Selecting the Best Available Technology for Treating Infectious Healthcare Waste as Applied in Philippine Heart Center in Quezon City, Philippines. The world is drowning in medical waste in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and the raw precaution of this glut has a profound impact on sustainable healthcare waste management practices, which is deep and broad. Concerning the global market for medical waste management, there will be a strong demand in the coming months and years for additional facility capacity and for advanced solutions that deliver improved efficiency and better methods for medical waste treatment, including incineration, autoclaving, and chemical treatment. Treatment systems designed for waste quality and quantity under normal conditions have to cope with dramatic changes that force abnormal operations. The unfortunate reality worldwide is, however, that an enormous amount of healthcare waste, including waste generated as a result of our pandemic responses, is either mistreated with improperly maintained technologies or not treated at all. Mounting medical waste from COVID-19 emphasized the need for sustainable waste management strategy. The conceptual framework of the study contains the input, process, and the output. The input is the volume of infectious healthcare waste, operation and maintenance expenses, and treatment personnel. With the input, the model for selecting the best available treatment technology can be created with the use of ranking scale questionnaires of the analytical hierarchy process model. And from the process, the output of the best available treatment technology can be obtained. The objective of the study is to develop a model using analytic hierarchy process for selecting the best available technology for treating the infectious healthcare waste that are contaminated with infectious microorganisms as a means for virus infection prevention and control in healthcare facilities in the Philippines. Specifically, this research aims to determine the increase in volume of infectious healthcare waste since COVID-19 outbreak, assess the available treatment technologies for infectious healthcare waste, and develop a sustainable tool for selecting the best available technology as a primary intervention for controlling the increase in volume of infectious healthcare wastes. The methodological framework shows the step-by-step process of how the researchers will be able to gather data and come up with a basis of modeling the equation for selecting the best available technology. 5 phases will constitute the whole research process. The result will be comprehensively analyzed and will be used as a deciding factor for making the conclusion and recommendation in the last phase. The location and where the data will be gathered is the Philippine Heart Center in Quezon City, Philippines. The researchers will also gather needed data from the experts who have superior knowledge of the healthcare waste management. The sample size of the study is 10 sanitary engineers and experts. The study requires respondents who will do rating of different criteria provided by the researchers. The researchers will then conduct surveys to gather information about the respondents' perception in the selection of the best technology for treating healthcare infectious waste through different messaging platforms such as the Facebook Messenger, Google Form and emails, Zooms, or other similar platforms in which it will depend on the respondent's convenience. The researchers used the analytic hierarchy process for selecting the best available technology for the treatment of infectious waste in Philippine Heart Center, Quezon City, Philippines. It will be used by rating the criteria by rank under each objective from experts through survey questionnaires. That ratings will be used to compare pairwise criteria using the AHP software. The researchers gathered information from Engineer Barsaga about the house treatment facility in the Philippine Heart Center. According to him, the technology used is the thermal process of autoclave that uses high steam temperature that can destroy viruses and is also equipped with a shredder to reduce the volume of the infectious waste for up to 80%. It has a capacity of treating 250 kg of waste per day. Currently, the treatment facility treats a range of 1,000 to 1,200 kg of infectious waste per day due to the pandemic of COVID-19 and to the expansion of the treatment facility itself. AHP is a model of prioritization where it is concerned with measuring the strength of importance, preference, and likelihood of influences. Experts make pairwise comparisons to judge how much one element dominates another with respect to a certain property. From the slide shows the pairwise comparison matrix where each criterion is compared with other criteria individually. The criteria used in the study is shown in the other image. The second column shows the criteria used, namely the treatment efficiency, availability of location, compliance to the national policies, volume of residual waste, occupational health and safety, environmental and health considerations, capital operation and disposal cost, technology acceptance, and availability of resources. The third column shows the available technology in treating infectious waste such as the autoclave. In using the AHP, the consistency of the result is an important factor. It was found that all the consistency rates are less than 0.1. This low rate indicates a good level of homogeneity in comparison estimates. In other words, the result obtained from the specialist is consistent. With the AHP model, importance value can be determined. The higher its value, the higher its rank when it comes to prioritization. Hence, thermal process autoclave ranks first with 22.45 importance value. Following this process is the thermal process pyrolysis and the thermal process microwave. On the other hand, radiation technology lasts with 6.97 importance value. The production of the infectious waste can be increased due to different factors. In the Philippine Heart Center, with the previous rate in treating the infectious waste of 250 kg per day, with the house treatment facility, which uses autoclave technology, it is then increased to a rate of 1,000 to 1,200 kg per day. With the increased rate of 4 to 4.8 times, it can be concluded that there is an increase in the volume of infectious healthcare waste since the COVID-19 outbreak, aside from the expansion of the healthcare facility. AHP method enables the decision maker to evaluate a larger number of criteria using pairwise comparisons and also to calculate the consistency. This raises the credibility of the decision. However, AHP generates a decision based on the comprehensive analysis of a problem and the combination of relevant information based on the knowledge, experiences, and preferences of the various participants involved in the decision-making process. AHP estimates weights and priorities and suggests the best alternative considering all the criteria. Based on this analysis, weights for technologies assessments were ranked, and the results show that the thermal process autoclave is the most suitable technology. Additionally, thermal process pyrolysis ranks second, and the thermal process microwave ranks third as per the results from HP. This developed tool can help to determine the technology needed to improve or develop so that it can control the increasing amount of infectious waste, which also shows what technology to focus or use.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence Roca, for that presentation under the Pandemic Health and Environment category. May we invite you to the meeting room for the open forum? Good afternoon, Ms. Roca.
Good afternoon. Narinig po ba
Good
ako?
afternoon, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Audible po.
Thank you.
Okay, do you have any question to our presenter, Ms. Roca? While waiting, ma'am, sa questions nila. So, with the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, we really need the treatment of the healthcare waste, particularly the mass and other COVID-19 healthcare waste generated. So our province is conceptualizing the healthcare waste management plan. So based on your conclusion, the best appropriate technology that can be adopted for the treatment of this healthcare waste is autoclave.
Yes.
Autoclave po. So in terms of its financial viability to local governments, ma'am, ano po yung masasabi po ninyo?
From our gathering of data, di ba included naman po yung financial capability ng government, and one of the criteria naman po is if kung kaya ba nila yon. So may part din sa presentation na ano yung may nakalagay na weighted value for the financial. So considered na rin talaga siya sa a comparison between other technologies.
So viable po siya, ma'am, for local governments?
Yes po, viable po.
So may tanong pa po ba yung ating mga sir? Ma'am, may question po pa from Sir John Ray Quinones. Aside from the sanitary engineers, did you also consider the PCO of the hospitals as respondents?
Sadly, sir, we only got, kinuha ko lang namin pong respondents is yung mga sanitary engineers. Pero yung sa mismong hospitals po is hindi po. Bali, ang contact lang po namin for that is, for the said hospital is yung handle po nung treatment nila si Engineer Barsaga po. Pero when it comes to respondents, hindi po sila included.
Ayun. Pero yung ano po yung kwan ni Sir PCO po siya o yung safety officer o ano po? Or
from what I know po is siya po yung nagha-handle nung mismong treatment. Parang siya po yung head ng treatment dun sa Philippine Heart Center.
Baka siya din po yung PCO, hindi lang niya na-mention.
Might be po, might be.
Okay. Sir Jan, okay po ba yan? Okay, thank you very much. I think wala na pong question sa presentation ni Ms. Roca. Thank you very much, ma'am. And we would like to present to you the certificate of appreciation from PATLEPAM for presenting the paper entitled A Sustainable Model for Selecting the Best Available Technology for Treating Infectious Healthcare Waste as applied in the Philippine Heart Center, Quezon City, Philippines. So thank you very much, ma'am, for that presentation. We will now proceed to the special topic for this afternoon, which is the carbon calculators to be given to us by Engineer Paulo Goco from the CN 2050 Academy Group. Sir.
Good day, PATLEPAM. I am Paulo Gooco, and for today, I will be discussing the carbon calculators that we developed in Ako Ang Bukas movement. But first, please allow me to introduce Ako Ang Bukas, or AAB for short. AAB is a movement with members coming from different sectors, such as businesses, local government units, academe, faith-based organizations, indigenous people, and of course the youth. The movement aims to raise awareness about climate change and to help sectors contribute to climate solutions. One of the first solutions we worked at was to develop a carbon calculator. As the saying goes, we cannot improve what we cannot measure. We developed two calculators to equip public and private organizations to account their carbon footprint. The first one is the household calculator. This calculator allows you to compute your personal carbon footprint based on your lifestyle. Meanwhile, our second calculator, which we call entity calculator, is designed to be used by offices, factories, agribusiness, restaurants, schools, LGU facilities, and all other activities which involve carbon emissions. Computing carbon emissions has increased in relevance over the years as regulators such as the SEC and some banks are now requiring companies to report their carbon emissions. Now, the framework of the calculators were based on the globally recognized GHG protocol. I know some of you might be familiar with this already, but as an overview, the GHG protocol categorizes the emissions of an entity into three. Scope 1 is the direct emissions. As the name suggests, these are the carbon emissions that the entity emits. Some example activities include fuel consumption of company cars or school buses, LPG consumption of school-owned canteens, biological emissions from farm animals, and many more. Then scope 2 is your indirect carbon emissions resulting from your use of electricity. Lastly, we have scope 3. Scope 3 is all the other indirect carbon emissions, such as taking commercial flights, riding a taxi, riding a jeepney, buying clothes, generating waste, etc. As for the emissions factors, we only made use of reputable sources of information such as the IPCC and our very own Climate Change Commission. These are the emission factors that are only there are emission factors that are only unique to the Philippines. No, katulad ng when we use tricycles and jeepneys. No? So Climate Change Commission, they were able to compute the emission factor for every kilometer traveled by a tricycle or a jeepney. Now let's deep dive into the household calculator. This calculator computes the emissions of the different aspects of your lifestyle, from energy consumption, transportation, cooking, and up to your waste management practices. Since most of our electricity is still coming from fossil fuels, your electricity consumption contributes most to your carbon footprint. As for transportation, mass transportation will always have a lower carbon footprint compared to, say, bringing your own car. This is because the carbon footprint is divided by the number of people using the vehicle. Now, if there are 20 people in a bus, then the carbon emission of that bus is divided into 20. Now, if you're driving your own car, now the carbon emission is only divided by the number of passengers in the car. So if you're driving alone, it's only divided by 1. Now, for our entity calculator, we consider the different activities of a typical organization, like companies and schools. The calculator considers all types of fuel consumption activities, transportation, and even agribusiness. So actually, our calculator can provide carbon emissions per hectare of rice paddies, or even per number of pigs or cows. In developing this calculator, we were very conscious of our formulas and emission factors. And so we want to make sure that the companies companies or organizations who will use our calculators will be able to report this as for compliance purposes, such as SEC or sometimes some of the larger banks they require reporting of greenhouse gas emissions. Okay, now that we have computed the carbon emissions, aligning to the goal of Ako Bukas, we also wanted you to we provided you, we are going to provide you with tips on how to lower your carbon footprint. So for example, a company, anything that going digital will always result into less paper, less waste, and eventually less carbon footprint. Now, energy conservation, it's pretty direct, and obvious. But if we turn off our appliances when not in use, unplugging, controlling the temperature of your aircon, so wag masyadong malamig, yung tipong magja-jacket ka pa. So the idea is the right amount of you use the right amount of air conditioning will definitely lower your carbon emissions. So as you can see in the earlier slides, and actually when you use our calculators, you will realize that among the meats that we eat, cows and pigs have the higher carbon emissions. So when you eat less meat, it will eventually result into lower carbon emissions now. And then buying local, growing your own food, this is the direct, the result of this will be, there will be less transportation needed. And then of course, if you recycle more, waste will be lessened. And then the waste going to the landfill will be reduced now. And of course, if instead of using vehicles that consumes fossil fuel, mag-bike ka na lang or mag-walk ka na lang if possible. So like a classic example, kung bibili ka lang ng suka sa kanto, so instead of bringing your own car, minsan ginagawa yun eh. So I guess paglakad ka na lang, it really pays to to have some exercise, especially now that during the pandemic, we appreciate it more. Okay, so now based on the 6th assessment report of IPCC, which was released earlier this year around August, they said that in order for us to prevent a 1.5 degrees Celsius increase in global temperature, we need to achieve net zero by 2050. So what does it mean when I say net zero? So this means the amount of carbon emissions or carbon footprint that we emit should be equal, they should balance out now to the amount of carbon sequestration. Now, to give you context, paano mo natin ma-imagine to? Now, our calculator also helps to provide you this information because for the carbon emissions, it gives you the computation on how much trees you will need to offset that kind of emission. For example, if you consume 100 kilowatt hour, this is equivalent to 28 trees planted every year. Imagine, monthly consumption of 100. I look it up. I googled it. It's only 50% of an average household. So the next time you look at your bill, if you see 100 kilowatt, you see 200 kilowatts, so computed mo na, 100 kilowatt is equivalent to 28 trees. So imagine, can you plant 28 trees in that month? So it's accumulating. So imagine in a year, how many trees do you need? 28 times 12. So meaning it's not that easy. It's not that easy to offset your own carbon emissions. Now, it seems so far when we talk about net zero by 2050. No? But if you need to zero, if because we need to zero it out, and you can imagine how many trees you need, no, to equate for that, or how much reduction in terms of emission do you need, no? So that para mas less na yung inyong carbon sequestration na kailangan. So we need to start doing something now, no? No, kasi isang puno, it takes years before mag-grow, no? It takes years before siya mag-mature, before niya ma-realize, no? Yung kanyang sequestration power, no? So we need to act now. So that's the message. Now in Ako Ang Bukas, so we have developed those calculators. So they're available in Excel or Google spreadsheet. So we can provide that to you. So upon request, so we're helping as many organizations as possible. And then hopefully someday, no, this is just in the feasibility stage. Hopefully someday that our calculators will be in a more web-based application, and hopefully can be accessible by using your cell phone or your mobile app. No? So maybe, no. So that's on the feasibility stage. But right now, we have the Excel spreadsheets. We can provide that to you. Just send us a request. All right. Thank you all for listening. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Sir Paul. So very interesting yung carbon calculator discussed by Sir Paul. And we may invite Engineer Paulo for the open forum.
Hello.
Have any question po? Good afternoon, sir. Have any question po to Sir Paul?
I think, Sir Celso, I can see a question about ni Giovanni about yung discuss ko kanina about 28 trees per year. No?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, tama, no? 28 times 12 kasi parang assumption ko noon we were consuming 100 kilowatts per hour na electricity in 1 month. Ano? So yung 100 kilowatts na yun, katumbas na niya 28 na puno na, no? So we have in a year, no? So it will take 28 times 12 na puno, no, based on your consumption. So gaano karami yung kailangan natin i-offset, ano?
Sir, my question din from Sir John, sabi niya is, may I know po what is the edge of this carbon calculator to other carbon footprint calculators available online?
Okay. So there's a lot of may mga carbon footprint calculator. Marami naman siya no? Makita mo online. I think that the main difference is we try to first yung sa household, no? So we try to fit that dun sa lifestyle ng isang Pinoy, isang Filipino, no? Kasi yung other calculators, you cannot find emission factors. Kumbaga, yung question doon, hindi niya ma-account na kapag sumakay ka ng tricycle, kapag sumakay ka ng jeepney, no? So ano yung katumbas na emission factor? No? So wala siya noon, no? Kasi unique siya, no? Dun sa computation ng Climate Change Commission, which they happily provide us. No? So I think that's one advantage. And then secondly, yung more extensive one, no? So hindi yun siya yung mga quick na answer, yung sa entity calculator. We try to design that so that kung ako yung company, nire-require ako ng bangko, nire-require ako ni SEC na mag-submit ng aking, nire-require na siya, no? na annually mag-submit ng kanilang greenhouse gas emissions or carbon footprint nila. I can use this spreadsheet. Pakita ko sa kanila, it's the same it's the same framework na i-recommend nila sa inyo. So it's fill upan mo na lang.
So yung spreadsheet, sir, you can i-fill up mo na lang yung data tapos
Yes.
automatic na siya mag-compute. Okay.
Yes, automatic siya mag-compute.
Sir, there's another question from CLSU. Is there a way po to lower your carbon footprint without affecting your quality of life too much? Ano po yung mga simple ways to do it?
Yeah. So, yan, Giovanni, no? I think there's no we really need to make drastic measures. To be honest, it's not that easy. For one, simple ways, but drastic, like electricity consumption. Most of our electricity are coming from fossil fuels, so hindi pa siya masyadong balance in terms of renewable energy. So malaki yung carbon footprint niya. So, yun yung mga kailangan natin gawin. Kumbaga, we really need to find ways to reduce your consumption. Yung mga quick fix, like gumamit ka ng LED, o gagastos ka, diba? Tapos, just being aware lang. So we have what you call vampire energy. So whenever you leave something na unplugged, madalas natin TV, off lang sa remote. So unplugged pa siya. Do you know na 10% ng electricity niya, yung consumption niya, still ongoing, kasi naka-plug pa siya eh. So in-off mo lang siya dun sa. So yun yung mga so I think yun yung mga simple ways, but it doesn't really you make a dent on your carbon footprint. If you're really aiming to yung mission natin is really to have ma-offset mo yung carbon footprint mo. So yun na yung medyo mabigat. If you really want to zero it out, you need to look at ano ba yung pinanggagalingan ng electricity, the food you take. So sabi nila, if the whole country, example lang I think somebody computed that, I heard it somewhere. Hindi ko alam yung basis na computation. If the whole country did not eat meat during breakfast for one day, nakalimutan ko yung equivalent na carbon, but it's in so many. So para imagine, kung hindi ka lang kumain ng karne, hindi ka kumain ng hotdog, hindi ka kumain ng corned beef sa umaga, malaki na yung mababawasan yung carbon footprint. The reason for that, kasi syempre yung mga ganong pinanggagalingan ng pig, it's maproseso. So unlike if you eat plant-based food, then we're talking a lower carbon footprint. And there's a lot, even waste management. If you recycle more, so you prevent things from ang objective is to lessen virgin materials to be even created, diba? To be even used. So kung nagre-recycle ka, you don't need new things, new natural resources to be used. So similarly to nun sa pag masyadong magbibili, if you really don't need those things, kung yung t-shirt mo equivalent yan so X amount of carbons, X amount of water. So if you really don't need things, you really need stuff. Really, para going back to the simpler life. So kung hindi mo kailangan magpalit ng cellphone ng bago, why not? So sorry to say, if you really need to, para bang kung life goal nyo to zero it out, you really need, all of us need to make drastic action. Right?
Yes, sir. Pero yung mga simple yan, sir, mga simple ways, but when done collectively, malaki po yung magagawa natin for the environment. So gusto ko lang din i-cut, sir, yung sinabi mo, yung sa we patronize local foods, actually all of us should be aware yung food miles na sinasabi, di ba? The closer the source of our food, the lesser the carbon emission we create. So we should be conscious on that also, on the food miles, yung source ng food natin. There's a comment, sir, from Sir John. Your presentation po is actually interesting and relevant, particularly ngayong concern ng bawat opisina, mapa-private or public ang kanilang carbon emission. So, and the less, sabi ni Dr. Tanchuling, no, the less preparation of food, the better. Pro is better, sabi niya. So,
Yeah.
yan.
Yeah.
So,
I think another angle into it, nabanggit mo about local food, anything local, you're buying local. You're not buying imported things, Kumbaga parang you're also helping the small players, You're not, kumbaga itong mga to locally lang siya. Yan yung mga hardworking na mga families. It's not the big corporation na kumikita, So it's sort of para equalizing din the playing field, Hindi lang yung mga big companies, yung mga mayayaman CEOs.
So one way of helping our local partners, our local farmers and indigenous communities.
Yeah, and sabi ng economists, sabi ng mga economists, it's really better for the country in terms of improving your economy.
Sir, may comment then from Maylene Cayetano. Composting waste right from your household is also helpful. Mukhang mahirap pang gawin pero madali lang in actuality. Nakatulong pa sa local LGU in managing waste. Tama po yun, ma'am.
Exactly. Meron din mga I know there are challenges, especially sa mga small, kung nasa apartment ka or nasa condo unit ka, composting. But I heard you say, kung banggitin yung technique, yung pangalan, I think baka na-advertise ko sila. But there are techniques, composting techniques that can be applied. And I'm doing it, I mean, living in a small space, diba, sa apartment, so wala kaming land na pwedeng gamitin ng compost bin, talagyan ng compost bin. But it's possible, kaya talaga. Imagine it really reduced the amount of waste na tinatapon ko sa basurahan na kinokolekta ng garbage collector.
Yes, sir. Sir, baka may tatanong po, paano ba sumali dyan sa Ako Ang Bukas? Actually, I attended the launching of the Ako Ang Bukas before. From the invitation of Green Convergence, I attended it. Can you, sir, paano ba maging member dyan? Baka may mga interested po na HEI sa atin.
Yes, I think right now hindi pa nasa-set up yung this is relative new na movement, so hindi pa nasa-set up yung website, but we have a Facebook page. Just look at Ako Ang Bukas. You can see a lot of information there. And then for those na if you're in need of halimbawa, if you're an organization or even curious ka lang household sa bahay niyo lang, so ko lang computing yung carbon footprint ko or yung school niyo, you wanna compute your yung sarili niyo carbon footprint, please send us an email. I posted that sa chat box, so just we're not non-profit, so parang it's we're giving it away, we want as much as possible, as many as possible kasi yun yung first thing to do we need to compute yung ating carbon footprint before tayo makapag-improve. Diba?
Yes, sir. So, thank you very much, sir, sa mga interested po to become a member of the Ako Ang Bukas. Nandun po yung pinost po kanina ni Sir Paul, kanina yung forward to working with you, especially us, most kami is from the academic sector. At this juncture, we'd like to present the Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Paul Gooco for presenting the topic on the GHG calculator during the PATLEPAM General Assembly. Again, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Virtual clap naman po kay sir. Virtual clap and good job. Thank you so much, sir.
Salamat din.
Yan. So, salamat, sir. God bless po. Now we are going to proceed to the General Assembly of the Philippine Association of Tertiary Level Educational Institutions in Environmental Protection and Management. And I would like to transfer the floor to Dr. Maria Antonia N. Tanchuling, the President of PATLEPAM. Ma'am.
Maraming salamat, Dr. Hukutan. That was a difficult job moderating for the entire day. No? Palakpakan natin naman si Dr. Hukutan. And again, congratulations sa ating mga presenters. Marami akong natutunan sa iba't ibang mga nag-present ngayong araw. So we'll proceed now with the General Assembly. We try to have an annual General Assembly of PATLEPAM, and I'm really happy that despite the restrictions of the lockdown, we are able to do this. So yung agenda, hindi naman masyadong mahaba. We'll start with the presentation of a study. Konti na lang po mga presentation ito. On the face mask waste management in the Philippines, which was of course spearheaded by PATLEPAM. And ako yung magbibigay niyan. And then the report on NDC support project that's nationally determined contributions. And climate action plan will be discussed by Dr. Maylene Cayetano. Okay, so I'll start with the sharing the project on face mask waste management in the Philippines. I can share, no? So if I may share. Yeah. So I will. So I'm happy to share the results of our study. So this was decided upon by the PATLEPAM board to conduct this study, knowing that we need to build the data regarding the use and the management of face mask waste. So the use of face mask and then its eventual disposal. So what are the objectives? We want to be able to estimate the national generation of face mask waste. Ilan ba ang napoproduce natin, na-generate? We want to determine the practices being observed regarding the management of face mask. This is just face mask, no, not medical waste. And then both by the public and by the LGU, we want to identify the critical issues in medical waste management and also recommend policies. So that's flow. What was the method that we used? We prepared surveys, 2 surveys, one for the general public and another for the local government units. And then we conducted the surveys online. And we summarize the initial findings, present to the LGUs and conduct a focus group discussion, and finally formulate recommendations. Excuse po, 1 minute. Okay. So what are the results of the general public survey? We were able to get a lot of respondents, not 2,000, almost 3,000, and that was distributed well among the regions. So out of our respondents, we had 95% of them using surgical masks. And then meron din naman kalahati using cloth masks, no, the reusable types. What are the top sources of face masks? People were getting it from pharmacy, online shops, supermarkets, sari-sari store, sidewalk market vendors. So this is important. So if we have interventions, just in case, Now, we know whom to, at which point or which stakeholders are involved. So on average, we can estimate that the Philippines disposes roughly 25 million pieces of disposal face masks daily. So it's very important that we are able to dispose them in a proper manner. No, unfortunately, we see them already in rivers. No, panaka-naka, we have them. And how are they disposed? Right after using, they are immediately disposed. There is no temporary storage. These are the practices, and there is also no further processing. Kumbaga, they're just thrown out as is. No, it's recommended like to make it unusable so that it cannot be reused, because there are some anecdotal reports that they are being reused. And then there's also no disinfection, so tapon lang talaga. And there's also no segregation. Majority just mix it, 63% would just mix it with the rest of the waste. And so if we ask the general public if regarding their knowledge, no, whether their disposed face masks are collected or segregated, so 50% are saying no, they are not, while the rest 38% are unsure. And who is spearheading its collection? Again, majority is unsure of who is spearheading the collection of face masks. Regarding the use of cloth masks, there are around 7 million pieces of reusable face masks that are used daily, and this shows also the number of times that it's used before it's being washed. So that's for the general public. For the LGU survey, we have 125 respondents, pero nadagdagan ito when we had the FGD. So among the LGUs, 44% say that they have separate collection days for medical wastes, that it's only devoted to face masks. And 42% would have existing ordinances on face mask segregation. We should also keep in mind that there's a memorandum circular from the DILG as well as from the NSWMC regarding the management of face mask waste. But from our surveys, the general public seem not to be aware. And in fact, some LGUs are also not aware. So this is what I'm talking about. So from the LGUs, they have weekly collection rate for medical waste. So majority would have a once a week collection. And so there's 42% of the LGUs having ordinances on face mask segregation and disposal, but majority also of the public are unsure. No? So there's very poor public awareness regarding the disposal of face masks. Regarding the use of PPEs to protect our collectors, our waste management personnel, so only 1 in 2 waste management personnel wear complete PPE. Okay, so fully more than 50%, almost 50, yes, fully with shoes, gloves, and masks. When asked if there's a presence of centralized separate bin, yes, majority would say yes, mga 60%. This is from the response of the LGUs. And regarding its disposal, so 66% is practicing disinfection, and but majority would mix it with municipal solid waste, while a minority would have private accredited TSD facility. So this is just actually just repeating what I showed, not the summary of findings. So maybe I don't have to go through them again. And then, okay, so after that, after putting the survey results together, we conducted an FGD last September. It was well attended, and to show them and get their feedback regarding the results. So these are the questions that we asked them. There were 163 participants. Our questions were, number one, regarding the IEC, how are the information disseminated? So majority would say it's via social media. Talagang napaka-powerful na ng ating social media ngayon. And next is house to house. Ginagawa pa rin ang house to house. And when asked, are these effective? And so they believe that social media is quite effective, and also house to house. So parang it follows, no, na yun ang ginagawa nila. So for this is a good idea input, no, for our other IEC campaigns. And then to the question, how are medical wastes disposal practices monitored? Pinaka majority would say checking of the segregation of the face mask during collection. Yan. Followed by they are not monitored at all. A few would have CCTVs. Yan pa rin. Now, so to be able to implement or manage our waste well, so we have to know ano bang kailangang resources. Majority need additional manpower, then funding, no? So related naman yan, and also the space for temporary storage site. No, I think that's what's being asked in the memorandum circular, to have a temporary storage site for face mask waste, and of course technical expertise. So yan yung mga resources na kailangan. Okay, so if we sum it up, what are the major issues? We need existing guidelines and dissemination of management and disposal of COVID-19 waste to industries, regular households under quarantine, no? And because right now, I think ang complication ngayon is that our face mask used in our houses, and lalo na may mga nagsa-self-isolation, is just mixed with our municipal solid waste. No? Unlike yung hospital waste, it's easier to isolate kasi may hiwalay siyang mga processes. And then, we need to enhance the confidence of the general public on wearing reusable masks in appropriate situations. Ito yata walang malinaw na guidance. I don't know if you've noticed that, no? Pwede ba talaga ang reusable masks? And what are regarding the use of PPE by our waste collectors, no? Of course, they complain na parang ang hirap for us with mainit, no, humid. So if we can come up with alternatives. And again, so that's related to using reusable face masks. This is also a way of supporting local manufacturers. And then if we can have local ordinances, not to support mga ganito. So naalala ko lang yung sabi ni Engineer Paul kanina, that we should support local. Marami siyang secondary benefits. We have to recognize the existing good practices of some LGUs, like having big drums or septic vaults to serve as temporary storage of face masks and face shield waste prior to turnover to licensed treaters. Buti ngayon natanggal na ang face shield, no? Sa Manila, they distributed yellow garbage bins just for PPE disposal. And then, eto nga, we have to emphasize the information dissemination. I think as PATLEPAM, yun yung malaki ang role natin, no, to clarify those. So again, if we can think of recommendations, ito yon, always cut used face masks before disposal to prevent recycling by waste pickers. And for LGUs where separate collection of medical waste is not in place, encourage residents to use separate bins for this waste where they can be stored for 3 to 7 days. Kasi yun daw yung time, no, for the virus to be dormant, mamamatay siya. For LGUs where separate collection of medical waste is not in place, facilitate procurement and distribution of affordable disinfectant formulations known to adequately disinfect surfaces. And then, ayun nga, encourage use of reusable masks in non-medical settings. So that's the end. So right now, the status is we are finalizing the report so that we can submit to the regulating agencies, to EMB, and also to the general public. That's the end. Thank you. So are there any questions? So let me read the Q&A. Any questions po? So again, I'd like to thank you, those who helped us with the survey. No? Marami kayong kinulit-kulit namin to help us disseminate the surveys, and of course, EEIID, not to the EMB, to especially in asking the LGUs to attend our FGTs. Okay, so ito pong results namin, sinama din namin sa newsletter. Malapit na pong ilabas. Yan. Thank you so much. So kung wala na pong tanong, may I go to the next item in the agenda. I'd like to call Dr. Cayetano. Yan, Dr. Maylene, you may have the floor. Can you unmute yourself? Hindi yata siya pwede ba kitang i-unmute? Wait. Sa aming hosts po, can you? Okay.
Ayan na po, ready na. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, fellow PATLEPAM officers and members, esteemed secretariat as well. May I be allowed to share my screen in my other account? I'm using 2 gadgets po kasi for better presentation. Ayan. I'll share my screen. Thank you. So brief lang naman po ito, presentation of our participation as technical working group member in the academic sector. Nakikita naman pa. Ayan. So for everybody's information, for all the members of PATLEPAM's information, we are a permanent member in the TWG of the NDC Support Project for the Philippines National Steering Committee, or NSPP, NSC. Ito po this is the committee that decides on the deliverable of the project commissioned by the Climate Change Commission towards developing the National Action Plan, and the NDC and the INDC for the Philippines. So before our actual commitment for the Paris Agreement, which is finalized at 75%. So before our NDC was submitted. So the basis of this is that the EO 174 includes the academe in the TWG member. So the CCC may invite concerned local government units, academe, private, and public institutions to participate, complement, and assist in the implementation of institutionalizing the Philippine greenhouse gas inventory management and reporting system. So since then, we have been sitting as the TWG member representing the academe. Now, the committee, the TWG, is meeting at least twice in a year. Based on the last meeting, there were updates from the Climate Change Commission after the Philippines has submitted our NDC, which is 75% reduction in greenhouse gas by 2030. By the way, merong portion na conditional and merong portion na unconditional. So yung conditional is those that depends on the funding from the Global Climate Fund. Also, as a background, paano tayo napunta as a TWG? It's because of the effort of Ma'am Ellen Basug, since she pushed us towards representing the academe, putting a seat in the academe in the form of our organization, the PATLEPAM. So we must be grateful with Ma'am Ellen Basug's effort at nakakasama tayo sa effort on towards attaining our GHG reduction plans for the Philippines. Okay, going back, the latest update was that after we submitted our NDC in April 15, 2021, there were meetings held and another set of TWG were formed. So this TWG will now monitor the 75% commitment of the Philippines sa Paris Agreement. So in April 30, 2021, the NDC Core TWG meeting was held and initiated the discussions on the recalibration of the NDC policies and measures, or PAMs. And then they presented the calendar of activities for 2021 to 2022. Onboarded some of the members of the expanded TWG. There are new members, so probably some of our colleagues from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So regional po yung representation ng mga expanded TWG members, and they are already called to be on board members of the expanded TWG, in line with upholding the importance of inclusivity in the members of the TWG that will be steering our NDC's policies and measures for the Philippines. So series of meetings, may roadmap na na-develop based on the previous NSPP NDC project for the Philippines. Then the roadmap was presented for consistency. It was envisioned to be participatory in the long term. And adaptive capacity and responsive to Paris Agreement is the main objective. So mas encouraged dun sa roadmap yung low carbon development strategies. So, series of meetings since April 15, ayan, nung June 22, 2021, nagkaroon na sila ng FGD. Bali, hindi po tayo na naupo doon sa expanded FGD. So, there's another set of academe representative na po doon and hindi na po PATLEPAM. Nagkaroon na sila ng deep dive session noong July 2021. Outcomes and outputs development na. Okay, and then the last meeting that PATLEPAM attended is the third National Steering Committee meeting on October 26, and this was held via Zoom. Actually, the NDC support project for the Philippines is requesting an extension because some of the deliverables were halted because of the restrictions during the pandemic. So they are also asking to realign some of the budget, and we concurred naman po kasi we see that it was needed, and it's towards inclusivity rin, specifically yung gender and development mainstreaming was focused on the scope of work of this NDC project. So ayan. What else is important? Ayan. These are the completed and ongoing targets of the project where PATLEPAM has been sitting for a while now. So NDC implementation plan was already completed, and the outputs are the national and sectoral plans for focus CCAM sector, so waste, transportation, energy, and forestry. And then natapos na rin yung NDC measurement, reporting, and verification plan, in which the outputs are the MRV, or Measurement, Reporting, and Verification Plan for the National Greenhouse Gas Inventory, Adaptation and Mitigation Policies and Measures, and the means of implementation for the CCAM sectors. And then another completed project is the Climate Promise Initiative, or CPI, in which the outputs are dialogues, guidance on enhancing policies and measures, policy briefs, sectoral areas for technology acquisition, indicative matrix for dissecting the potential areas of support and cost elements of the Philippine NDC, NDC guidance work plan, some briefer in relationship to the ambition 2040, and then some briefer. Most of the outputs are knowledge materials. Okay. Ayan. So, in-enlist lang ng consultant yung private sector engagement in climate change initiatives and NDC. And other NSPP activities and outputs na merong top-up support fund na existing, and these are those lists. So I think that's it. Yeah. That's the last. So remember, this is in support. These projects were concurred by PATLEPAM together with other interagency members of the steering committee. And these were the roadmap para dun sa ating commitment na 75% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions since April 15, 2021. And after this, nangyari na nga yung COP26, and I think some other forum will be able to update on what will be the PATLEPAM's participation on that. But rest assured that kasama tayo sa initial decision making dun sa roadmap towards 75% GHG emissions commitment for our NDC. That's all from me. Back to you, Dr. Tanchelin.
Thank you, Dr. Maylene. So yan po yung palakpakan natin, si Dr. Maylene. And meron bang mga katanungan po about NDC? Kasi kung wala, yung next na ipepresent ni Dr. Cayetano ay yung Climate Action Plan, yung developing, which is related to that, no? Well, to pursuing our GHG reduction. Dr. Maylene? Na-mute po siya ulit.
Ayan. Ma'am, that's the end of my presentation na po.
Okay. Yung akala ko mag-share ka nung kung gusto nila mag-develop ng local climate action plan.
Well, this will be an open discussion na po among us kasi
Okay.
yes, ma'am. Dahil tamang-tama po, we are represented by regional centers from the sector, from the academic sector. So this is the right time to discuss na po our roadmap for local climate action plans.
Okay. So yung roadmap will be developed at the level of LGUs, tama ba? Yung
Yes,
local...
yes.
Sige. So I hope we from the academe can assist or partner with LGUs in developing those. Tama ba?
Yes, opo. Important po kanina yung it was presented by Mr. Paulo, if I'm not mistaken, how we calculate the carbon footprint, no? And we are conscious now on what are the contributors sa carbon dioxide emission on the level of household. So as on the local sector, paano po natin may enhance and ano yung pwede nating i-contribute. So as an academe as well, paano natin mabuboost yung aside from awareness, it's mainly the philosophy kung paano tayo maging sustainable and achieving the goals of sustainable development. So we're open for discussion na po, ma'am.
Sige, any questions po or suggestions? Dr. Maylene, would it be helpful siguro as PATLEPAM if we can say organize like a training workshop and invite both universities and LGUs para magkaroon talaga tayo ng hands-on how to prepare the local climate action plan? I think that's a good. Sa tingin niyo po, kung agree po kayo, may hands up ba dyan? Or kung may suggestion kayo, yun lang kasi yung naisip ko ngayon. I think yun yung mga pwede nating next activities as PATLEPAM. Yun.
Yes, ma'am. I agree with that. In addition po, may mga sectoral sa greenhouse gas emissions inventory, there are sectoral calculations. Industry, waste, transportation, what else? Forestry, agriculture. So ito yung AWITFE. So AWITFE, agriculture, waste, industry, transport, forestry. The other one is energy. Yes. So among those, it's better na ngayon po, let's gather some discussion on which one is doable on the part of the academe. And then we can host or we can, alam niyo po yun, we can promote yung participation natin as academe doon sa sector na pwede tayong maging involved in reality, yung kayang-kaya ng academe among the AWITFE.
Pero what if, dahil I think yung universities natin, iba-iba naman yung concentration, parang pwede namang some of the universities nasa A, like the agricultural, yung mga universities na may agriculture sa courses nila. I think waste, lahat tayo meron.
Tama po.
Industry, yung may mga engineering, transport din, engineering, tama ba? Ano ulit ang F? Forestry.
Forestry.
Oo. So, kung kaya naman lahat
yung
pwede.
Kaya natin.
Sectoral. Siguro.
Yes, tama po.
Siguro mag-assign tayo bawat sector kung sino ang lead parang mag-organize nung workshop.
Yes, I agree with that, ma'am. Dahil nga po meron tayong mga universities na agricultural universities.
Yes. Oo.
Yes. And then, tamang-tama kasi nasa region yung most of our members. Nandun yung need ng subject matter experts. And I believe nandito na yung pool para tayo, we will conduct the training and we can be the trainers as well.
Oo. So, kung may gusto siguro mag-volunteer right now, or kami mag-volunteer, like naisip ko si LSU. Nandito si Ma'am Jella. Ma'am Jella, what can you say? Tsaka meron silang center, di ba, for climate change. Jella, are you here with us? Baka pwede nang i-unmute lahat. Hi, Doc Abelia. Ayan.
Hi, hello po. Good afternoon po. Yes po, let me just share po na part of our LUDIP po yung tinatawag po nating Land Use Development and Infrastructure Plan. We already calculated our greenhouse gas. We already conducted the GHGI for the base year 2019. In our own limited capacity din naman po na with the secondary documents that we had. So wala po talaga yung talagang measurement nung GHG from its source. So puro estimation po yun and secondary data. And we also, part of the LUDIP also, we pledged for the carbon neutrality po by 2031. So yung iba po kasi ano po yun requirement po sa Times Higher Education. So na-force po ata kaming gumawa ng pledge. So yun po, we use the materials from Climate Change Commission po in calculating for the GHG. Yun po. So probably we can help in the process po. Thank you po.
Thank you, Ma'am Jella. So if ever, pwede kayong mag-spearhead ng at least yung sa agriculture sector, tsaka sa forestry.
Sa forestry, ma'am,
we
can probably ask UPLB for that. Though I know somebody po. I know somebody po from UPLB who conducts GHG inventory po from the forest sector.
Okay, sige. May UPLB ba right now? Parang wala, no? Pero alam ko, they have also a forestry program. So thank you. Meron pa po bang ibang gusto mag-volunteer to spearhead? Waste, industry, transport. So kung wala pa, if you have to consult it with your schools, no, siguro yun ang topic natin sa next meeting, no, ng board ng PATLEPAM at ng regional coordinators. Ayan.
Okay na po. So as I am stating din po sa mga previous nating PATLEPAM meeting, I'm volunteering na rin po yung UP Diliman para sa training on air quality. It's a train for clean air. Yes, kasi the more that we know about air quality management, mas better po na meron tayong grasp on how to manage the emissions. Because after all, this climate change is brought about by emissions that are brought in the air. So we have modules, 5 modules po ito. I'm happy to to say din po na yung ISU was the first recipient outside of UP Diliman for this training. Train for Clean Air. It was conducted in 2019 before the pandemic. So I hope po magkaroon ng isang like a session hosted by PATLEPAM so that we can deliver the Train for Clean Air to more SUCs or to more universities nationwide.
So mga ilang oras ang kailangan nun, Dr. Maylene?
It will range po from 1 whole day to 2 days. So depende po sa allotted ng ng campus or ng PATLEPAM. Yes.
Yes, napakagandang offer and generous offer ni Dr. Maylene, no? So siguro kung either we will organize, no, as PATLEPAM, or kung may region siguro na gusto mag-request, we will support and organize that training. Yan. So yan yung isa fair, yan yung mga gagawin natin susunod. Siguro sa awit fair, kung wala namang ibang volunteer, I can also volunteer sa waste sector. Pero kung may ibang willing, maganda rin na may iba. Support na lang ang UP Diliman. Yan. Any other ideas po? I hope that CLSU daw will discuss biogas digester, zero waste animal production. So Ma'am Jella, you can also, kumbaga, conduct, tama ba? Or part of greenhouse sa awit fe.
Yes. Under agricultural po, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes. Part nga nung greenhouse gas emissions, no? Mga major emitters sila ng greenhouse gases.
And then meron din po akong gustong i-add. Kasi lately po, the DNR EMB AQMS is updating the guideline for mass emission rate standards. Ito po sa industry. So pasok siya sa awit fe, letter I, industry. So, syempre hindi naman po kaya lahat ng UP Diliman na i-model yung mga industry na located sa regions. So there might be a chance for our regional SUCs na mag-participate as subject matter experts and part of the steering committee ng development of air quality guideline values and also development of mass emission rate standards sa mga industry na located sa region ninyo. So like halimbawa may mga coal-fired power plant somewhere in region 4A, then we can tap the SUCs na nasa region 4A to be the subject matter experts and also to develop or to monitor the air quality from the emission sources sa industry na located sa kanila. This is in relation sa suggestion ni Ma'am Jella sa CLSU kasi most probably nasa region 3 yung mga industry sector that uses bagas or biomass for fuel sa mga industry sector ng Region 3. Therefore, you are the more qualified academe sector that should monitor, or you can be trained to monitor air quality in your region to answer to the deficiency in data in emissions inventory. So those are just some of the things that we can explore kasi we have regional SUCs here. And UP can do the training. And then nandito na yung EMB as our partner. We can expand so that we can help develop local emission factors. Kagaya sa carbon calculator earlier that was presented, very unique yung sources of emissions natin. And IPCC cannot supply all the emission factors for the calculation. Sa atin lang may tricycle, may jeepney. What more yung fuel that is being used sa industry that is unique sa ating region. Ayun. Back to you, ma'am.
Siguro maganda yung sinasabi mo, Dr. Maylene, no, na una, we can conduct a general meeting calling all the experts and discussing the basic anong mga kailangan gawin. And then as an output, we need to come up with a list of the regional experts, yung mga subject matter experts para readily available, no, for the different aspects kasi malaki naman yung awit fe, no? Malaki yung sector. So, malaki ang contribution ng regions.
Yes, because this will be an upcoming policy ng EMB, and this is a discussion ongoing, and part of the development of the policy to devolve or to involve SUCs in the region sa development ng mga air quality monitoring and modeling products, validation. Yes. So, hindi namin kaya lahat yon sa UP Diliman. That's why we need to train our regional academe as subject matter experts and also as trainers for our regional EMB to help them develop the air quality models for emissions inventory and for mass emission rate standards updating.
Okay, so maganda. So at least yan yung mga pwede nating pagplanuhan na sunod, no? Yes. For the coming year. Yan yung ating plan. And sa 2022, when we meet, hopefully face-to-face, somewhere nice, and mape-present natin may initial outputs tayo regarding that effort, towards that effort, no? So meron pa po bang ibang suggestions, comments? So kung wala na, so palakpakan natin lahat tayo and lahat na tumutulong sa PATLEPAM, no? Especially our regional center coordinators. We encourage our regions to have their own activities. You can just inform us sa may group chat tayo with the coordinators, no? Yung mga wala pa po doon, please inform us so we can include you. Pero sini-check naman namin, represented naman doon yung mga may coordinator. So palakpakan po natin ang sarili natin for 1 year of hard work. 1 year or 2 years, no? Okay, so before we close, we have a closing message. Thank you ulit, Dr. Cayetano. Palakpakan din natin si Dr. Cayetano.
Thank you din po.
So for representing us sa NDC, sa mga meetings at sa mga review, no, ng mga reports. So ang last part of our conference is the closing remarks from Director Osorio. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tanchuling and Ma'am Cayetano for the presentations. And for the closing remark, we'd like to invite Ma'am Karen Pakpako, the Officer in charge of the Environmental Education and Information Division of Environmental Management Bureau. Ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Ayun. So, on behalf of the Environmental Management Bureau, led by our Director, Engineer William P. Conyado, and our Assistant Director, Engineer Visminda Osorio, to our partners from the academe, colleagues from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources and the Environmental Management Bureau, good afternoon. Before we close this momentous event, let me take this opportunity to thank all of you for participating in this very fulfilling endeavor. I would like to commend especially our researchers who provided us with scientific knowledge, analyses, and vital information that will guide our policymakers and leaders in developing plans and strategies for risk management and policies to mitigate environmental degradation. We all know that environmental research has led to technological advances and strengthened policies that have resulted in enormous improvements in environmental quality and public health. I know that all of us here have that sense of fulfillment in all these studies that were presented because it showed us the things that we still need to do, and we take inspiration from the various efforts that advocates from the academe have undertaken to protect our natural wealth. The Environmental Management Bureau and the Department of Environment and Natural Resources are mobilizing all sectors of society to take action for environmental sustainability, because we believe that every single action we take in concert with others has the power to transform the country and consequently the world. May the lessons you have learned from today ensure that other academic institutions follow your lead, and as educators and responsible citizens, no matter how enormous the tasks we have on our backs, may we always see the possibilities in every which way we can to value human and environmental health towards a sustainable future for generations to come. So muli marami pong salamat sa inyong lahat. Isang makakalikasang hapon sa ating lahat.
Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Karen Pakpako, for that message. So yun po, madami pong salamat. Yung pong ating evaluation sheet po ay nasa chat box na po. There is a cut-off until 6 o'clock p.m. po lang yung pagsisend po ng ating evaluation form. So, and to end this event, I would like to mention these words po. No? We are at Code Red, no? Yung sabi po ng IPCC, and we need to bring back nature to cities and to all surrounding areas. So we need to bring back nature through environmental education. We could raise awareness on environmental protection and sustainability. And I would like to leave this message po sa inyong lahat, and I will borrow it from UN Secretary General Antonio Gutierrez, na sabi po niya, we are in the fight of our lives, and this fight must be won. Never give up, never retreat, and keep pushing forward. So marami pong salamat. Ako po ulit si Salzo Hukutan, ang inyo pong moderator para po sa General Assembly ng PATLEPAM this year. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Thank you very much po to the DNR, Environmental Management Bureau, particularly the Environmental Education and Information Divisions, and the PATLEPAM headed by Dr. Tonette Tanchuling for organizing this event. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.